Dana, you ready?
Yes. Let me share my screen. And you can just tell me when to go, or
Yep.
is it now?
Are you okay with the idea of me putting up my hand like this when you have 1 minute left?
Sure.
So we're going to do 5 minutes. Are you comfortable starting?
Yes.
Okay, I'm pressing start. Go right ahead.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Dana Kovasi, and the proposal title that we have submitted into the miscellaneous challenge is Cardano Film Studios. The problem that we aim to solve is that there is a lack of global understanding about blockchain and its uses past a store of value. When people see digital assets, they think of either crime or they think of speculation, trading, fast money, get rich quick schemes. So with Cardano Film Studios, what we're doing is trying to solve this problem in two ways. One, we want to help bring real life use cases to the screen to help educate the mainstream public. How do we use stable coins? How can somebody live out of their digital wallet? How are DAOs to be implemented? Different things like that. And then also, we want to help build the blueprints for the film industry, especially independent filmmakers, on how to produce films on the blockchain, not just only fund them, but how to do all of the other production work, the hiring, putting your contracts up on the blockchain. How do we, do all of the other research that we need to do in order to learn from our failures and then build upon successes as we go through our journey of filmmaking. Hollywood already is in the know of what's going on with NFTs and using them for funding films. You have from Warner Brothers to Matt Damon being asked to help out with a Crypto.com commercial to Quentin Tarantino. Films are being funded with NFTs, and the distribution rights to them after they have been filmed are being sold with NFTs. But really, the thing that we don't want to happen is that the small independent filmmaker gets left behind. So we want to make sure that there's tools, and we'd like to use Cardano, especially because of the utility for Cardano, to showcase how anybody can produce a film if they have that creative mind with the blockchain. And speaking of that, our first iteration within Cardano Film Studios is our first feature film called Barracuda. A little bit about small filmmakers as I spoke to. So within my team, we have Siobhan Mehta. He's my business partner, but also the writer and director of Barracuda. He has over 15 years experience in the film and television industry, working for a number of very well-known brands, producing film and television for all over those 15 years. He has a degree in film production from Chapman University, and he had an award-winning short film that has been shown all over the world out in 2019. Ooh. Yes. And then for myself, I am the producer of Barracuda. I have over 14 years experience in the business world. I've run sales on the state and national levels for some of the most recognized brands. I have helped consult in Peru for nonprofits, and then also help restructure startup companies here in the US. In my past life, I worked in the music industry. I dabbled, and I am a registered songwriter with ASCAP and a publisher. And I've worked with Grammy Award-winning producer Christopher Brody Brown. I have degrees from Northwood in business administration, and then a bachelor's in entertainment sport promotion management. So the story behind Barracuda, it is a young Native American Marine who battles with PTSD. He goes on a journey with his cryptocurrency entrepreneur best friend. And on the road, he struggles to find a new mission worth living for while discovering his inner warrior. This trip goes from Detroit to LA. And along this route, he starts to understand not only about his background, but about the use cases for blockchain that he can bring back to empower the next generation. We want to use NFTs to help fund this project and utilize some of our native partners to do so. And our production plan. So we're right now locking up our funding. We plan to have that done by February. We start shooting in the summer of next year and be ready for the indie film festival circuit by summer of 2023. We're asking Catalyst for $37,500. Again, $15,500 goes to those NFT projects, 17 pre-production costs. We'd like to be able to use the Catalyst money to help with that experimentation. How much can we do on the blockchain? Can we hire people to help us with our website? Can we hire people, our filmmakers? We need to do scouting locations, go on that trip. How realistic can we, live out of our digital wallet that whole trip? We need to hire our actors and rent all the film equipment. And then 5,000 goes to R&D groundwork for some of our long-term initiatives that include music for the soundtracks, and then also creating communities in the NFT and movie music space. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to your votes and your questions.
Amazing presentation, Dana.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks. I was like, just getting through it.
You did it. You got there, and you were on time. So I love that.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Dana? Perhaps. Oh yeah, go ahead, Konma.
I just wish I'm just going to go back and check your proposal again to get like a full-fledged read through your proposal.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
I've just
Perfect.
put the link to the proposal in the link in the chat. Has everyone seen it?
Great, perfect. Thank you so much. That's nice of you. Thank you.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Is that enough money to make a movie?
It is not. However, this is part of our strategy. So we are currently seeking $2.5 million to help make the movie in total. We have some investors on the back end who we are locking up in January. And then also we want to use the NFT project to help fund some of the rest of it. But really what we did with Catalyst is we want to be able to use this as a win-win, not only for us to help with the producing of the film, but also to help as a PR spin to help bring visibility towards Cardano and Catalyst. Being able to say some of the funds that were used to make this film came from Cardano and their community and how they go about doing this to fund a whole bunch of different projects. And in addition to that, be able to utilize that as a way to say, hey, this is kind of, you're going to be seeing Cardano in the film as well. So there's this PR push, not only for Catalyst, but for ourselves, because we are going to be, one of our other investors, we believe is looking to fund us in Bitcoin. So we have a Bitcoin angle, but really we wanted to showcase an altcoin that had some utility to it, just to show people the other side of cryptocurrency that they might not know. And Cardano is our favorite, so we just want to make sure that that's something that gets out there and known.
I absolutely love the Native American angle. How are you going to handle the delicate telling of people's stories without taking advantage of them?
Yes, so we actually have been spending the last 3 months interviewing and sitting with a number of native tribes, indigenous tribes here in America. And we have about 3 to 4 different partners that are seriously committed and excited about working with us on our project. We actually, there's deliberation right now, the Chippewa, the Saginaw Chippewa tribe in Michigan. We sat with their teaching elder for 3 hours and had an immersive learning, like cultural immersion session with him. And they have asked us to put in a proposal to use their tribe as our main character's tribe of origin. And part of that proposal, we're making sure that all of our advisors throughout the country who are attached to tribes, that they get the last say on the script before we do any production for it. So really, this is not it's being told from a Native American perspective, our main character, one of the aspects of it. However, it's not, Siobhan is the script writer, but really the stories are coming from our partners. And we wanted to be authentic and respectful to them and kind of show on the screen a different perspective that maybe has been shown on screen for Native Americans in the past. There's a lot of things that they have been used in the past. So we want to show them in a different light. And also the same with the cryptocurrency community. We have been having meetings and interviews as well as veterans. We have partners with the Native American Veterans Association in California, and they have been connecting us with different resources around the country to make sure that we're getting it right. And then also some of the proceeds from the NFTs and from the film, once it's made, are going to go back to some of those nonprofits and to some of those organizations. We want to make sure that we're supporting the people, pouring back into the people that have lifted us up and have poured into this story. They're just as passionate about it as we are. Thank you for that question.
Dana, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So why on Cardano? If you know, if it makes sense, why did you pick Cardano as, you know, the choice?
Mm-hmm. So I entered the cryptocurrency space in 2014. And I kind of entered it, forgot about it. And then after returning, I lived in Peru for a year during 2017, 2018. I worked with a nonprofit over there. And when I came back, obviously cryptocurrency and Bitcoin had exploded. And it wasn't until, again, picked it up, put it back down again. And then it wasn't until this year that I started really getting involved and researching again. And immediately Cardano was something that caught my eye. I love Charles. I love the academic rigor behind all of this. I just believe that, you know, slow and steady wins the race. And I think that the things that we want to do on the blockchain possibly can really only be done on Cardano for the long term in order to be sustainable. So we want to make sure that whatever we're putting out there for the film industry, as far as these templates, as far as these suggestions on how to get things done, we want to make sure that it's going to be around next year or the year after that. So that's kind of what our angle is for using Cardano. We think it's not going away. And we just love being a part of this community. The community is really also what brought me in here. So it's been amazing. It started with a Twitter space. I sat with one of the Cardano advisors, community advisors, for 2 hours, asking him questions about Catalyst. And then I put my hat in the ring, and here we are. Thank you for that question.
One more question, please.
Yeah.
Does anyone have something they'd like to know more about this proposal?
Siobhan, did I miss anything? Do you have any questions?
No, I think that was great. And thank you guys for listening.
And Siobhan, really, he got me into the project. I saw his passion for wanting to showcase mental health in our military, and that it's not just the older veterans, but that it's still relevant today, and that it's still flying under the radar. So that's something that we really want to showcase, is our first responders and our military veterans basically are dealing with these things, especially in today with everything that's going on with COVID and some of the high dividing cultural things that are going on.
I think, yeah, coming out of COVID, a lot of mental health issues are still prevalent. So we want to tell an entertaining story, but still touch on these like important topics.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Good presentation, guys.
Thank you so
I
much.
will definitely visit your proposal and give you kudos.
Thank you very much.
And I'd invite anyone else in the room to do a similar thing. Next up, Dana, can I ask you to stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
Hey, Frank, how are you?
Hi. All good. Hi, everybody. I just want to ask one question. I'm new to this, okay, and I'm from the film background. So I was wondering if there's a structure behind how the story is going to be developed and things like that. Does your presentation have a structure like that? How is the story going to be developed and each stage?
Yeah, so we've already gotten the outline done for the story. Siobhan is finishing writing the script right now. So the script is already, or the outline's already been developed. Siobhan, if you want to elaborate.
Are you asking if are we in pre-production, production, that kind of thing? Like, do we have a plan for that?
1 second, I'm unable to.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to stop questions and let's get to the next proposal just so that we keep time.
Makes sense. Yep.
Is
yep.
Vinay Deva here? Or anyone from his team? Konma, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. So my name is Advita. Vinay will be joining in just a bit. Just give me a minute. Just having a bit of connection issue. Just give me a minute.
May I ask how many proposals do you have as your team?
We have 5 proposals.
Okay, so
yeah.
Is Satya here?
Satya is here, yes.
Satya, would you mind going first?
Yeah, I don't mind. I again need help of Advita here because what we have done is we have recorded the session so that we don't exceed our time limit. So it's all there in one system where they can play. So.
All right, then we can go back to Dana and question her more. I hope she doesn't mind.
Oh, no worries. Siobhan, I'll give it to you to.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, we've been doing, currently we've been doing a lot of research in the Native American space and obviously this crypto space. And so I'm using all that information, all the research that we've been doing and putting it into the screenplay. So I guess just to get back to Frank's question, I mean, right now I'm in the writing phase and should be done very soon. And then we're going to be getting funded early next year and starting production by the summer. So I don't know if that answers your question, if that's what you were asking, Frank.
Okay. Is this writing and the final writing, what you do, is it open to for a kind of a voting or something like that in terms of the direction or in terms of the development of the story and the script? Is it open to vote? Or is it going to be what you have ideated and things like that?
I think we, if I can take this really quick, Siobhan, so as we said earlier before you jumped on, we are making sure that we're getting input from our Native American tribe partners before the script is finished. So they have input on the script. And then also we've been collaborating with people in the cryptocurrency space to make sure that our script is also realistic. So we are getting input from the community, crypto, veteran, and Native American before it's finalized. However, if you're asking if it's an open source project that people can like comment on where they think that the project should go, we don't have that like online anywhere, but obviously we're taking any ideas if anybody has any suggestions of what they think would be good. So we're open to anything. We want this to be a collaborative process, but ultimately the creative final decision is Siobhan and some of our main partners.
So yeah, I think makes sense. Been joined by the Konma team. Are you all here?
Yes, we are. Thank you for having us.
Sorry for the delay.
No worries.
Yeah, we just finished another proposal in room 5, so we do apologize.
So I have down on my list that Vinay is supposed to present a presentation from the DAOs and Cardano challenge. Is that ready?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to put my finger up like this when you have 1 minute left. You have 5 minutes, and then we'll give you.
So the video is pre-recorded, and I believe it's for around 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So
okay.
We can't take that on the question and answer session.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Thank you for joining in this presentation. This is just to give you a good look on KONMA and KONMA-DAO, which is also our proposal for Catalyst Fund 7 under DAO section. So to get started, what is KONMA? KONMA is a community-driven entity since inception. We have been doing a lot of things for the community and by the community, and our working process and model is entirely community-based. Therefore, it was pretty obvious that for our transition from Web 2 to Web 3, creating a DAO would make a lot more sense for us. And so KONMA-DAO would be the governance protocol for the entirety of KONMA. In the beginning, we are starting off with very, very limited access, but the pipeline is really big. Do check out the other proposals. That will give you a very good idea, but I will give you a good intro on this. So the various entities of KONMA are KONMA Labs, KONMA Foundation, and KONMA Inc. Labs is the research and development wing, so this is why we usually make the dApps and softwares. In that, our proposal for boosting Cardano's DeFi was a swap, and this swap basically has a lot of features which can be found in another video. KONMA Foundation will govern certain entities such as KONMAHOOD, which is the community forum where we hold discussions and proposals as such. The Experience-Center will have the physical entity of KONMA, where we produce a lot of teaching modules and a lot of other entities such as permaculture and aquaponics consultations. We also have Konma-Upskill, which is our training program. This includes development and training in blockchain as well. And we soon plan to introduce Haskell and the Plutus Pioneer program equivalents within the system. KONMA Inc. is the commerce side of KONMA, and we have a marketplace there currently in Web 2, which is in transition to Web 3 to be a decentralized peer-to-peer marketplace. And we are going to use this, which is based on Shopify, on ADA-based solution. So hopefully you guys can stick around to find that as well. So that's about KONMA for now. The next main section I'm going to talk about is the DAO itself. So KONMA-DAO is the governing protocol for KONMA-Org, its dApps and other collaborations. The DAO will primarily govern KONMA Swap, which is the DEX, the marketplace, KONMAHOOD, the community forum, Konma-Upskill, and Konma-Xperience-Centers. Then again, we do have much more in the pipeline. So this is just for the first 2 quarters of next year. The challenge is KONMA being a community-driven entity, as mentioned before, takes too much time for decision making and discussion process. So the idea of transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3 helps us give a very clear picture that we will be creating a DAO to make this happen. So our solutions are to be a DAO within the Cardano chain that will initially govern our dApps and other wings of KONMA. And the second solution is any collaborations or any new wings that come under KONMA will also be made into a DAO under Cardano's chain as well. We will also be providing a transitional entity from EVM-based modules to Cardano. Our action plan is pretty simple. We are in good talks with MLabs and Emergo India for the developers aspect. We have a very strong team based on technical knowledge and blockchain development. We do have a roadmap in mind, so please do get in touch with us if you want to get some more details on that. And the roadmap is going to basically include developing architecture and how the DAO should govern certain things, and the decision-making process and run some trials on the testnet, auditing phase, and the integration aspect to our community forum, upon which we plan to go on an ICO process, which is still in talks of the method we are going to follow. The main entities we're going to be recording is the number of proposers, validators, and voters, the amount of ADA that is being used through these DAOs, and having many more DAOs under this section. So the team consists of myself, so I'm Sangeet, I'm the head of tech, and a good friend of mine, Vinay, who will be leading the research and development aspect of things. Thank you so much for joining in. Please do let me know if you have any doubts. We will be sure to produce our links so you can get in touch with us.
So yeah, I guess that was a little more than 5 minutes. I'm really sorry. I'm happy to take any questions from anyone regarding the DAO or Konma general. I believe I have around 8 to 9 minutes left. So over to you.
Yeah. I have a question about your KPIs.
Of course.
Bringing people seems a bit vague to me. Could you explore how many people, or how is that auditable?
All right, so under Konma's pipeline, we have a section that's KONMAHOOD, where we have various tribes. Yeah. So these tribes basically talk about certain topics. And among these topics, one of them is going to be the decision making and the proposal factors for these DAO. So any DAO that comes under Cardano, under Konma or through Konma, will have such section which already has an inbuilt community. For example, we had a recent collaboration with an entity called Trees, which is an NGO based in South India that helps with afforestation. So we had got in touch with them to make an NFT DAO for them, where each number of trees planted will coexist with an NFT that they get either as a volunteer or as a sponsor or as a planter. That's it. So like such, we have few tribes with an existing set of members that are talking. This would be the initial transition. And we do have a strong marketing team that's been running this for quite some while. So any new amount of members that's coming on to us will definitely also be coming here. And simultaneously, they will be educated on Cardano, ADA, various processes, the Ouroboros consensus system, and so on. So I hope that gives you a good gist.
I've put a link to your proposal in the chat. Anyone who's interested can reach out to Konma. Does anyone have any more questions regarding the DAO?
I do. I had a distraction when I was on mute when you were explaining what exactly the people or the purpose that you're looking to target for this is. Can you reiterate that really quick for me?
Yeah,
sure. I'll go back to your proposal as well.
That's all right. So the first thing the DAO is going to govern is Konma.org. So it's the wings that Konma already has and the entities that we already take control of. This is the Experience-Center, the Upskill program, the community forum, the marketplace, and the few dApps that we are developing. So this will be the first line of entities that the DAO itself is going to govern. After which, any collaboration that comes in Konma will also be made into a DAO. So this is the section where more and more DAOs are being created within the Cardano system. And any collaborations with them from further third-party entities will eventually lead back to Konma and the Cardano chain.
Ken, you have your hand up. You have a question?
I do. Just checking to see, looking at it, this part of your proposals looks like it's asking for $75,000 in ADA. And I also noticed that there's a number of Konma proposals throughout the Fund 7. One, is that all the same? Is this all your entire entity of KONMA-DAO? And if one piece doesn't go through funding, what's your plan to move forward with the entire project?
So if one thing we've made sure is there is no cross-factorization between any of the modules. So let's say the ADA-Pay solution does not go through, it isn't going to affect any of the other proposals we made. Now, suppose one of the proposals does not make it. Few of the proposals are directed as common needs, and the others are directed specifically for Cardano. So taking the ADA-Pay solution, the fact that we already have a Shopify e-commerce site, we were willing to happily incorporate that. But when it comes to the other sections, if we do not get funding, we will look for Fund 8. That's going to probably come up by April. If not, we are also looking to go through certain investors or venture capitalists, but we weren't too lucky on that element as well. So for now, it would be put on hold. But we do have other things in mind that we did not actually propose within this thing because we thought 7 was already a little too much. So if not for this, then definitely in the next one. But our ultimate goal is to go for DCF. So we are in talks with Johnny. Ever since he saw Don Tapscott talk about the Decentralized Consortium Fund, we've been definitely hooked on it, and that's our actual aim. So when we spoke to IOHK and Emergo, they kind of told us, why don't you guys, DCF is definitely going to take at least first quarter of next year. So why don't you guys dabble around the Haskell ecosystem, check out what you can do. If you can develop something, get more familiar with the community. And we were definitely down with that. So I guess that's how we were brought here. I hope that answers your question.
And most of the wings under Konma are already bootstrapped. So it's just that the DEX and the DAO is what we are trying to build with the fund, and rest of it is just it's the bridge fund that we got.
Yeah, it's more like upgrading all the other entities. But the DApp and the DAO is quite fresh, and we are kind of dependent on either Emergo to send the developers or MLabs to help us with that.
Our idea was to build it on Ethereum, but then later when we got to know about Cardano and what we found
it's safe to say Don kind of changed our mind.
All right.
So what we found was the talent pool when it comes to the Haskell and Plutus developers is like very low, and now we are
interrupt. Is Satya ready with his next video in the Multilingual Resources Challenge?
Yes. Yes.
Would you like to screen share?
Yeah.
How do you say your name?
Satya Vijayan.
Okay. It's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, my name is Satyan and I'm head of Konma-Upskill, and I'm here to give you a brief on what is Konma-Upskill and what we are intended to do. So let's just dive in. So to get an overview on what Konma is nothing but a DAO where we are trying to build a community with the help of a governance protocol where we can achieve the maximum efficiency and democracy. So to summarize what Konma is, like, we have to see, we have divided into 3 entities. So Konma Labs, Konma Foundation, and Konma Inc. So Konma Labs is nothing but it's a more research and development and technical wing of Konma. The Konma Foundation will be the epicenter of the Konma community, where KONMAHOOD will be a more like a social media for the community, and the Experience Center will be a physical experience center where members can come in, synergize, and build products out of it. So we'll be seeing what Konma-Upskill is in detail. Konma Inc. is nothing but the more commercial front of Konma. Konma-Upskill, what we are trying to do here is like we are trying to offer educational and LMS platform where it will be available on both online and offline model. So all the education materials will be like multilingual. So we are trying to break that language barrier, which is like stopping the growth of the community. So the challenge here is like in India, post-pandemic, the interest towards blockchain is like growing rapidly, and the communication, which is like about the materials about the blockchain and Cardano community, everything is available online, but everything is in English. So what we are trying to do here is like we are trying to build a course and an LMS, and we are trying to educate people in the local regional languages. So the solution here is we are planning to communicate the purpose with the local values and break the language barrier. So we'll be able to encourage the members of the community to be part of the ecosystem by building a regular, by building awareness over the existing social media platforms. And the existing social media platforms, as in sense like we'll be using Clubhouse, YouTube, Instagram, and post live sessions, something like that. And we are planning to start with the language Tamil, because Tamil is a regional language in a state called Tamil Nadu here in India. But the population, Tamil-speaking population is not just here in India. There are other countries where Tamil-speaking communities are available right now, like Sri Lanka, Mauritius, Malaysia, Singapore. Why even there are communities in United Kingdom and Canada. So the target group is intended to be like all these Tamil-speaking community at the beginning. So we'll be extending the program to other regional languages. So how we are going to do this? So to speak about that, as I explained, the KONMAHOOD will be the social media for the Konma community members. So we are planning to create a tribe in KONMAHOOD called Cardano Tamil. We are planning to create learning modules in in the Tamil language, and we'll be building awareness, as I said, over the social media platform to interest people and bring them in. And yeah, of course, the podcast modules will be available, and we'll be hosting podcast sessions over places like Clubhouse and Discord and places like that. So how are we going to do this? What is our roadmap? So the roadmap is going to be like we are planning to build the community in the month of January 2022. In February and March 2022, it will be a content development phase where we'll be planning and curating the courses, the learning modules. So we are planning to deploy all these courses in the March 2022. And then the marketing for the courses will begin. So as I said, the target groups are more like blockchain enthusiasts, interest groups, schools, colleges, and corporate offices, etc. So who are the team members? Yes, myself. I'll be heading Konma-Upskill, and we have Aslan, who's head of KONMAHOOD.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm happy to take any questions right now.
I've put the link to the proposal in the chat. Does anyone have any questions?
Thanks, Angela.
I actually had one. How many people speak Tamil?
Almost 70 million people speak Tamil, is what we have the information available online. So the thing is all these Tamil speaking population has been they have been spreading around because of Sri Lanka, all these commotion in Sri Lanka, and there were so many migrants who moved to a lot of countries. So one, they have been exposed to the Western world too, and that is there, but their love towards their language is something which is very strong. So that's what I said. As I said, communicating with their values will touch their heart. So that's how we are trying to target them.
I just want to say I loved your enthusiasm in your proposal. I thought you delivered it really well, and I loved it.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you so much. So any questions regarding the proposal?
So we'll put in the Medium link where you can you will know entire the loop of Konma. So how each part of Konma is interrelated. So you can get a better view on what Konma is.
Does Frank have a question?
Yeah, that will be great. I would like to know more about what he just said. No, he's going to put up a media link so that you give me more inputs on that. So it's very interesting. It's something which there's certain aspects of which I'm thinking, but I am quite a novice with respect to this blockchain and and all this, and I don't know to what extent we can use and what is the ultimate goal and purpose. So I think when I go through that media link, I'll have a better understanding. And in that media link, will there be a way in which we can contact you? In the sense you're,
all our LinkedIn profiles are connected to it.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I see that Anne and Dana have questions. Go right ahead.
It felt like there was an interruption while you were answering a question about how you got into it, and you were on the Ethereum and how you came onto the Cardano blockchain, and that was fascinating and interesting to me. And then it kind of got interrupted, so you didn't finish that thought. Could you complete that thought, please?
So it's been 3 years since we've been ideating Konma and collecting the resources. So last year during this time is when I went to Cardano, Emergo India for my education. So that is when I got to know about Cardano. And then I would say like we wanted to develop it on Cardano, but then the smart contract layer wasn't still available. So September is when Alonso fork happened. And post that, when we attended the Cardano Summit, is when we heard Don Tapscott talk about DCF. So since we have an entire integrated solution, when it comes to Konma, it's highly integrated. If you see, it's a decentralized research and development, a decentralized community forum, and a decentralized marketplace. So if you go to KONMAHOOD, is where you'll know where. So when most of the presentations talk about tribes. So what are these tribes? These are the place where experts and enthusiasts meet. So there we cover close to 15 different sectors. So we are into agriculture. So I can the link has most of the information. So
that's amazing. I'll look at it. That's really amazing.
And the next presentations show all that in detail.
So what happened here is we do have a sequence in which it goes. That's the reason why we said we'll share the Medium link. We did have a talk with the organizers to ask if we can present it all together in one single go. I don't know coincidence or what, but we ended up in the same room, not in order, but sort of in order. So yeah, so the presentation is coming up anyways in a while. So yeah.
We have a 15-minute break starting now. If you would like to stay and answer Dana's questions, you can. If you'd like to take a break, you can also do that.
We don't want to take a break.
What are you feeling?
We don't want to take a break.
Okay, I did have a question. I just thought of one. So for the language, are any of the learnings and the things that you're going to be creating, like the templates of how to do all this, will you be best practice sharing this across the a Cardano community, or like if somebody else needs like if you found a really good way how to govern or do this, will this be something that's going to be shared?
So Dana, one thing we're planning not to have a specific structure as such, because the very first thing we want to address is how do we go to the the native values and then convince them into learning something. So it would vary, even within India, what we culturally speak in the south of India will not be relevant when it goes to the north. Mm-hmm. So yes, we will develop a structure, and the basic structure will definitely be available. But when it comes to how are we going to deliver this whole thing will be regional specific. Because you see, adaptability won't be the same throughout, because all of us come from different places. How we grasp things, everything will be limited. So we wouldn't be having a structure for that, but how we put these modules out, how do we run our tribes, all that has a structure, and that will be open source for sure. If it benefits a whole lot of people, because you see, the only thing that separates most of us is the language, I suppose. So if there is some way where we can communicate in the best way possible, I think, yes, it has to be on open source for sure, and we're open to that.
Most of it is open source right now, but the KONMAHOOD alone, we have, it is private and it is on invitation, and people can just go request, because we don't want bots to enter our system right away. So we've been regulating it, but once after it is on, once DID is done, the identification is done, the Atala Prism or any of the KYC part is done, then we would make it an open. So
yeah, that's amazing. Because
to specifically answer your question, we will be definitely sharing, anything and everything regarding Cardano in open source. So we are very much happy to share, and if that model and that structure works for you, of course you can adapt it and do it on your own.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, one of the things that within our project for our research, one of the issues within the indigenous communities in the United States, the sovereign nations, is that they're at risk of losing their language. All these tribes, it's like, we're not a people. if we don't have our language. And so being able to help their next generations, and they all have different ones. So how to like the reverse of it, you know what I mean? Being able to use something of this structure. I'm just getting
to relate what scenario you just gave it to us, to relate it more with this proposal right now. Tamil is it's a very patriotic language, and Tamil people realize that they shouldn't lose their value to their language. So they realized it very soon, and they have taken a lot of steps to retain the heritage of the language, because it is like almost like we don't even know the origin of the language yet. So it is that old. So when people realize that they shouldn't lose their value, so I think that connecting element is there. So maybe our structure might work for you.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. There's one tribe in Michigan in the southeast corner, the Potawatomi. There's only 2 elders left that know how to speak their language. And there's been people sitting with them every day, like went and lived with them for 6 months to actually try to learn, so that they can bring it back. But even then, it's just the language is so old. So this is very interesting to me.
Any more questions?
And I can relate because we're having a situation here in Nairobi, Kenya, East Africa, where through the school system, we have a situation where there's maybe 50 different tribes and each has their own language, but then it's not put into a school system. And then if you don't speak it in a school system, you go to school to learn general language, then the languages just get lost. And I really appreciate you standing for the Tamil people. And I hope that Cardano is able to impact that group of people. And I hope you're able to have a very positive impact with whichever funding you receive. Wow, we have a nice full room. Is everyone here?
Yes.
Yep. We're going to start with Advita.
Yep.
You ready?
So, yeah.
There's a mix.
Let me know as soon as you're ready and I'll start the clock.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Sound is not shared.
All right, let's do this.
So sorry about that.
Hello, community. I'm Vinay Deva, founder and head of R&D at Konma. Firstly, I would want to start off with an overview about what Konma is. So we've been working on Konma for over 3 years now. We've been ideating and we've been pooling resources for 3 years, and here we are with a highly integrated solution. So what is Konma? Konma is a decentralized autonomous organization where we are trying to build a governance protocol for community deliverance, basically to govern the entities of Konma. So Konma has 3 entities under it: Konma Labs, Konma Foundation, and Konma Inc. Konma Labs is the research and development wing of Konma. Konma Foundation is a decentralized community forum, and Konma Inc. is a peer-to-peer marketplace. So the topic for today, the challenge is about how are we going to integrate ADA Pay, a plugin for the payments on our marketplace. So we have an existing market. Konma is a P2P marketplace for food, lifestyle, and art. So this is a snippet of how our website looks right now. And Konma marketplace has 3 wings under it: Konma Food, Konma Lifestyle, and Konma Art. Konma Food deals with all the food products. So we are bringing traceability, that is farm to fork. So we are giving this traceability with the help of blockchain. And Konma Art is a one-stop place for all different types of arts. So we would want to make it an NFT platform. So right now it is a Web2 functionality where we would want to convert it to a Web3 NFT marketplace. Konma Lifestyle is that wing of Konma which deals with lifestyle products, where the data and the product, again the traceability of ingredients to manufacture lifestyle products are all recorded on the blockchain. Right now, we accept 2 modes of payments on our platform. Right now, we have a general payment gateway, and we have a Web3 payment gateway by Coinbase, where we accept either BTC and DAI. And these are the snippets of how the payment links are right now on the website. So the challenge is to integrate AdaPay plugin with the current existing Konma marketplace. Having the best of expertise in the team right now, integrating AdaPay with our marketplace really doesn't take us much efforts. But our aim is to, so we would want to do this immediately. As in the plugin, we would want to integrate with our website and try and test it as soon as possible. But our aim for the longer run is to build a network, a payment network solution that will be helpful to make Konma's payments much easier, and thereby giving the same solutions for other merchants, other e-commerce stores to get their payment systems better. So we would want to build a payment network that has like a user interface as friendly as possible with minimal clicks. Probably will be using QRs and integrating with the e-commerce stores. So the APIs need to be developed in such a way it needs to be very easy to integrate with the merchant stores, and thereby bringing in wide adoption. So the solution what we're trying to build is not just for Konma. We will be giving this as a solution to other e-commerce merchants as well. So now we have a Web2 payment gateways, and now we will be shifting to a Web3 payment gateway, where Kotti has built a brilliant solution to start off with, as in the APIs are already available to link it with the web stores. But our aim is to like build a Web3 payment solution that is much faster, better when compared to the Web2 solutions that are existing right now, which are like really costly, as in when it comes to the transaction fee. And on top of that, the data breaches, your security, everything comes into play. Whereas the Web3 solution is more a safer and faster and transparent system where the payments happen like really fast. So the cash flow is better when compared to the current systems. So we would want to bring in a Web3 integration with the marketplace, integrating with different wallets, different Shelly era wallets, to getting our beta testing to. So we want to bring in the best possible solution that is highly secure, a foolproof system. So our roadmap, as in it is not to integrate with the AdaPay plugin, it is to build a network. Now coming to the development part of it, Haskell and Plutus being fairly new programming languages, and the talent pool that is available right now is very low. So we are in association with MLabs and Emergo India for our development. Right now, we have a working marketplace that is being beta tested, and the market validation is already being done. We would start off with our architecture development, and probably by end of Q3, we will have a working payment network that will both cater Konma's needs, and we would be willing to give it to our partners and collaborators, thereby bringing mass adoption to Kotti, Ada, and on the whole to the Cardano network. And coming to the team, we have Sangeet heading tech. And coming to the team, we have Sangeet heading tech at Konma. He's a cybersecurity specialist. And I'm Vinay, head of research and development. Advita heading operations, and Dia heading digital marketing. And Preeti for community relationship management. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Cool. So I'm having a tricky question to ask you. With your AdaPay plugin, is that going to be, how are you going to deal with all of, because I'm thinking back to your Tamil, all the nations that which what's it called? Money. Which money are you going to integrate? This is not a, I apologize for my question.
So Angela didn't get the question there. So are you asking
currency are you going to integrate first?
So that would be INR. We'd be integrating INR for the beginning. So our platform does not just accept INR, which is the native currency that we have here. We also do accept USD because the website is accessible worldwide, and we also ship these products worldwide. So there is also an option to change the fiat currency from INR to USD or whichever place you come from and your your standard currency that is. So for initials, yes, we'll be linking it with INR. Yeah. If that answers the question.
You did. Does anyone else have one? Go ahead, Frank.
Vinay, what about the regulations? These guys are trying to put a break on, these currencies and things like that.
So
What is the
again,
update on the regulations?
that is uncertainty all around the world right now. So when it comes to the regulations, so even if there is no regulation as such, the cryptocurrency trading is just going on. They will have to bring in a regulation for sure, because wide adoption is already been happening. So now once if ADA gets, so it totally depends on, when it comes to the regulation part of it, again, it totally depends on what countries choose. Probably this winter season is what they say India will have a regulation. But for this reason, we are headquartered, we are planning to headquarter either in Dubai or in Singapore.
Vinay, can I add? Well, can I add to this? I'm also part of Vinay's team.
Yeah.
Just
So
yes. Sorry to intervene on this matter, because I just wanted to answer this question regarding the regulations. See, government is on a very positive front as far as the crypto bill is concerned in India. There have been rumors floating around that a ban is going to be there or something like that. The government has clearly stated in its different interviews by different people that only the private currencies which are unregulated, which are basically having no project backing, they would be banned because they are going to cause harm to the investor. Like basically rug pull projects which have no backing, and such projects which harm the public, they are going to put a ban or say stringent guidelines for that.
Sorry, I didn't get you. The audio was a bit clear. What kind of projects don't get
Frank.
going there?
Sorry, Frank. I was telling the government is stating upon going after projects which have no actual stability, like no actual project behind them, no actual use case or something like that, which can eventually hurt the investor in the long run. So the government is trying to make a committee or something like that, which can actually investigate into that matter, that if it is going to hurt the investor in the long run. No, they are not going to ban cryptocurrency as such in India, because government itself is going to benefit a lot if they put it to tax. So as far as that whole rumor is concerned, we are in safe hands. So nothing to worry about that, at least on Indian front, because they are wanting to join the bandwagon of cryptocurrency movement.
So I think what he tried to say was, the government is not against the blockchain technology.
Yes, government is not against. Government, see, when the government has already pushed the agenda of digital India, they are wanting to put this crypto to their use as well, so that they push their agenda, and also to enable the retail investor to be safe in a very safe space, yet trying to push the crypto world, because that will bring a lot of taxation revenue for the Indian government, as far as what we have
I
heard.
think the regulation part of it will be a different topic that we need to
discuss. It would be, yes. But nothing is going to be banned. Do not worry about it.
Any more questions regarding the... Dana? Dana, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a comment and a question. So my first comment is that the more of your presentations that I listen to, I'm so impressed, but I wish I would have seen this presentation prior to the other presentations, because one of the things that all of your presentations link together are this KONMA, and it wasn't really clear to me before this presentation what KONMA is and what it's actually doing aside from the technical aspects of it. So when I had to go into your proposal to actually see, oh, you guys are impacting healthcare, oh, you're impacting economic and communications. And so I think those are three of the really important things that should really be mentioned in all of your proposals as attached to the life blood of everything that you're doing, which is this KONMA. I'm not saying it right, but so I want to commend you on that. I just wish I would have heard you say more of the things that like a newbie, somebody who's not as technically advanced, can grasp. And then my question has to do with the payment, and this is just in general. So obviously ADA payments, but what's the status on stable coins? Like if somebody wants to get into the space and they want to use ADA, but what if somebody's holding their ADA in stable, like ADA stable coin? Is that going to be integrated into the platform?
So again, when it comes to dealing with cryptos on the marketplaces, so when it comes to ADA has fluctuations. So it's not stable. The price of ADA is not stable. So you might the next second, once you accept the payment, the next second you might appreciate or you might depreciate in value. So there will be a mechanism. So why are these stable coins used? Is to bring in that stability in the system. So now when we are integrating these payment gateways, we would need a stable coin for sure. So Kotti is, they're gonna bring in their stable coin very soon. It's called Z. So only when you use stable coin is when both the customer, I would say the vendor and the platform or anyone using the platform will be benefitable. Else, if there is a fluctuation, either of them will get affected.
Awesome, thank you.
And that's a wonderful comment. Thank you so much about that, Dana.
Since we didn't get it in an order, we had to like just perform. That's it.
And one thing is going to be happening in every video is that we're going to keep repeating about the basic of KONMA, because we didn't know where we are going to be
in the same room.
So,
no, that's fine.
Sorry about that.
It's slowly sinking in. Who's next?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
So I wish voices explaining the same thing.
Oh yeah. I wish I was a voter. I would bank on you, Satya, and even Dana. Okay, I have a film background.
You can still be the voter. Voting happens post Jan 6th. So till 6th, you have time to register as a voter.
Oh, is it? No. You need to qualify for being a voter.
No.
Is it?
Yeah, voters really doesn't have a qualification. I would say a VCA or a CA needs a qualification.
Yeah. Okay.
Put your links, your social media in the chat, Frank. I can reach out to you with more information about that. But
yeah, we will connect after.
I just gave my email ID.
Let's keep going. What's the next proposal?
Yeah.
Next,
let's have Konma Fest after this.
Okay, just give me a second.
Yeah.
Greetings and namaste, Cardano community. I'm Advita Ashok, co-founder of KONMA, and I head the operations team in KONMA. To give a very short brief about myself, I'm a nutritionist turned entrepreneur, and I'm someone who's learned a lot of experience, be it building an e-commerce store to marketing the store and multiple other facets just by experience. So I'm bringing to you all the Konma-Xperience-Center under the challenge Building Cardano's Community Hub. Before we begin with the Experience Center, I would like to walk you through what KONMA is, just a very brief. KONMA is a decentralized autonomous organization, and we're trying to build a governance protocol for community deliverance. And so KONMA is an umbrella organization with multiple entities under it. So KONMA Labs, it will be the R&D wing, KONMA Foundation, the decentralized community, and KONMA Inc., the P2P marketplace. Now that said, let's immediately hop into what Konma-Xperience-Center is. So the whole idea of Konma-Xperience-Center roots from one thought: how about bring the real world functionality of blockchain where people can actually see it with their eyes and learn, explore, research, and also collaborate with their ideas. So this is how we hope a day at Konma-Xperience-Center goes by. The Konma marketplace experience would bring all the products that we've listed on the online Konma marketplace to the offline model, where people get to see how products can be made 100% traceable using blockchain tech. Moving on to the manufacturing experience, we wanted the consumers to also see how these products are being made in real time. This gives the vendor an opportunity to show their consumers how their label is clean and how they produce their, their final product. R&D experience, we wanted to give people a place where they get shared resources to take their ideas forward instead of having it to just be an idea. So if someone is going to walk in this door with an idea, they do have resources that they can use to pursue their idea further. Moving on to learning experience. So the base idea for the Experience Center is to learn with real-time experience. So once people have gotten intrigued with the idea, we wanted to give them a platform where they can pursue their learning further. So for this, they can either opt the workshops that we offer, the sessions that we offer, or the courses that we are offering in Konma-Upskill. Moving on to the cafe experience, this is one very crucial thing in the Experience Center because whatever said and done, no experience is complete without the food. So we wanted to give the traceability aspect here, a true farm to fork experience where the food that is being served in the cafe will be farmed within each of the Experience Center. We want to show how self-sufficient a place can be, and also give the the whole traceability factor for those who walk into this Experience Center. Now coming to the challenge, so one, creating community hubs is very, very important given the fact that most of us have taken to online and offline interactions are limited as of now. That said, we are working on a hybrid model of doing both online and offline community building, and this is our effort to build an offline community. So the whole idea is to create a mesh network, and the mesh network will help us cater to specific audience in an area. Now, this was a challenge that most people said, if you are going to have a physical experience center, it cannot be accessible by many people. To answer that question, we hope to make this into a mesh network where these experience centers will be strategically located in a specific radius, so people can access this center from anywhere. So that's the whole idea. And all of these experience center will act as a node within this mesh network. Now coming to how does this experience center impact Konma, Cardano, and the community. So in Konma, we're trying to build a growing community which actively participates, not just online but offline as well, because we have a lot of events that are conducted offline, which includes tree plantation and many such events. So we want to build a community that is actively participating. The impact on Cardano will be, however said and done, the amount of information that you can share online is limited. So we want to bring an offline model where we speak about Cardano and also show people how we've built our functionalities on Cardano, so people get a real-time experience of what Cardano actually is doing. And the impact on the community, a space to learn, to contribute, and to earn. Quickly getting onto the infrastructure. So I'm presently sitting in the Konma-Xperience-Center that we have chosen. So this is a township which has a good bunch of people living within the 5-kilometer radius. The walk-in marketplace, we hope to make it a very minimal space where people can easily interact, find products, and learn more instead of it being cluttered. So the whole idea of setting the walk-in marketplace is to make it as minimal as possible. Manufacturing experience, we will be having all the equipments essential for manufacturing small-scale amount of products. So this will give the consumers an experience of a lifetime to actually see how products are being made. For example, we already have an experience of how chocolate is being made going on in the center. So these are the kind of experiences that will be given to the consumers as well. Coming to Konma Labs, so we already have a 3D printer. So this will be a way for people to come and utilize their resources. So Konma Labs will focus entirely on bringing in as many resources that's absolutely essential for someone to do their research. And Konma Cafe, like I said, we would like to give a farm to fork experience. So it'll be all hydroponic and aquaponic based farms set up within the facility itself. So people get to see how this farming is done and also get to taste the food that comes out of these farming practices. Actually, Angela, I can take questions after this. I don't mind. It's again the same. It's just the team, and I'll just fast forward to the team and just let it be there.
Cool.
Oops. All right. Yeah, I can take questions. Yes.
Hi, I love this. See, I can understand this. And so congratulations on that. I think you did a phenomenal job. So you're really using your live experiences to draw awareness of your online marketplace built on Cardano, correct? And then you're also showcasing in your physical stores and in the restaurant and all of that stuff, the track and trace that ADA tool, that protocol is going to give the consumer to know every step of the way where their product came from. Yep. So I love this. I think it's awesome. Great.
Just to add on to that, Dana, so one more thing that we are looking at is shared resources. So the Konma marketplace is a place where not just one single brand is listed. So Konma is not the brand listing the products. These are small business owners who probably have a small manufacturing unit in their house. So what we're trying to do is build a common resource in one single place where all these vendors can show how they're making their products. So can you imagine all of us just, probably grab a chocolate bar and we know what ingredients are listed on the wrapper and we believe it, right?
That's amazing.
Now the same whole experience, imagine if we can tell you where this cocoa is coming from. And how is this cocoa grown? And how are we refining it? How are we turning into a bar of chocolate? And so you actually get to see this real time. It changes the whole perspective of what people see, right? So it's just not the bar, how a cocoa bean looks like. I don't know. So when we did this experience, half of the people weren't aware of what a cocoa bean would look like.
Mm-hmm. They're this big.
Yeah. So all the children were also fascinated by this whole thing because they're wondering, so this is the way you get people intrigued to learn new things. So we wanted to make sure that people knew what this technology is, see it in real life, say, oh, so this is how chocolate is made. And I can actually track it back to when the cocoa, fruit was plucked. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of thing that we're working on. And the Experience Center will be a place where people can come experience and learn as well.
Yeah, this is amazing. I think it's great. So congratulations.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you. Is there any questions?
I want to come visit.
Please, Dana. So we don't want this Experience Center to be limited. So the problem with any physical center is, how do people access it? Because it's just limited to a particular area. No one's going to travel hours to get to a center, right? So we plan to make it into a mesh network where every 5-kilometer radius, there will be an Experience Center set up. So now let's say I'm not going to be in the same place all the time. Let's say I've gone to my friend's place and then I want to go visit the Experience Center. I would go to the nearest one instead of coming back to where I usually go. So that's why we're planning to space this place. And we want it to be a place where you experience and learn, most importantly, learn. So that's what we're looking at.
So are you focusing your budget on manufacturing or are you focusing your budget on the centers?
So it's not on the manufacturing at all because again, all of these products are bootstrapped. The Konma marketplace also is bootstrapped and every individual brand that comes under it run their own functions. What we are asking the funding for is to develop these centers, the infrastructure for these centers. So like I said, let's say if we have to have the center put up, we want to have the same theme going in all of these centers instead of breaking away from, each center being different. So what we are asking for is for a community hub where people can come visit and learn. So that's what we're looking at. It's not on the manufacturing front, no.
So you're like an educational e-commerce site. You're like an Amazon, Alibaba mixed with Mr. Rogers and yeah, this is cool.
So
that's a beautiful way to put it. I'm really sorry, Advita.
Sangeet, go ahead.
The idea is to give any user or customer or a brand the entire structure from education to implementing the uses of blockchain within our ecosystem. So that is the ultimate idea we're planning to bring out with the Experience Center. But yeah, in a gist, it's exactly what you mentioned.
So are you a you're a for-profit, you're a nonprofit? How do you what are your what does that look like?
So we are a for-profit, but the essence of for-profit isn't for our personal gains. Like I said, every entity is going to be governed by the DAO. So any essence of information is publicly disclosed and completely traceable by anyone, even if the person is like a 10-year veteran within the industry, or he just joined literally 2 hours back. So the essence of this transparency and the decentralized nature and the fact that we were entirely community driven, it just made more sense to go with this.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of your what percentage of the sales of all of these things that are coming from your suppliers or these companies are going into the treasury for the DAO?
So any profit that comes out of it goes straight to the treasury. We make sure every expense is taken care of. This could be compensating ourselves as a team member and as a working employee or an employer, if you'd like to call it. But any of the profit element will actually be converted to the main token, which is the KDAO token that governs the DAO. So any appreciation of value for the DAO will be directly impacted for anyone who holds the coin.
So it's technically building an economy within the community. Since we say Konma is community driven, in every way we mean it. So we mean a community that has an economy of its own, sustaining on its own, and so you create the economy and then you put it back into the system itself. So the growth is all together, is all put together.
So I love your idea of the coffee shop. I can see how education in the coffee shop works when people are spending time in a coffee shop. I'm not seeing it so much with a shop, like a physical shop. If someone goes to a shop, it's to buy something and get out.
Buy something. Yeah.
This is completely.
What do you think?
So see, the whole idea of why we placed a shop, the brick and mortar store kind of a format here is one thing. Usually people are drawn towards commodity. Yeah, I think all of us are commodity users in some way or the other, and most of us do not know how to trace back to what we get. A very simple example I can give is any food named organic, we immediately believe it is organic because it's said to be good, and we still, there is no means or no ways for you to go back and find out if it is actually organic or not. You just take what's on the label and believe it. So here, what we're trying to do is curate products that have a very clean label, first thing, and show people that traceability is possible using blockchain technology. Right. So the best way to actually make people understand how blockchain can help them in their day-to-day life is to first give them the commodity and show them traceability to that. So that's why we put up the shop front of it. Because there has to be an intriguing factor, right? You really need to. So instead of us going and saying, you know what, we're working on blockchain technology and, you can trace your product using this. And imagine us saying, this is how we're doing it. This is the process. And in case you have a product of your own, if you would like to come list it on a platform, you can very well come and do it. So that's the kind of experience that we're trying to create, where people have an open space to come share their ideas, incubate their ideas, come use our center, come use the R&D facility. Very simple. If I'm an artist and I want to come use the R&D facility, I can very well come use it. create a laser printed artwork that I've made and probably list it as a product on Konma Marketplace itself. So it's just one place you walk in and you've almost done everything all put together.
So the general idea that we're trying to implement here is not everyone is perfect and knowledgeable about everything, especially these homemade brands. Some might not be aware of the supply chain solution, or some might not be aware of the marketing element. But the fact that Konma provides all of these elements that they might be missing gives them incentive to come on board. Now, when this brand or particular entity comes on board, we have a lot of services that we are providing in the Experience Center. As of now, we have one Experience Center with a 3D printer, and that in the future, probably in the next 1 month, we're going to have at least an aquaponics or a hydroponics farming entity. As such, with the other 15 elements and sectors that we are planning to tap into, we are providing all sorts of services that have anything to do with blockchain, be it supply chain management or basic fungible token management.
Dana, I see your hand. I hear you. Shall we wrap this up? Shall we do the last one?
Yeah.
You can hold your question.
I always have to repeat what I'm hearing just to make sure I understand it.
Of course.
Yeah, as I see it. So the explanation of the shops and the physical footprint to me, tell me if I'm wrong, it's almost like a marketing play. It's a small footprint, just giving people an opportunity to see these products that otherwise they wouldn't know to go online and search for. But really what these little physical shops are doing, it's highlighting and it's marketing the supply chain play of Konma. So you have all these other things that are out there that are going to educate, but then the supply chain part of it is really going to be highlighted through these labels and things like that people can see, feel, and touch. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Okay. But the supply chain is not the only element. They also have freedom to choose between multiple elements, where let's just say there's something to do with the food element. So now you have the growth factor, the raw materials that come, and the supply chain management that comes. So if all of them are contextualized towards one certain entity, which is Konma, it kind of gives them the benefit that, yeah, whatever I'm lagging, Konma will take care and this brand will succeed. I hope that answered your question, though.
Yep, thank you.
So finally, I have Aslan presenting another Konma.
I think this will be the last Konma that you're hearing of. So
yeah, no worries. Who's presenting it?
Well, for the benefit of the doubt, Konma actually means comma in the Japanese linguistic. So you can be rest assured that there is no full stop and we'll be going on and on.
He is stuck. Oops, I
think Aslan's online.
I have him down to do a proposal for community events.
Yes, we do.
Vinay, do you have the video? You want to run the video? I don't think Aslan's online.
No, Aslan has a power cut there. So okay. I'm trying to press in, but my...
I'm sure we have access to the video, don't we, Vinay?
1 second.
So just run that up and I'll be happy to take any questions.
One second, I'm just trying to open.
But in the meantime, I'm really sorry that we're taking this time that's meant for something else. But
no,
if you guys
no
have
worries.
any questions
I'm enjoying
regarding
getting to meet your team, and I'm enjoying getting to see all of you come through. And I would love to see what happens with blockchain in India. What happens with Project Catalyst
we have a lot of plans, a lot of consortiums designed with other elements. So, but until the presentation gets ready, please feel free to ask us any question.
I see Aslan's joined us now. Hey, welcome.
Welcome. So Diana, quickly before we start the presentation, we were discussing the Konma stores, right? And you wanted to understand if there was something else that the store had to offer other than a place to understand the Konma supply chain. Am I audible to everyone here?
Yes, no, yeah, no, I think I understand it. I understand other
The
than
KONMA-HOOD that I'm going to present now is another factor that would benefit from the stores, because this is where people come and be part of the KONMA community. Okay, so KONMA-HOOD is that part of KONMA which is like a social network, and we have a platform here where people can actually socialize. Not like your typical social networks like Instagram and Facebook where you just show up. This is a place where we have something called tribes, and it's basically a community forum where you go in and you find a tribe that is relevant to your interests and that is relevant to your experience, and you become a part of it. And when you're a part of it, the tribe inside has a system of people. There are experts, there's a channel of advisors in these tribes, and then there are people who can just be a part of the tribe to learn. And this whole tribe that exists in KONMA-HOOD is actually the core of connecting and bringing people together for us. And these are the people that are going to go forward and get experienced in Konma-Upskill. And then these people are going to go to Konma labs and develop products. And then these products are going to come into the Konma marketplace. So it's kind of like tying everything together and just bringing the whole community in. Is everyone following me here?
Yes.
Okay. So now what happens is, I think I'm sorry, I've just rushed through everything because at least for the last more than an hour, we've been going through every aspect of Konma, and I've been really late, so I apologize. I just want to get to the point as quickly as I can and just make you understand how we're trying to be different from the social medias and all the other channels that exist for people to just come together. Okay, so we have this democratic system where you come, you be a part of it, and then you actually take part in deciding how the tribe functions. All right, that we do by suppose you have a tribe and you join the blockchain tribe and you want to learn. So you're just around and you learn a few things here and there, and then you learn enough and then you become an advisor in the same tribe. Okay, and now the tribe is being run by a group of people, and there's a voting system where you can decide if you can keep that person or if you can replace the people who are in charge of the tribe. And you basically decide how all of us interact, share, and create in that particular tribe. And at the same time, you can be part of multiple tribes and just bring this whole experience of learning and socializing to the platform. And I feel there's I'm just going over the top. Is everyone following me here? Is there something you would like to ask? Because I kind of just rushed into the point, I feel.
No worries.
Okay.
Aslan, I think we should keep the questions till the presentation gets over.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep the questions until the presentation gets over.
Okay, sure. We can do that. Okay. So this is actually a big system that we speak of, but when we bring our proposal to Project Catalyst, we're looking at a very targeted outcome. We're planning to create a separate Project Catalyst tribe, educate and create awareness about Cardano and make people understand what's happening, why it's happening like this, and how we can take advantage of the existing technologies and how we can use Cardano and how we can use everything that we have to bring hello.
Yeah.
Vinay, can you just come in for a bit?
Yes. Tell me.
Yeah.
So with Project Catalyst Tribe, what we want to do is the town hall session. So like how Catalyst Swarm is able to bring in people from a different hemisphere. Now, when it comes to Indian time, right? For us, it is like it's a very odd time when we sit for our Project Catalyst meets. So what we thought is we create a tribe that will do a pre town hall session, and we attend the town hall session, and a post town hall session where we could like actually bring people together, introduce them to what Project Catalyst is, and then post town hall session we would like clarify their doubts. So that way every week we would like teach them how to propose, how to be a community advisor and a VCA, and then so different stakeholders, how do you be a part of Project Catalyst is what we would want to bring in with KONMAHOOD. So that way, if you see now, like how Aslan explained, there are like many tribes with many other niches. So if Project Catalyst is one among it, now a Cardano Tamil tribe. So anything, what we would want to do is leverage our platform, what we've created, to just penetrate into masses. Yeah, I think we're done. So we'll have like weekly workshops to our throughout the week. We'll have like a pre-town hall to a post-town hall session. So we would want to host 2 sessions a week, and on top of that, workshops for different on different topics of Catalyst.
And this includes from agriculture all the way to blockchain. So this basically takes over around 60 years.
We already have experts from 15 different sectors. So Aslan himself is a permaculture specialist, an aquaponics specialist. And then we have Prem, who is into clean energy solutions. So Sangeet is a cybersecurity specialist. So we have Advita, who is a health nutritionist. So that way we are able to bring group of experts together, put our knowledge to common use, create common resources, common infrastructure, and a transparent platform on the whole. So yeah, that's with the team. So you have like the entire team. So now each one of them who've been like involved in different proposals, they come together because they are experts in their own fields. So they come together to upskill or empower people. That's it. I think, yeah, that's a wrap. It's a loop.
Amazing. Yeah,
I'm feeling...
And you brought all this together.
Yeah, most of it together. But now we would want to bring in the blockchain aspect. We still didn't bring the blockchain aspect because Cardano right now is at it's a baby, I would say. We don't have developers.
I'd love
so
to
basically put that into context.
Sorry, go ahead,
really
Sangeet.
sorry to chime in. Yeah, to just put that into context, we are actually in a stage as KONMA as an entity, we are actually in a stage from Web2 to Web3 transition. So there are a lot of elements that we are transitioning, and this is just one of them for the transparency and the decentralization nature of it.
What time is Western Town Hall? You guys are plus 5.5 UTC, right?
Yeah.
So
is that
most of the time we're sitting up here in the middle of the night, attending the town hall sessions. So
may I invite you to the Eastern Town Hall?
And it happens in a different languages, is it? We haven't attended.
You can come and host your room in Tamil.
No, it's English. Yeah.
Is English and
we would be more than honored to host this in Tamil. But I guess we can all agree on the fact that the Tamil community within Cardano is quite limited. And for the mass reach perspective, we can't really use Tamil. But we are entirely crypto friendly. We are entirely language friendly. We have no propositions on hatred on any. So regardless of what you are, who you are, you have a place in KONMA. We just need to know you to get better understanding of how you can benefit us. It's as simple as that.
So Eastern Town Hall happens every 2 weeks, and it's probably more friendly to your time zone. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, we already run technical orientation and newsletter weeks at the end of the week in our own timing. But I'm sure we can't ask the entire world to be comfortable with our timing. So I guess we would need to compromise on at least one element here.
What I'm saying is that the people from Japan, the people from New Zealand, the people from Australia, the people from Vietnam.
Yeah. No, we would want to attend the
yeah.
Eastern Town Hall. We heard of it, but haven't
Korea is
attended.
up and coming in Eastern Town Hall. I'd love to see India there.
We will represent for sure.
We would honor Cardano in India, and we would work in very close association with Emergo India to ensure Cardano reaches the goal that is planned. Because even
How would you
apart
go
from
about that?
KONMA's well, the fact that Cardano already has an established name within the industry, come on, you can't deny, because I've been in the industry since around close to 2015, and I've been hearing about various projects. And when Cardano came up on its inception, it has made a certain impact on a lot of elements. At the same time, we cannot deny the fact that the information sharing element about Cardano has been prolonged as compared to other elements. So I understand the approach Cardano is going, the entire peer-reviewed and academic approach, rather than just a straight idea to code approach. And I believe that is required with any technology, be it Bitcoin or artificial intelligence. The basics and fundamentals need to be put out there for valid researchers to read through. So that would be the main reason. And we would definitely watch out for Cardano entirely. I've personally been a true believer of Cardano, and I've also dabbled with other ecosystems. So I know how the Ouroboros consensus system makes a very big difference compared to gas-based ecosystems. I hope that puts things into context.
Yeah, so we have heard a lot about Konma. Does anyone else have any final questions or clarifications that you'd like to make?
I just took a look at your proposal, and the largest bucket of the budget is $12,000, $1,000 a week to train the trainers. How many people are splitting that $1,000 a week? How many trainers?
So like I said, we are in good association with Emergo India and with certain other educational facilities or edutech firms within India, such as Udemy, Byju's. I'm not sure if you've heard of those brands, but they're pretty prominent within the Indian ecosystem. We've been in good understanding and in good communication with these entities, and we have also made sure that any upbringing program that we bring in Konma is also shared among these entities. So it's going to be completely community based, but it really depends on the community if they would like to make use of it.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So
on top of that, again, for the programmers, right? As in finding a Haskell programmer is difficult, and on top of that, finding a trainer who trains us in Haskell is again
I actually teach Haskell Plutus at EBU. So if you get to work with me, I have the whole thing set up.
We've been like hunting.
Because we have to make more programmers.
No, that is the main thing that we would want to concentrate on right now, because in India you can just count
the number of people.
Count the number of people that know Haskell and Plutus.
Yeah.
In fact, our first cohort is coming only in March.
Yeah, they keep moving it back. It was supposed to be October, isn't it? Initially. So it's a struggle to find qualified Haskell coders. I hear you. Whole other topic.
Now we have an entire Web2 functionality. We have everything with us, but to convert it to Web3, now we don't have resources for that. But luckily, since we got in touch with Ben from M Labs, and off late, last 1 week has been a tough week for us, where we've been like shuttling between Catalyst and our development part of it. Because we heard of Catalyst just on the day Catalyst started, as in Fund 7 started. Till then, we didn't know what Catalyst was. The day Charles took the first opening meet is when we got to know about it, and we just started off. Because we were waiting.
As many of us have. We're all new. And if anyone is ahead of you, they're only one step ahead. And so We've got to promote kindness between each other and help each other grow. And I will stand for India, and hopefully someday you'll come and stand for Eastern Africa.
Yes, for sure.
And we will all go and stand for the Indians. In Nevada.
You already are.
I'm sorry, I just have one thing to say.
Sure, go ahead.
Hope, like we know that this is a lot of information to digest in a very, very small span of time. We appreciate you do a little more research on us like Konma and see what we do exactly, because we have just given you a gist of what we do. If you do your own research, it'll be wonderful for us to, build the community. So,
and we want many more collaborations to happen, because in fact next week we'll have we'll be introduced to the DCF. Now DCF is something very big. So when Don Tapscott spoke about it, we got in touch with IOHK. They're like, you're too early for it. Probably DCF we'll talk about it in February or March. But luckily last town hall when Johnny spoke about in one breakout room when they spoke about DCF, we got in touch with him, and I think it's going through. So it'll be a great thing where all of us can collaborate. Now, decentralization or any of these technologies, what we are talking about, creating these technologies really doesn't matter. It is about mass adoption is what brings in success to all these systems. So I think with the CeFi, the centralized systems, the competition is gone. Now it is time for decentralization and collaboration.
So there's no you're doing it better than me, or I'm do it better than it just does not happen that way.
So I think what comes after capitalism, it needs to be communism without communists.
Yeah,
so
that's a whole other session. So let me begin to wrap up. Thank you so much for sharing your time. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas. Thank you for presenting and putting your idea out there. Thank you for daring to change the world. Thank you for taking a stand. And I really hope that whether you win this fund or the next one, that just by daring to write a proposal and to come to IdeaFest and propose it, and to dare to be on IOHK's YouTube channel sometime in early January, that you will have spread seeds and your seeds will grow. Thank you so much for coming to IdeaFest. I think I'm going to shut down our room 7 for now. We can all
all the best, Dana. All the best, Konma team Konma.
Team Konma.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We can all go back to the main room, or you can also just leave the meeting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome to room 8. The first part of today we'll have 3 presentations, and we'll kick it off with Peter. Peter, do you want to do a quick introduction and then launch into your presentation?
Sorry, Nori, it's 8 minutes early, isn't it, or not? Do we start at? Does he start at 7:30, or has it already been rolling? I'm so sorry because I just jumped in.
Yeah, it's been rolling, and we've been in room for about 7.5 minutes now.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry, thanks.
Great, so I'll launch into it then. Hello, I'm Peter Van Garderen from Vancouver, Canada, along with Doris van der Kroft from Rotterdam, the Netherlands. I am one of the co-founders and lead developers for the RealFi Treedano project, which is introducing NFTs for mature trees to the Cardano Web3 ecosystem. We are requesting Project Catalyst Fund 7 funding to develop a Treedano MVP, which includes user requirement analysis and field testing for 2 pilot projects in British Columbia, Canada, where I'm based, along with our community ambassador, Moira O'Keefe, and our Cardano for Climate liaison, Melanie Russo. So the problem we're trying to solve is that trees have inherent value because they store carbon, anchor ecosystems, and improve livability. But the only way to get monetary value out of a tree is to cut it down and sell it as lumber, which incentivizes deforestation. There are many exciting initiatives afoot that are finding ways to plant new trees including NFTs, to fund and sponsor the planting of young seedlings. However, it will take decades for those trees to attain the same carbon sink value as the estimated 3 trillion mature trees that are already in the ground. The Treedano project mission is to preserve as many of these mature trees as possible as our best line of defense in humanity's epic collective struggle to turn the tide against climate change. The Treedano decentralized mobile phone application implements natural capital accounting to tokenize mature trees, reflect their true economic value, and incentivize conservation. Natural capital accounting is an emerging methodology to ascribe monetary value to ecological assets like mature trees. Treedano will deploy a tangible rapid action implementation of the United Nations System of Environmental Economic Accounting, which was ratified earlier this year. Treedano crowdsources and gamifies mature tree inventorying through a fun mobile app game. This DApp will educate users about tree species and their full ecological value. It will also promote healthy and fun lifestyle activities like backcountry hiking and geocaching. Tree pinning actions by our DApp users will be rewarded with Treedano native asset tokens that can be exchanged on Cardano's dexes. So think iNaturalist meets TikTok, meets Strava, meets ADA staking rewards. Treedano will provide the missing link between on-chain NFTs and real-world tree protection laws and regulations, using regularly scheduled proof of tree verification by our on-the-ground DApp users. They will be rewarded with Treedano tokens for these inventorying and verification activities. Unsanctioned tree felling will result in loss of token stakes and lowered network reputation scores. Treedano will be governed by a decentralized autonomous organization that includes a stake-based treasury to fund tokens that reward private property owners, land conservation trusts, and government agencies for helping to reverse unnatural climate change by keeping their mature trees in the ground. Compliance with the UN's SEEA framework will provide the opportunity to connect and legitimize Treedano tokens directly on existing open carbon offset markets. This will also expose Treedano to corporate carbon offset purchases, providing their brands with a better greenwash marketing opportunity than the current cynical pay-to-pollute mindset. This is the Treedano project roadmap. If we are awarded a Project Catalyst Fund 7 grant, our project will begin on March 1st, 2022, by gathering use case stories from 2 pilot projects. After the first month, we will publish our user interface mockups for the Treedano mobile app. And we will also deliver a working prototype of the tree inventory mapping component. After 2 months, we will have a proof of concept for the mobile DApp front end, NFT minting, and trustworthy off-chain record keeping. And at the end of the Fund 7 grant, we will deliver the Treedano minimum viable product on Cardano testnet, including minted NFTs for mature trees on 3 Savory Island, BC private properties and along 2 backcountry trails in BC provincial parks. We will then also publish our white paper, which will be informed by this initial phase of research and development, as well as look ahead towards a fully featured deployment on Cardano mainnet after another 9 months of R&D. Please see our detailed Project Catalyst Fund 7 proposal on IdeaFest in the dApps and Integration Challenge. Our proposal contains more details on the problem we are attempting to solve, our proposed solution, the roadmap and budget, as well as the qualifications and values of our team. Please follow our Twitter to stay up to date on our project's latest developments. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. That was almost exactly at 5 minutes. That's amazing. So now we'll open up to the room for anybody who has any questions for Peter. And I can kick us off. I have a quick question, maybe not quick, but how will the app itself work in the life of a daily app user? What's the experience?
Right, so it will work similar to like a TikTok or Strava or iNaturalist experience. So again, you're dealing with a mobile native app. You don't have to know anything about NFTs or blockchain if you don't want to learn about that. We will provide links to online documentation for the people that do want to dig in and understand the technology. But it's very much a social media-like experience. So you will log in and check to see how your friends or your social network is doing, whether they've been pinning any trees, whether any trees are vesting in the verification life cycle, whether those are earning token rewards. And then for the actual inventorying activity, so it'll be like a Strava or Runkeeper type interface where you see a GPS enabled map, and places where you have pinned trees, where your friends or your social network has pinned trees. And then on each of those pins, just like iNaturalist, then you're able to get a detailed view of the actual tree with information being pulled in from our knowledge base on the species, the type of natural capital value for each tree. And so maybe what I'll do is I'll just share my screen again. It might be more helpful if so with iNaturalist, if you're not familiar with that application, it's part of the inspiration for this app as well. Is that it has some artificial intelligence built in, and we'll have the same, so that it recognizes the various flora and fauna species you might be identifying. And iNaturalist is also an app that's gamifying this kind of ecology ecosystem inventorying. So it's helped to raise awareness, and of course, the awareness helps conservation. And it also provides this knowledge base, and it has this social media angle to it. And then TikTok obviously is the most popular platform with the younger generation right now for, again, just adding a little bit of flair to the experience. So that's something iNaturalist doesn't really have. And Strava kind of adds the competitive edge. So it's like for people that are more competitive and want to treat this, as a bit of a competition, and to, again, gamify the experience. We'll have leaderboards and the ability, especially now thinking of the people that are going to do the backcountry inventorying, where it is, can be multi-day hikes, trying to reach hard to reach places. So it helps to kind of show off the people that are really putting in some physical effort for this. And then, the other, obviously, one of the key incentivization parts then would be to be rewarded with tokens for doing the inventorying work. So there'll be surplus in our treasury dedicated specifically for the people doing the inventorying work, and a separate surplus for the people that are technically own the tree, that own the land where the trees are on. So we'll have a Treedano token that will appear in your wallet that are then exchangeable, expendable on the various Cardano dexes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, amazing, thank you. Any other questions in the room? And if you are unable to unmute, please raise your hand and I'd be happy to unmute you.
Mine isn't really a question, but I love the fact that you'll be able to identify species. The more I can learn about trees, the better. I walk through our own forests and I have no idea if that's a fir, a larch, a spruce, a Douglas fir. There's just so many different options. And the fact that we're going to be educating new generations coming up with this knowledge right off the bat, really good. Hats off to you, Peter. I know I'm involved in this project, but I'm also, learning as I go all the things that you're doing, and really appreciate what you have inspired to accomplish.
Thanks, Melanie.
Beautiful. Any other questions or comments? Lacking one, I have another one. How do you envision that the DAO will get funds to reward tree owners and participation? Is it going to be crowdfunded, or is there's some other?
We'll start with crowdfunding. So we'll also ask Project Catalyst for a bit of seed funding, and as one potential source. We will be doing an initial stake pool offering, which has proved to be a very successful model for other projects out there like MinSwap and Empowa. We think that there's going to be enough buzz around this project that will attract some people. So the idea is that you stake with our stake pool, and in return for letting us take the majority of the ADA rewards, you get rewarded with the Treedano token, so that you have, you get it's kind of like an initial offering where you are one of the first holders of Treedano token, which again will ideally appreciate in value over time. And so over the long, and then so then the stake pool itself will have a balance in it that will accrue ADA rewards out of the regular ADA staking algorithm. And that will be the source of funding to subsidize the award of Treedano tokens, but to the people doing the inventorying and the people declaring trees, the owners that are registering their trees in the Treedano ecosystem. And then as soon as we can prove that this is a viable concept and that we have users, the majority of the funding is expected to come from corporate donations wanting to participate in carbon offset markets. So that's really key critical component of what we're attempting to do, because at that point, you know, corporations don't think twice about signing $1 million checks for carbon offset trading at this point. And as one of the articles I showed you this recently from this past month, the things coming out of the Glasgow session is that corporations are looking now, they're looking to sign checks to sponsor innovative carbon offset projects. And I think we have the opportunity to be on the forefront of that whole wave. So let me see, I think I showed a slide again showing the Bloomberg article basically saying exactly that. So at that point, again, we need the initial seed funding to get the pilots off the ground to prove the concept. And we think that the ISPO and Catalyst funding and private donations will get us to the initial starting stage. But then once we get it lifted off the ground, we expect this to be the major source of subsidies into the treasury. And then again, working out a formula so that we ensure that the DAO itself stays sustainable over time based on the amount of ADA rewards we can calculate based on the number of donations coming in.
Amazing. Okay, that makes it very clear. Thank you. Any other final questions? We're right at the end of time now, but we can probably take one more. All right, thank you, Peter. That was an amazing presentation. Thanks for answering questions. Thomas, you're up next. Are you ready to go?
There you go. Let me share my screen somehow. Can you see my screen, guys?
Not yet.
No, because I make this usual mistake of not pressing the final button.
There we go. Yeah, we can see it.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm Thomas Langlois. I'm the founder of ADA Capital, basically the organization behind the ADA City stake pool. So just very quickly, we operate around the staking, obviously operations with our stake pool, but we also want to build. And this is why I'm here today. So in our build roadmap currently, we've had obviously a Spot, which was our stake pool operators tools, which we've made available to the rest of the community. And during the launch of smart contracts on Cardano, we had this Lobster NFT pet project to glorify, I would say, Logan, and have a real-time, I would say, monitoring of the voting during the Logan introduction and the first toy contracts on the chain. And today I want to present our third, I would say, initiative, which is Cardano BI. So what is Cardano BI? Cardano BI is I would say, business intelligence API layer on top of Cardano. So what problem do we want to solve with this? So let's jump into, so as you know, blockchains, they have many fantastic properties, but providing clarity and being easily consumable is not one of them, of those properties. So there's a lot of value basically locked inside the Cardano blockchain. They want to make this available to the wider audience. So who are we targeting? We're targeting a variety, I would say, of customers or profiles, as we like to call them. I would say an obvious, I would say, target is stake pool operators themselves. Another target would be investors, and then we also look at making sure that the data is available for analysts in the wider sense of the term. Anyone who wants to build essentially data-driven value or new workflows or new business ideas. So the problem is currently there's no really fully open source API on top of Cardano. We know Blockfrost, yes, for sure, but they don't expose everything. Not everything is open source, unfortunately. So we intend to make everything open source, from our core implementation around microservices to the actual infrastructure as code supporting our API infrastructure and API management. And also we want to expose the actual APIs themselves. But we want to go beyond exposing I would say the data underpinning the Cardano blockchain meta model. We want to build value-added APIs for our profiles that we want to serve. So for instance, for stake pool operators, it would be a great value to be able to, on a real-time basis, when a specific business event that makes sense for them triggers, I don't know, a Telegram, for instance, message, or an event they can put on their website, so that their delegators are aware that such an event has occurred. Likewise for investors, they want to see, okay, how many transactions happen in real time. Do we have kind of a stickiness in terms of the whale addresses, or is there really activity underpinning the Cardano blockchain and protocol? So these are the sort of, I would say, value data-driven insights that we want to expose. So our project will really be articulated around 5 epics. The first epic is really about defining those APIs using the standards around in the industry. So for request reply, we will use REST APIs. For async APIs, meaning streaming APIs, where you can really trigger an event in real time on your customer's platform or devices. We'll use the async API standard to express the actual APIs. Then we'll look into the API implementation themselves. So on the back of the IOHK DB Sync product, we will expose an infrastructure which allows us to build those APIs. Again, using the best practice around in the industry, making sure that these APIs are resilient, that they are secure, and they respect all the non-functional requirements that you would expect from industrialized APIs. Then we'll look into the API management, which is so important when you want to expose your APIs to end customers. So we're not talking only about internal APIs here, but also API as product that can be really consumed by others to build new value-added products. Last but not least, the 4th epic is about building a catalog such that those APIs can be discovered, defined, and understood by the end users. And we have therefore a catalog. We'll also have a portal, which is basically a front end where people interested can subscribe to the APIs and get an API key to consume our APIs. And last but not least, we'll have I would say a section where we expose those value-added insights that we create on the back of the raw, I would say, on-chain data. Last but not least, and that's very important, we'll build and propose reusable components that expose or anyone wanting to expose those data-driven insights into their products and actually really readily consume instead of having to redevelop those components. So the funding that we are looking for through Catalyst Fund 7 is really to support a rapid MVP prototyping type of thing. So within the first month, we think that the roadmap will enable us to actually implement end-to-end the main part of those 3 epics, and actually be able to do a proof of concept and show that we can extract data and expose that in real time through our APIs, which are well-managed APIs. And then incrementally up to 6 months, we will gradually deliver those features as efficiently as possible.
I just wanted to let you know you're over time for your main presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Two minutes into your Q&A. So if If you want to wrap it up for questions, that'd be good.
I'm wrapping it up. Yeah, exactly. So that's the proposal that we are bringing to Fund 7 in the new SPO business opportunities, and we hope to federate and a lot of voters. And I'll be taking questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Thomas. That sounds like a really great project. Any questions from the room?
Your name, ADACT, can you tell me about it?
Sorry, say that again?
You say, I see ADACT. Can you tell me how that comes?
In my surname, yeah, in my avatar name, yeah, it's from my our staking pool. That's our ticker, ADACT, as in ADA Capital.
Okay, because when I see it, I see ADA plus ACT, and that's important to me because we're acting towards climate change. My question is, I'm a voter. You know, pretend I'm a voter. I'm very involved in Catalyst as well, but I'm coming along. I see your proposal. I have no idea what it's about. It's long, it's lengthy. It has, you know, technical terms in it. Tell me, as an average Melanie, what this is about.
So this is really about unlocking the data which is within Cardano, because we know Cardano as obviously a blockchain that allows us to build basically a decentralized business processes, and that's fine. But in the data that we put on the ledger, there's a lot of data that could be valued through other by other business participants. So, for instance, the example that I gave earlier, our first, I would say, targeted customers will be single pool operators and investors who want to know what's going on the chain. They want to trigger their own business processes on the back of business events happening on chain. So that's in a gist the value that this would provide to the community. But thank you for the question.
I think this is a great, sorry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Thanks, Melanie. So yeah, we definitely need these types of services in the Cardano space. And so I think you put together a really good proposal. It is detailed, but if you are technical, I think it's like I am. I think it gives a good explanation of what you want to achieve. I think one of the challenges with something like this is a bit of a paradox, right? It's like we have a blockchain so that it can be trustless. If we have trustless data there, according to cryptographic proofs, but then it's very difficult to get performant data back from that blockchain to understand what the state is. And so what you're proposing is to aggregate it in another layer, but then it's like, how do you trust that layer now? Because now how do we trust that you are giving us authentic information from the blockchain? And I think one way to deal with that is that you're addressing is to make it fully open source from top to bottom so that I can inspect the code, so that I don't have to trust you or ADACT. I can inspect the code, run it myself, and see that the API is returning, right? So I think that's an important part to highlight in your proposal. And so, but I do see then that you haven't declared what open source license you're going to do. Are you leaning towards more permissive ones like an MIT or an Apache license, or are you looking for more like restrictive, like an AGPL3 type license?
Well, I've given a Norman answer by saying that we will define it later, but it will be as open as it can be. I mean, we want to indeed be transparent, and people will be able to consume our own APIs and infrastructure, but if they want to run their own using our code, they can, which is not the same as the Blockfrost API, for instance, whereby you can't do it all. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you want to actually run the same infrastructure as they are.
Right, and but so anyway, well, I won't harp on this, but there's a range of OSI compliant licenses, right? From going from the more copyleft AGPL3 to the more permissive MIT. So that's just something I realize you haven't decided yet, so that's fine.
No, but it will be one of the most permissive for sure.
On the permissive, great, that's good to hear. And so right now Blockfrost doesn't support writes, so it's a read API. Are you thinking of being able to push transactions by this API as well, or is it the read only at this point?
at this point, it's only a query indeed. Command, we will see. So the write, we will see later, but in this proposal, it's only query as in read. Yeah.
Right. And then one last question, okay, is I think you've got a pretty light budget for what you're asking to do. And I noticed that the hourly rates that you're quoting is some of your resources are at $25 an hour. You live in London. How are you finding people at that rate?
We are distributed indeed. I'm in London, but one of my lead developers in Singapore, another one is in the Netherlands, and the others that we will hire on the front end and the UX. I know for a fact, but I've hired people at $25 an hour, and they're excellent. So yeah, we're leveraging the digitalized world, I would say, to achieve those rates.
Cool.
Thank you very much. We're
good luck. Great
needing to
presentation.
move on
Thank
now.
you. Thank you.
I see Alex. Thank you, Thomas. That was a really great presentation.
Thank you
And thanks for answering our questions. Alex, you're here to present for the Latin American Town Hall.
I certainly am.
All right,
Thanks
you
for
have the
having me.
floor. You have 5 minutes to speak, and then I will give some kind of a flash at 5 minutes, and then you'll have 5 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, are you seeing my presentation?
Yep, we can see it great. Thank you.
Cool. All right. My name is Alex Peschanker. I'm here. I'm representing Latino Cardano community, and this one of the proposals that we presented in Fund 7, which is the LatAm Town Hall. So thanks for having me. We are a community that are kind of trying to drive adoption of the Cardano ecosystem and instill the Cardano and Catalyst principles across LatAm. So we presented 4 different proposals, and they're kind of an architecture that we are trying to accomplish in order to really drive Cardano forward in LatAm. So please allow me in indulgence. I will speak in Spanish and Portuguese. Bienvenidos al experimento. As coisas podem romperse, no estarán bien documentadas, diferir ampliamente entre iteraciones, desorientar, sobrecargar e inspirar. Nuestro objetivo, proveer un ambiente seguro y lleno de vida para que todos puedan explorar o más alto potencial de colaboración humana. So LatAm. LatAm is a very complex ecosystem of 33 countries, 62 million people living here for main languages without counting the native ones, an annual gross profit of $4.7 trillion, which roughly accounts for $7,200 per capita, which is really low for a large portion of the countries in this area. We have a lot of issues, extreme poverty. Around 30% of our population lives under poverty line, a lot of corruption, a very centralized caste way of society with very few people managing a lot of things in our countries. And of course, that accounts also for problems with the ecosystem, because when you have all this situation, you think first on survival and not caring about the environment. That's why we think that we should come forward with a community, organized community that can give our people new opportunities around the Cardano way of doing things. So we are presenting the LatAm Town Hall, which is kind of inspired by Swarm and the Eastern Town Hall. This will be a place for the community to get together, kind of creating a center of gravity for us to be able to speak in our own language. There is a lot of barriers within the language situation, because most of our people, even though they can understand probably English, they are not comfortable speaking in English. So we are losing a lot of talent that could be a part of our ecosystem if we allow them to speak in their own language. Basically, the town hall will be divided in 2, a brief intro per language in Spanish and Portuguese, which are the main languages that we speak here. And then we have breakout rooms per community. So it will be kind of the Eastern Town Hall, a really open place where anybody in LatAm can host their own breakout room and create a sense of belonging for their own community, driving us forward. This is our core team. These are part of the LatAm team that are recognizable, but we are not the only ones. We are kind of starting things up, so we are kind of instilling people to participate and be part of this. We are not waiting for end of funding round to start things. We already are moving. And as you see here, we started since November with a meetup where we announced several things there. And we created the first town hall that will happen on December 21st. We would like to take this opportunity also to send high thanks for Swarm. Here, Nori is part of that. Felix, they are a great inspiration, great human beings that are really helping us out to put things together. So if everything goes well, we are going to hold our first town hall next Tuesday, together with another Idea Fest that will be all held in local languages, Spanish and Portuguese mainly. These are our metrics for the proposal. We are kind of measuring the town hall in terms of number of participants that join our weekly sessions, the visits that will be made on our YouTube channel, and the participation and engagement on the social media, and the numbers of breakout rooms and diversity topics that we are presenting. Basically, what we are proposing a weekly town hall. So we are requesting funds for the next 6 months to cover 24 LatAm town halls that will account for barely from 1 hour to 2 hours. It depends on the breakouts that we allow to or we can have. That will make us a total of $19,488,000 for these first 6 months. And these are our medias and channels. These all are already created and working. In our Discord, we have barely 50 people already joined and talking and doing a lot of good stuff in our local languages. We have a Telegram. We have the Gitbook that we are planning to use for accounting all our activities. So we are auditable by the community, and we can also foster other people to follow our steps. And those are the 4 links for our proposals in this Fund 7. And that's basically it. So thanks a lot. Gracias totales for having me.
Amazing. Thank you, Alex. That sounds like a wonderful initiative to spread things through Latin America.
Thank you.
Any questions from the room?
Not a question, just a comment. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Yoram, I interrupted. Thank you for taking the initiative on this and just going ahead with or without funding. Really important to be able to speak in your heart language. And I'm so glad that this is happening. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Melanie, for your kind words. We are thrilled. And we are rolling.
Yeah, nice, amazing. Yoram, you have your mic off. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a question, it's just a thought. And first of all, it's amazing. And Alex knows how much I care about Spanish and what they're doing there. So it's amazing. I'm just thinking as a community manager, you know, as involved in the community, it's really interesting to see how we can build a continuity and somehow over time with that, because we want to do it in many places, and now we can somehow find ideas for creating some kind of a revenue model that maybe we can keep on financing it somehow. I mean, that's something that is in my mind. How can we generate revenues maybe over time? I mean, definitely the community needs to support for, let's say, a year or something, but then afterwards, how can we keep on going as a local community, whatever it is? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, and I think there are several initiatives for that. Felix has a lot of ideas and also experiments that are going on within the Swarm and the Eastern Town Hall, because I agree with you. I mean, we cannot depend on Catalyst forever in order to be sustainable. And this community will grow and will probably be large, and we need to secure that going forward. I think there are several options that are not yet put it on the proposal, but I think we will be able to discuss with the community maybe and put forward those models, either by collaboration from the community, either by special activities that you can charge in order to be sustainable. Also, WADA as well is leading the way there in order for making sustainable efforts. And we are talking with all of them. And I think by having LatAm into a Cardano ecosystem, we will have probably a lot of new ways of thinking, a new mindset with a different type of part in the world that has a different ways of living and different way of sustaining ourselves. And that together, collaboratively, I think we will find out ways for making this sustainable. But I think you have a really good point, and that needs to be addressed. And I think in all proposals, not just us.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions from the room? All right, I have a question, Alex. You have a very, looks like you have a very strong core team. Can you talk a little bit about how you all came together and how that evolved so quickly?
Well, let me tell you, I kind of consider myself as a connector. And since I jumped into Catalyst, I see this unique community with many people willing to do things and collaborate and open up for speaking or helping. So I reach out to people, and suddenly I found kind of 4 or 5 groups that I was related with them somewhere, some way. And then we started talking with Felix about this idea of the LatAm community, and then everything was kind of visible and aligned. So I kind of, we kind of put everything together in the Discord, start chatting around, and then, okay, what do we think about this? How we move things forwards? How do we foresee the future and what needs to be done right now? And then the team was formed just like that. I mean, it was not something planned. It was not that the people were selected or they kind of, I don't know, enter a contest or something like that. It's like people with passion, with the same goal, the same purpose, and with very, let's say, a strong leadership, I think, that we are following, and then the team is formed. And I know that there are a lot of people in the LatAm ecosystem that are also part of Catalyst that are not yet in this slide, that they will be, because once they found about this, they will gladly join this effort, I think.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm sure you will do a lot of impact. I mean, I have no doubt, because there's a lot of Spanish people that are not comfortable with English, and they are very good, excellent, and can contribute a lot. I'm sure you will have a lot of impact.
We will work our ass off for that.
I love that you said that you're a connector, because that's what I am as well. And I think the connectors go through Project Catalyst, and we see the disconnection, and we try and figure out how to fix that. And you've done that with the Latin community, and I think that's just absolutely beautiful. I just put in the comments that it sounds like we might need a circle representative for the communities that are forming inside Project Catalyst, because you know, Yoram's talking about it. You know, how do we become self-sustainable? You know, and your path to what you're doing as well is very similar to what's happened in Cardano for climate. So, you know, getting together and brainstorming these things would be absolutely fantastic. So whether it's in the circle or somewhere else, I hope, that we can collaborate as well. How we form our communities and how we educate them, how we bridge the information from Project Catalyst to our community, to the layperson, translating it into our own heart languages. Even if it's English, it might be a different language that we don't speak, the technical language. So thank you again.
I agree. We should aim for that kind of representation in Circle, and I think as we are leading forward, as Africa did before, and the Eastern Town Hall and the Swarm, there are many communities, recognizable or not, but there are many communities in the Catalyst, and they form our backbone. So I think that could be an interesting idea to move forward. Yes.
Amazing. All right, thanks. We're at our break time now, so I think we're all meeting back in the main room for a little bit of a social time, and then we'll come back here in 15 minutes and we'll continue. Thanks, Alex.
Cheers.
And thanks, everybody, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I'm presenting in another room, so I won't be here after the break. Thanks for the opportunity, everybody.
Me too.
All right. Thanks, Peter.
Okay. Ciao.
Good luck with your proposals.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Luck. All right. Welcome back from the break. You're back in room 8. And our first presentation today will be from Alexandra. Do you want to take it away?
I will share my screen, if that's all right. Okay, so I'm Ali Medina, and my proposal is a legal framework for ICOs in the USA. I'm responding to the challenge to lobby for favorable legislation. And specifically, the area of legislation that I want to address is the lack of regulatory clarity in the United States. It's driving many businesses overseas. My area of focus is in California, but it's pretty consistent. I've charted this out. California and the United States have both lost about half of their market share of blockchain and cryptocurrency businesses since 2012. And for California specifically, we see that we have normally about 20% of global market share of like software as a service, autonomous vehicles. We're now down to sub 10% of blockchain and cryptocurrency businesses. And this is pretty directly linked to the issues of SEC oversight and jurisdictional issues within the US government. And I'm going to try to define as many terms as possible because I understand that this is a very international group, but I do focus on the American legislative system. That is just my area of expertise. So I am the director of the Blockchain Advocacy Coalition. We've been around for 3 years. We're based in California. We draft and advocate for legislation that is cognizant of blockchain technology and try to create a better regulatory environment. My background is that I've worked for the Democratic Party. I've worked for labor unions. I'm a progressive Democrat. Most of the conversation about blockchain and cryptocurrency in the United States has been from a very much more libertarian angle. So what I do is very different. I discuss consumer protections, the ability to have privacy and financial inclusion. So I have a very big, ambitious legislation that I'd like to introduce this year, and that is a safe harbor for California. So what this would be is taking SEC Commissioner Pierce's proposal for a safe harbor for blockchain and cryptocurrency businesses, which would give entrepreneurs, issuers, developers, anyone who's building on ADA, on the Cardano blockchain using ADA, who wants to do an issuance of some sort of token, would give you 3 years to come into full decentralization or register as a security. Right now, small startups have to either register, do a Reg A filing or a Reg CF. They have to register for money transmitter licenses in currently 32 different states across the US and register with FinCEN and get an MSB license. So the cost of compliance is extraordinarily high. What we're coupling with this to make it viable in California is the kind of consumer protections that apply to other traditional financial industries. So AB 1320 is a bill that passed last year that ensures that financial products have consumer response times and consumer support lines. That's really important in California. And also disclosures and possibly receipts. Now, these kind of consumer protections are things that the community can actually do, unlike the broker-dealer provision in the infrastructure bill, which is file a 1099 for every single mined transaction. So we have tried to come up with something that's doable, but also would give California a safe space. How this would essentially work is it would preempt the SEC. We have a division of federal and state policy in the United States. So under Rule 147, a state can allow a business to do an intra-state offering, meaning the SEC would not have jurisdictional oversight if California were to create a safe harbor program. So you could do a token issuance to all 39 million California residents and everyone else overseas, and the SEC could not come after you. That is the big paradigm shift that this bill would allow. The reason it's important to do it in California is we have over half of the crypto businesses in the US right now headquartered in the US. We have 39 million people and a disproportionate amount of the US market. Also, if California does this, the SEC will probably have to come to the table and come up with its own regulatory pathway pretty quickly because they will not want to lose that much power. So that's why it's important to do it in California. And also why it's important for the Cardano ecosystem is, I mean, this is not the only ecosystem that will benefit from this. We operate as a trade association, but I do want to bring in the voice of this ecosystem. I think I was watching a YouTube from Charles Hoskinson that really talked about regulatory oversight being the biggest problem in the US. People can't stay here if they want to stay here right now. Most people are trying to find headquarters overseas. The cost of compliance is incredibly high. This will allow more entrepreneurs to stay in the US, innovate here, build products, but also it'll help the entire global ecosystem as people see, okay, here's a clearly defined regulatory pathway. This is laws that we can follow and have consumer protections. All right, I'm the executive director. I've been doing this work for 3 years. We retain a lobbyist, Neela Pappas and Associates, and we have a crypto policy committee. So IOG has a seat on it. That's Tony Rose represented. Square has just joined the effort. CoinFlip, which is the largest Bitcoin ATM operated in the US. Cello, they do a lot of amazing work in Latin America with financial inclusion. And what we'd like to do is offer Project Catalyst a seat if you vote for this proposal. The funds that you give would support this work, and then you would directly have a seat at the table. We can appoint a representative, a DAO can be represented. I'm actually really interested in figuring out what that would look like. I think it's really fun to engage with an ecosystem of smaller players though, because the cost of lobbying is quite high. The trade association model allows me to have many more voices in the room when I am developing legislation. So not like just introducing bills for Coinbase, right? I have a committee of people and I reach out to more people in the community to figure out, hey, does this work for really small developers on the Cardano blockchain? Do the specifics of the bill apply to you in a way that works and will allow more members of the community to offer products? So that's why it'd be really important to have Cardano represented. We're at time. Okay, here's the legislative timeline. It's an external timeline. I didn't make it up. I got a lot of questions about this saying like, you can't pass a bill in a year. Actually, you kind of have to. Those are the rules. That's it.
All right, thank you, Holly. That was amazing. Any questions from the room? And I will kick it off. I have a quick question. I had a couple, you touched on it actually on your last couple of slides, is why Cardano specifically? Because this does sound like it broadly impacts most blockchains. And my other question would be, what do you think is the biggest threat right now that you're concerned about from the SEC or the federal level that this is directly trying to help with?
I think the threat is that right now they haven't released a framework for virtual currency and digital asset entrepreneurs and issuers. So what they're doing is regulation via enforcement. That's almost universally bad, right? So people are creating products, doing token issuances, and then after the fact being told that that was illegal. That is a very big concern for most people that I know in this space in the US. And I've seen a lot of brilliant people that I know try to headquarter in Singapore or Canada. So it's just the threat of being literally personally sued and going to jail is the biggest threat.
Okay, and then, and why Cardano specifically? I know that I saw Tony as one of the people that's involved. Is there something specific about Cardano that makes it a really attractive blockchain to bring into the conversation early?
It is the third largest blockchain. It does the thing that I think is really interesting about tying identity to digital payments. I also have a verifiable credentials policy committee that works deeply on the identity space. So I think that's a really interesting voice to be represented. And you have this active community of Project Catalyst, Like this is an opportunity to have a group of people actually represented. And, you know, the trade association model is meant to sort of like spread out all the perspectives. This is a way to incorporate a lot more perspectives via one seat for my standing. And I think that's just a really interesting way to engage. I haven't like reached out to too many ecosystems. Tony introduced me here. So it's like a whole new thing to me. I finally had to get Discord. You know, my background is party politics, right? But I think this is a really engaged community of people who very clearly, I mean, you guys set up a challenge for lobbying. We're not seeing a lot of crypto communities think specifically about how to move the needle on this. And so I want to like extend the hand and be like, here, I'm doing this lobbying work. Here's how you can get involved.
Great. That's amazing. Okay. Any other questions from the room? Thomas, you have your
Yeah, Alexandra, thank you. Yes, quick one. Congratulations on the great presentation. I wish mine was as clear as yours. Not having any legal background, it's quite tough to understand it all. But what's at stake when you say that bill? When you say that entrepreneurs will have 3 years to decentralize before being treated as security, what does the decentralization entails in a nutshell?
And that is where the rubber hits the road, and the committee gets to help draft those definitions.
Right.
So we are in the process. We've got a draft framework, but we're going to have to do legislative amendments as we go through the committee process that address those specific questions. Some of it can be in the bill, some of it does not need to. It needs to be decided by the rulemaking agency, which would be the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. And so there's two parts of the legislative process. You pass a bill and then it gets implemented, and you keep lobbying to make sure the implementation works. So what the agency recognizes is decentralization needs to work for the community. Now there's a lot of debate and no legal definition over decentralization right now in the US. There is a suggestion in the Safe Harbor framework from Hester Pierce, but I definitely think there's probably going to be some debate around that exact language as we move forward. And we want to make sure we have the best technologists represented.
Understood. So it's in the process of being defined. It's not set in stone yet, that definition of decentralization. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I got this question on my community assessment, so thank you so much for bringing it up. People were like, well, the bill's already written, what do we do? The bill's not done. This is like the first draft. Things change dramatically from when you begin to when you get to the end of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Harry, you had a question.
Hi, yeah, hi guys, that was brilliant. I think my question is an information question. So you were saying in there, Ali, that you're looking at how you lobby, and you lobby for different states of government. And I can, again, that question about why Cardano, if you flip it around the other way, how does Cardano sit in terms of other guys who are on the blockchain? Do they have the same concern? Are they in competitive mode where it's like, well, we'll win or we'll move, or are they collaborative? Are you finding them collaborative as well? So I get where you're coming from with this community, which I think is brilliant. My question was more about how are you finding the other communities out there with their chains and coins?
I would say this, I haven't approached all communities, right? There's some communities that I think very much like are already under SEC investigation. And if I were to bring them in and represent them in a lobbying effort, would cast a lot of suspicion around what I'm doing. So I have to be really careful and selective with who I'm engaging and who I'm bringing to the table. Like this is California. I'm not doing some Wild West state, right? We need to make sure we seem very professional. The other people on the committee are really collaborative and engaged. So that's great. Like we've got Square wants to come into all these smaller, but they're by far the largest company, right? They just joined because they want to participate with all these smaller businesses in this process. That's really exciting opportunity. The larger businesses like Coinbase, I talk to them a lot, but they've been sort of doing their own thing politically sometimes, which is tweeting mean things at legislators. And that's not a thing we do. We do not tweet mean things at legislators. That's not good policy making. So, you know, larger individual businesses in the crypto space, I would say do not have as developed of a government relations strategy as I would love to see. Like other large financial institutions spend a lot more time and effort and thought on this. And so it's a little bit, we are what was described to me when Square joined, a ragtag crew. We're the people who care, who want to create a better ecosystem, come to the table with me, and we're the people who are working on this. But our crypto committee is very collaborative with each other.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ali. So we're at time. I just wanted to see and do check if anybody from Liquidity Aggregator project is present to speak for Ali? Okay, well, thanks, Ali. We'll move to Yoram to speak for Littlefish Foundation.
Perfect. Let me see. Let me know if you see my screen.
Yep.
Good. So nice being here. Thank you for everyone. Cem from Turkey, you're supposed to be is the leader of this project, but he couldn't make it last minute. So I'm filling his big shoes, and hopefully I will be able to present it nicely. Littlefish Foundation. So we have a huge problem today in the world around climate change and activists in general. And it's kind of we call it a tragedy of the common. I mean, we feel that it's a problem too big from us, and we kind of help the world become worse and worse. And we know it all over. California suffered a lot recently, just connecting to the last speaker, but all over the world. And basically, it's a failure of collaboration. We had a guest speaker in a conference we did recently, and it's really a failure of collaboration between all of us. So what is our objective is basically how can we bring together activists, entrepreneurs, people on the ground, global collaborator, which is basically us sitting also from everywhere we sit, technologies and organization collaboration. How can we bring all of them together and build something different? So we came together basically, I don't know if any of you knows, but there is a community called Cardano for Climate, which I'm a member of. It's a very active community within Catalyst. And the idea came from some of the members of Catalyst, and we came together and started to work basically on what solution we can provide. So our vision is we want to give power in the hands of people, okay, to meet the needs of people, animals, and the planet. And we want to do it by bringing like-minded, hearted people together and take actions. So when we speak about action, we speak about how can we support basically people and activists that are working on the ground directly, that are not part of, we know that all the global organization and what's happened globally, basically, although a lot of efforts are happening, we see the world continue to go to the wrong direction. So I don't know if any of you know Kiva model, very successful model, which basically support entrepreneurs in developing countries. And the perception is that the user gives directly money to the entrepreneur. But the reality is that there is a big process in the middle between the user and the entrepreneur, and it goes through local banks, and there's a lot of interest. So it's really not a decentralized model. And one of our goals is how can we take this model and basically build a new model based on that. So Kiva is just a symbol, but there's basically all the models today work on centralized platform that control the funds and preservation of capital. And we want to decentralize basically the platform. So how we decide how we collect money, how we decide where the money goes, how we track it, all of that is going to be in a decentralized way in a DAO basically. 1 second. So why Cardano? It's a question that came before, because a lot of great things, but specifically because of the community, and Cardano is, part of the mission is to make the world better for all, and we feel it very strong in the community, supporting tens of different proposals that are making the world better for all. And we all came here and basically find a home for us, and we spend all the day here. So obviously this is where we are going to do it. 1 second. We have a very ambitious plan. Oh, jumped. Very ambitious plan, but like the symbol of Cardano for Climate, we basically start the process and start creating something that is big. So we are in the beginning. The first phase is really to start the process and learn by doing, and at the same time build all the governance related to this type of a DAO, and slowly start adding all the stake pools, the gamification, tokenization, all of that around that. But we want to start by doing, and basically created this DAO by doing, and we start basically ACP. And what does it mean? It means that we are starting already the donation process. So we are starting to collect money from the members of the DAO, of the community. We are starting to suggest activities to support and the process to define which activities, how we track them and so on. And we provide them money. And it's going to start happening on a monthly basis already from January this year. And through that, we are going to start building the governance of the DAO, bring on board more and more members, and start growing the funds and the processes, as I mentioned before. Phase one, again, we start by doing 3 months. Then we are going into developing the technology infrastructure. There was an excellent presentation about the DAO and the structure of the DAO and all the infrastructure needed. And really the key is first to get the community, to get the processes and technology, then we'll start using the different technologies available. And then take it into gaming and tokenization and other stuff. The activities that we're actually doing is weekly discussions where we record all the information. We're over 50 members that join, starting the donation cycle, developing the white paper and all the governance around that. That's really the phase we are in. And all of you are welcome to come. The meetings are Monday, 7 p.m. UTC. So everyone is welcome to come and start designing this new DAO. Voila, thank you for listening. Hope we are on time. I'm happy to have your questions.
Right, thanks, Yoram. Great presentation, great initiative. Any questions? Alex, you want to kick us off?
Hey, nice to meet you. So really great initiative. I'm trying to kind of ask a question. So which benefits or competitive advantages do you see your project will have from decentralization in comparison to Kiva? So would you be able to reduce the fees, or what will be specific benefit that will make you more competitive?
No, so excellent question, and I'm on Kiva for 10 years already. I'm supporting this great project on Kiva for 10 years. So there's different elements. First of all, we don't know what's the real impact that happened on Kiva. That's number one. Okay. So if you know that you're giving money to a bank that then give the money to the entrepreneurs, but we don't know what really happened. That's number one. And second, you don't really give the money to an entrepreneur. There's no really direct relationship, although it seems that there is. Okay, so the idea is to build a new, to just again decentralize it, eliminate the 25%, by the way, interest that sometimes they are getting. So there will be more direct. A lot of the projects will come by members of the DAO and will be suggested. So there will be kind of a trust element there. Yeah, but basically creating this that everyone can suggest activities. That's number one. Today the activities are centralized by Kiva. Everything's suggested. You can track the impact. And that's a key element, and obviously reduce the cost for the entrepreneurs, for the people on the ground.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Alex and Yoram.
I have a question. If it was clear enough, it's the first time I present. I mean, I kind of jump in to present it, so to feel it. So if it was clear enough, or if I understood. Yeah.
To me, the mission statement is very clear, well articulated. So at least that message goes through. Maybe there's less clarity as to when you'll reach the, I would say, a specific milestone, but maybe it was in your plan and then you got cut out because you didn't have enough time. But that's the one thing I would raise. But overall, the mission statement and where the vision where you want to get to is very clear.
Okay, perfect.
I agree with that. One question I have, I guess, after the presentation is, what exactly is the proposal looking to be funded for? This is way beyond just a single round of Catalyst funding. So what's the first step and what's being asked for?
No, excellent question. So we are going to, so the first 50 members of the DAO, we are going to finance basically the donation circle by ourselves. So each one is going to donate money every month and we are going to finance. where we're asking money for is basically to manage the administrative part. And so we are going to have weekly meetings in order to build the governance and the white paper and all of that over 3 months. So in the next 3 months, weekly meetings, all the processes, engaging people, consulting with different people in order to build the model, while we are donating our own money to kind of prove the model and suggesting actions. So we are splitting between the two, the real process of donating and the process of actually building the model, where we ask the money from Catalyst.
Great. And then forward-looking, is it envisioned to have a Littlefish Foundation token that then is used to fund additional operational costs moving forward?
Yeah, so there's a lot about building our own SPO and tokenization and gamification. There's a lot of work being done and research and some gamification people. How can we actually do gamification out of it? But it required more research. We started about a month ago to work on that. We don't want us just to jump this game. We want to do the process ourselves and at the same time work on the token model and gamification and make decisions about that. It's all on the table. We believe it's exciting and possible. We just, we want to work on that now.
Perfect. Oh, and we're right at time. Thanks, Yoram. And just one more call out, if Ali is here to represent Liquidity Aggregator Project or a representative. All right, doesn't look like it. So we can open up the room for any questions to Yoram. I think Ali just left, so I guess it'd be any questions for Littlefish. We can continue that.
Yeah, join us on Monday, 7 p.m. UTC, and build this new model. I mean, we are going to start anyway, even if we are not funded, we are going to start the process. Maybe, do you know about Cardano for Climate? That's a good question for you. Or you haven't heard about it before, or no?
Personally, no. Personally, no.
Might be a good time for you to them.
I've never heard about it. I'd be interested in hearing.
So Cardano for Climate started about 4 months ago, 3 months ago, and we started by offering a challenge. We like to say we offered a challenge and became a community. And you will see a lot in different meetings and town hall, what Nori have in the back and what I have, and you will see it quite a lot. And basically our objective is how can we believe that big things are going to happen next year. One is related to change of model because of blockchain. The second is change of models because of climate change. And if we bring them together, we'll actually make Cardano even better. So we want Cardano to take into account climate change related issues in a lot of applications. And basically what it means, so we support a lot of proposals related to climate change or impact or SDGs impact. And we help them to through collaboration. We help them to do better proposals. We come with ideas like this specific idea that we can start working as a community. How can we accelerate some proposals or projects that are already funded? So that's one thing that we are doing. Another thing, we have a conference. We did a conference where we also got a lot of people off-chain that are interested in the subject and spoke about Cardano and climate, how we calculate the footprint of Cardano, what happened in Catalyst and climate change. So a lot of these things in order to make Cardano better and make an impact on the world. So, and we have weekly meetings on Wednesday, 3 p.m. UTC, and we are starting to have a lot of sub-meetings as well. Like Friday, there was a regenerative agriculture meeting, which is a huge issue, a lot of potential there. On Monday, we have something related to circular economy. So a lot of kind of subgroups are happening. And everyone is welcome. Also there's a lot to do there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yoram. Any other questions in the room or any other topics you'd like to bring up? All right. I want to thank everybody for coming in to either present or to listen and ask questions. I think we have a lot of great proposals in Fund 7, so I look forward to how the voting goes, and good luck everybody with your proposals.
Thank you very much, Nori.
Very welcome. Okay, we can return
Thanks,
to the
guys.
main room.
Thanks, Nori.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks,
Yep.
Harry. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Yoram.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So we have 4 minutes, some thoughts to share about the experience in Catalyst, something that you liked, I don't know, something that you loved about the community, these initiatives.
Yeah, just tell me who I have to get Harvey Weinstein by to get my proposal passed.
Sorry, who have to?
Nothing. It's just that sometimes I'm a little lost when it comes to how a good proposal actually gets visibility, how it actually gets funded over other good proposals that never have a chance. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yes.
I totally understand. It's really complicated, even because now we have really a lot of proposals. The amount of information, it's really complicated. I think that probably this initiative, like, I don't know, developing other tools, it's probably the way to offer more visibility to all the proposals. But it is really difficult to engage directly voter, because I see that there is a little distance for now, but things are improving. So probably we will see some best way to get a better connection with the voters.
Well, for me, it's kind of like one of the dangers is that there's like a small group of people who connect and who spend a lot of time on those initiatives, and they kind of steer now and decide what are the projects of people they like and enjoy. And for a complete newbie that comes in, has limited time and has a good proposal, it's really hard. Or you need to be picked up by IOHK and getting promoted in town hall. Some people get a lot of promotion in town hall. You see popularity and idea scale rise up. You see the chances of funding rise up. So, but it's hard.
Yes, definitely. I think in general, this is something that also you made an important point about the time of new people that need to spend to understand everything and really get involved to have the right choices. I think in general we don't need to stay in our bubble, basically. So because this is something that could happen when you have a lot of people really actively involved, but so they just I don't know, became like a tribe, something like that. That's definitely something that we have to avoid for the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's for me. That's why I would completely organize things completely different. Really focused on the ideas. Even go for more like anonymous in the beginning. An idea should be, for me personally, an idea should be looked upon on its merits, on itself, not on the person who makes it. If you think he's a swell guy, if you're friends with him or not. I may dislike you, but if you have the best idea ever, well, as a community, that should be supported on, and I should even vote for that. So you should take away, I think, all those petty human small things and should focus on the merits of an idea. But that's me.
Okay. Yep, I agree. Okay, I think we can start. We have here Frederick, by any case, for the proposal make Atala Prism did the standard. Okay, we don't have Quasar, so I think Rick, we can start with you.
Oh, okay.
If you're ready.
I just finished my last bite, to be fair. I really thought that I would have still half an hour.
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, no worries. You will have 5 minutes for the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will raise my hand at when 1 minute is remaining, just to give an heads up to you, and then we will have 10 minutes for the questions. Okay?
Okay, perfect.
Stage is yours.
So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. 2 seconds. Jongens, boven, ik kan stil alstublieft. I'm sorry, that's my kids. My son started to playing on his what is it here? Slides. Where do I start? From the beginning. So, hi, I'm Rick from the Safety and Numbers Ambassadors. The goal of the Safety and Numbers Ambassadors is to create, in fact, content and blockchain, general education, and ADA and Catalyst news, but of course in non-English languages. Now, Decentralized is the name of a song, and that's also part of Musicmerge NFT, because in fact, as all the things in Safety and Numbers, we try to make the most out of our efforts. And because the proof of concept of our content, the animations we made and are funded for whiteboard animations about blockchain can be translated in an infinite number of languages without remaking a new script, without remaking a new whiteboard animation. And so hereby I have decentralized, and the first thing is the Cardano language hubs promotion, because many people, certainly crypto newbies, kind of find education dull. So I was thinking, how can we attract people towards blockchain, get them like a little spark of interest? And I then thought music as one of the most universal languages could be used for that. And of course, after they see it, they can become more involved. They can then find out what blockchain really is about. Secondly, on itself, decentralized. Now I'm in this proposal, I want to create 5 songs, and 2 of them about blockchain, and decentralized is already written, but it should all lead to a complete music NFT platform creation for Safety and Numbers ambassadors, because for the music is perfect to be the music is perfect to be put on NFTs in my point of view. And I have a complete concept worked out where we're working for. So the third is actually translating blockchain, Cardano, and use and education, is that, well, first, in this fund, we go to have all the tools to make the professional music. If you go on our proposal, you can hear a rehearsal of the song, but in bad quality, still a work in progress. But then afterwards, when those songs are made, we want to mint NFTs from that. And then when we can sell them and those become popular, we can use that to evolve the platform. And if there's a pledge of the artists, if there are 500 songs ever of one of the 5 songs we pledge to make with this fund's funding, then the artists pledge to giving that money to the group, and then it can be used to translate other of our content. So that's why I say 3 proposals for the price of 1. So first, the blockchain education via music NFT, very obviously, people can be onboarded basically the best by going for their passions. And a passion very often is music, is sport, is gaming. And also there are very many NFT lovers, and there's a huge community. So for the outreach, not only for newbies, but also for other projects, people attracted by NFTs, that's ideal. And then we can use that because they will be on not only on Spotify. I'm going to make a little video clip, put on the YouTube channels, so grow our language communities as an ideal promotion, and have then, of course, the gathering of the funding. Then secondly, the Musicmerge platform is really also important because it needs to evolve to the following: offering artists a platform to create unique music NFTs, to connect people and have like real decentralized music making. Because some people, like me personally, I wrote the lyrics of the song Decentralized, but I can't sing, I can't make music. Others can make music, but they can't sing or write. And there are people who can have really great voices, but are not good at the other parts. So actually, it could be a whole platform in which you can connect, in which you can pick a lyric that you like, make your own music of it, and then mint it if you so desire, and then actually offer it in a certain amounts of qualities to the public. And then the artist's pledge. So when any of the NFTs made sell out for more than 50%, the artist will donate all the money they received to the ambassador's treasury. And also the songs that we make can also be used royalty-free by other Catalyst projects. Since Decentralized, it talks about the blockchain history and part about the history, also a bit of Cardano, but in a song. So I do think it's ideal. And of course, when it's royalty free, given by us to the other Catalyst projects. Our media strategy is just like what I try to do here, maximizing return on investment by multi-usage of content created. Our animation and scripts are made now segmented. So the goal is not only, because right now I'm on YouTube with the ambassadors, but we want to extend that to TikTok as well. The narration, because all of our translation, the animations are done in multiple languages, narrated, and they will come on SoundCloud. And so I will also create a blog in which all the content plus extra articles will be in written form as well. So that's the first point. Extra money now spent in marketing campaigns is a bit too soon. I think for content, you first need to have a lot of content before you become interesting as a YouTube channel to subscribe on. So that's the first focus. And so we do the same here, maximizing the outreach capabilities by publishing on several platforms. We create videos 4 to 6 minutes published on the YouTube language hubs, all named Welcome to Cardano, translated, then divided into TikTok videos between 1 and 3 minutes, narrations on SoundCloud, on the news blogs, and the song will be posted on Spotify. And the songs are to onboard and attract a new type of people to those language community hubs. So I think that's the core of the presentation of Decentralized.
Okay, thank you. Really good presentation. Now we can have some questions. You spent a bit more minutes, so I will deduct them from the questions, but then that's not a problem. If any of you have a question, just raise your hand or unmute yourself. I really liked your proposals because it's kind of, I don't know, I really like this mechanism to use music, use a pop media to involve people, engage them with the blockchain technology in general. So maybe I can start here with just a question. Do you already identified the artists that you will use for this first song?
Yes, well, I have actually, I've written the song Decentralized, and then of course my son knows somebody who plays guitar and can sing, and he himself, he's a beatboxer, and I originally actually written the lyrics with a rap in mind, but they came back and they made like year 90s style grunge rock version, which kind of works. But I also want someone else to try out with the rap. But on the proposal, you can have, there are 2 rehearsal recordings, but at the moment the problem is it's been taped on a phone. So they have no real recording material. So every time is live in one take. If the take is wrong, they have to restart. So it's kind of very difficult to have a good quality also with the phone. The voice is not audible yet, but I'm really surprised about the many real great reactions. Almost everybody is very raving about the lyrics, but even also about the song and the music. When you like that style of music, like grunge rock from the 90s or campfire music, then you really love that song. So you can click on idea scale if you want. If nobody has any questions, I'm not sure if I can share screen or share sound and let it play. I have 2 recordings, and I even did a test out with me and my son doing a little rap version as well, but that's too embarrassing for me to show.
Okay, we have a question from Edwin. Go on, please.
I really like the idea. So what I understood at least is that you try to combine different artists to make a song in the end. Is it that right? Like
yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's
so,
a Musicmerge. In the end, I'm for instance, I'm a lyric writer, and throughout the years I never done anything, but I have a lot of lyrics. So
yeah,
I can put those there, and someone else can make a lot of songs or music types. And then the goal is that you pick like a song that you like, pick like music that you like, and then add the rest, and then create your own NFT and mint it, but with a system in which scarcity is also involved. So there is some gaming element as well.
Yeah, so I understand all of this. Then my question is, how do you make for the artists the blockchain part easier? Because usually the artists are not very familiar with it. And how do you plan to integrate this with already other platforms that are doing, let's say they are focusing on music NFTs and songs NFTs? Do you have any plans for that?
Well, at the moment, there is a team and there are people, because there's a whole concept, like a cube NFT sort of concept that I have. And like Quasar, for example, is also very interested in it, because that same technology can be used for many different aspects, business models that we have in mind. And of course, either you make something yourself or you go and see and use others. For the minting of the NFTs, most probably we will use other tools that already are existing. So it's like this is the first phase, is making some songs and making music in general, but not only on just also about blockchain, but of course that is also meant as promotion for the platform itself that needs to be developed in Fund 8 and 9. It will be more concrete. So I hope hopefully in Fund 8 end of January we hope to have something more concrete on the technical aspects on how we would develop that. But I'm for sure open to see other projects, other platforms that are already there, that we can use it or collaborate with it in that regard.
So I know other platforms on other blockchains. Maybe you can look also into that. Like I think it's called Audacity or something like that. That's usually the artists can just put their songs. But still, I think it didn't answer my first question. Like, how do you manage to make this blockchain part or component easier for artists? Because usually they are also not technical, and then they will have to I don't know, to understand what's a wallet and how this works and so on.
Yes, that's very true. So for me, the goal should be in the end to have like a website where they can log on, or an app, and they just need to do what they are good at, and the rest should be then done for them. And like a wallet, then you have all the explanation, and that's also where the blockchain education will come from, like a manual on how to create a wallet, or even through the platform have like a wallet being created for you. So it's very very necessary to start from the basic, and to have all those things covered. As I've noticed in my talks with crypto newbies, because it's really, you need to start from zero, so to speak, and so that's very important. Yes, the goal is that they should be possible to just make music, and that the rest has been done and explained for them. That should be the end goal.
Okay, perfect. We have at the end of this segment. Great question, great discussion. Thank you, Rick, for your presentation. And now we still, I don't know if there is Frederick, if he joined us. I don't see it. I don't see him in the chat. But neither Quasar. Maybe I see Samant. You have the presentation for the next segment. If you are comfortable to do it now, it will be really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, my name is Samad, and I'm gonna be presenting in Gamers on Chain section here, but we've proposed ideas in 3 subsections, which is AI and Singularity, dApps and application, and Gamers on Chain. So let me go ahead and share my screen real quick here. I haven't made I made a small PowerPoint presentation but I'm not going to be too much reliant on my PowerPoint presentation. So if you guys can see my screen, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So my project name is G-Rise Meta Moonverse. That's what it is. And in essence, it intersects between 3 different sectors. So there's the gaming sector, which you can see here, CNFT gaming. And that also includes the NFT part itself. There's like the metaverse sector, and then there's an AI sector. So we are on the intersection of these 3 things in the blockchain sector. So basically we have 3 different proposals in 3 different sectors, as I said. So Gamers on Chain, our goal is to create video game similar to the Clan and StarCraft. So it's going to be a if you guys have already played something like Clash of the Clan or Warcraft or StarCraft, so we're developing technically a game that's like on the intersection of the 3, as well as Axie Infinity. So Axie Infinity, you do need like 3 NFTs to play a video game. We're going to be adopting a similar concept to that. In terms of the dApps and application, we want to create a full marketplace on Cardano, where you could like buy and sell NFTs, similar to what CNFT.io has right now. We have a lot of progress in here, but our next goal here is to create some kind of social NFT page, right? Because I think the next trend, I really do believe, is going to be social NFTs. And so the idea is that you could take a picture and then you create an NFT and it just appears on a web page. It'll be your picture with timestamp, right? So that moment of the NFT is captured in with that photo. Now, the other thing that we want to do with this is that you can connect with other people who are doing the same thing. So it becomes like a social kind of networking kind of thing. So that's the idea behind this. In terms of AI, we have, I mean, we've already developed this. We have an AI index that scans all the coins on CoinGecko, and it runs it through 60 different indicators to predict which coins are most poised to break out. This is purely on technical analysis and not fundamental analysis. So that analysis has to come on you, from you. This is supposed to be just like something that helps you in your journey if you are a trader. So these are the three sectors that we are working. So the goal here is that we want to deliver certain end goals in each one of these. Before I do that, I just want to kind of go over the market for each of them. Gamers on Chain, we did some research on it. There's about 56 million users, daily users that were in 2016 for Clash of the Clans and StarCraft. Still today, 20 years later, still averages about 500K users a day. And the statistics like these for these kind of games that we're developing is similar. Like if you could capture this market is really, really big. There's a lot of development that is going on currently, but everyone who's developing on Cardano is just in the initial stages. So we are also on the cusp of that. On CNFT, there's about 1 million Cardano that gets traded every day. There's certain issues in the Cardano wallets right now in terms of custody and things like that, which Cardano is still, I think, solving right now. So we are ready to, whenever Cardano does come out with a solution, we'll just adopt their solution. AI sector has been grown at a rate of 30% year over year. In 2020, it was about 31%, and the numbers are similar year over year. The growth is 30%, and I think it's just going to go exponentially more. So the deliverables. In terms of deliverables, what we want to do is we want to increase our social channels to 100K by the end of by the end of January, February, March, April. And in terms of deliverable themselves, you want to. So I'm just gonna go over to my website so I can like kind of explain how this thing has been implemented so far and what trajectory that we are going in. So this is our website right here. So when I say like the video game I want to make, we are already on our way, right? Like we're not just a concept right now. We have like developers actually like writing the gameplay down right now. So the game itself is going to be, so imagine like these three heads that you see on the screen, 1, 2, this is the AI head, and then the third one being like a robot head. So these three heads will be on a surface like this. If I go on my Medium article, so it's going to be very similar to this. So you'll have the head that you saw here, this one, this one, and then the third one, which will appear here in a second, this one. So these are the three races that we have. So so monster, robot, and AI head. So they're gonna appear here, here, and here, 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 and here. And then each race right now, we're developing 3 units, 1 offense unit, 1 defense unit, and 1 builder, which can build 1 building with the gameplay and the calculations. So on our platform itself, you'll have a screen right here, and you could battle between the 2 over here, and then the battle will happen around here. These, if you've ever played like Clash of the Clans or even some game like that, you have like these characteristics, right? You could launch a log or create this unit. So we'll have similar kind of properties, but it'll be right here. So this gameplay is being developed. And so in terms of our deliverable, what we want is we want to have 100K following over the 4 channels. And then we want to be, in terms of gameplay, we want to have this deliverable. Because if you research into game development, it takes about 3 to 4 months, right? Like if you develop any kind of gameplay, just the initial MVP product. So in the MVP product, we'll have these 3 races over here, each, and then 2 to 3 units for each race with a property, right? So one of them can do a storm, and one of them can like have a sniper and things like that, and then you could like battle with each other. This initial gameplay is somewhat written down and somewhat still being experimented with, and we should have it pretty concrete within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm hoping.
Samat, sorry,
yeah.
I have to interrupt you because there are only 5 minutes for the presentation, so we can maybe leave some space for the questions.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly just go over my platform here. So in terms of NFT marketplace, our NFT marketplace is developed. We want to incorporate the social aspect of it. You could just go over here, and we are just doing last bit of testing. You can see we're fully integrated with the Nami wallet currently, and the marketplace is going to go live. So we want to incorporate the social aspect of it, and our AI is completed as well. Once we go live with our marketplace, if you hold our NFTs, you will get full access to our AI as well. In terms of AI improvement, we want to make our AI such that if the AI does a 30% or more in terms of performance in the index, we reward so that it becomes a positive loop. That's where we are going for with our AI funding with Singularity Net and in that funding. So guys, I know this is a quick overview of the presentation. If you guys have any questions, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go over time. I just felt like maybe we had 15 minutes. So sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. If any one of you have any question about this. Okay, I would say it's a really cool project. I looked it in idea scale, and maybe just a quick question for the general voters who is not confident with the Clash Royale or StarCraft experience. What is actually, I don't know, what I have to expect when I actually play the game?
Right. So basically, so there's different kind of gaming strategies, right? There's a shooting game and such and such. So when you play a game like Clash Royale, what happens is like you're assigned about 4 units to choose from, right? And then you have to battle other people who also have 4 units. And then whoever, I guess, like destroys another person's the game. So our goal is to like just create a game that maybe lasts for at max 5 to 6 minutes, nothing more than that, and then the battle is over, and then the winner is determined. And we're gonna incorporate NFTs in this, as well as like some kind of a token on Cardano that play as a reward system in whoever wins the game.
Okay, perfect. So, and this is the kind of tokens that I can sell through the marketplace.
Yes.
So it will be just I don't know, a marketplace internal to the game.
Exactly. Yes. So like there'll be play to earn models, right? So if you like win the game, you will earn something. Yes, that's the eventual goal.
Okay, and it is also possible to sell your character, for example, or
yes.
just.
Absolutely. So the thing is like every single character, like let me share my screen real quick. So on our NFT collection, we already have this part going, right? So we have the land that you could buy, with which you could merge this AI heads, and then you could start forming a base. This is our limited edition collection that is also going. There's only 300 of these that's going to be released. So we already have like this like kind of setup, like a platform to buy and sell NFTs has already been established, and then you can just come here and buy these NFTs and and then like then they will be able to work in a game as well. And owning these NFTs will also give you access to our AI, which is completed at the moment, preliminarily. So yeah, these are NFTs that could be bought to play the game.
Okay, cool.
So we're setting the setup up. Yeah.
Rick, please go on.
Yeah, well, I think it's the final question because there's not much time, but your team, because you seem to be already very far developed. How big is your team? Can you tell me something about it? And without
Sure.
funding, you plan to go through with it if funded or not?
Well, I mean, I'll have to like completely like restructure myself. I'm really hoping I get this funding because we haven't accepted any funding so far whatsoever, right? So in terms of our team, we over the year span, we've employed over like, again, we've rotated between people, but we've employed about 60 to 70 people. Currently, I have like a team of like about 9 to 10 members working on different aspects of the team. And we do want to expand slightly, but we have to be extremely strategic because right now we're also doing marketing. And I think that's a big challenge that everyone runs into. Once you have a project finished, then you realize that you have, I mean, especially if you have, if this is your first time doing it, like you'll realize you have a whole marketing challenge ahead of you, right? So that's an important aspect as well. And we've learned a lot in marketing. We know how to market, but like you have to be extremely careful with funds, right? Because marketing funds are not a joke either. So we do plan to keep going ahead with this. Yes, we do.
Yes, that's for me. I can't program, but I'm 30 years of business to business experience in sales and marketing and business development. And that's literally the biggest challenge because the technical is one part, but once you have that, then the real challenge comes. You have to, well, get noticed in the bunch, so to speak. And well, you can throw a lot of money easily and have almost no effect. So the point is to try to make it grow organically, and that's the real challenge.
The challenge, I think it's a learning curve, especially in crypto. Every industry's marketing is completely different, and in crypto, you learn like, okay, like you could easily spend money and not have, like, it's really hard to figure out, or like the money that you have to spend to figure out like where each dollar you can squeeze the full juice out of it in terms of marketing. That's a whole learning curve in itself. So you always want to like kind of if you could find a good mentor, just take it. You know what I mean? Like that's a really, if someone is an expert at it, just learn from them in this industry. But you'll find so many people doing so many things and you could easily spend so much money without getting any returns in marketing specifically. Organically is good, but you still have to grow your community in some way or the other.
Okay, cool, great, thank you. I have to close this segment because we ended up with the 15 minutes. Unfortunately, we don't have the third presenter here, but maybe if Jamie is available, we can start with your presentation, even if it is in the second segment. You will have 5 minutes. I will raise my hand when 1 minute is left, and then we have 10 minutes for questions. Your stage is yours.
Share my screen? Yeah, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, guys. So let me move this out of the way. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. My name is Jamie Martinez, and today I will be presenting to you IO Academy, what we deem the future of e-learning. We're currently presenting in Fund 7, Grow LatAm, Grow Cardano. So about 10 months ago, I met a few people from different countries in Latin America in the Cardano communities. And I myself, I'm originally from El Salvador, but I live in Canada. So together we started discussing why is it that Latin America, as well as many other developing countries, are always lagging behind with regards to technology. And this kickstarted a discussion that lasted a week, trying to identify all the many issues that are currently in the region. And focusing on the big one, why is that? Why Latin America is always, a little bit behind with technology adoption? Why is it that not many people know about blockchain and the tools that are out there to make good projects happen? And we identified that this is primarily due to 3 reasons. We have on equal access to education. We have low standards of education, and we have a precarious job industry. When all those three things are combined, they create this sort of bottleneck that prevents the development of the region, the economic development of the many industry sectors. So what we decided to do is come up with a solution for it. One that's focused on education, because we believe that's where it all begins. So we came up with a decentralized educational technology platform for Latin America. In this platform, there are three parties involved: the industry, the instructors, and the students, all of which have specific needs that we're going to try to address. The needs in the industry, they're looking for job-ready individuals, accessible training tools, as well as an exposure to the workforce. The instructors, they're looking for meaningful recognition, incentives for knowledge transfer, and continuous professional development. And the students, they're always seeking new job opportunities, industry-relevant education, and accessible education. So our platform is going to offer solutions for all those needs, starting with the industry. It's going to provide them with competent individuals with the right competencies to start working in the tech industry, better knowledge sharing mechanisms, as well as serve as a marketing tool for many of these companies. And I'm going to dwell into these specific items a little bit more in a bit. I just want to be careful with time. But the platform is going to provide recognition for the instructors, socioeconomic incentives. This is where Cardano comes in. And for the students, we provide job opportunities, practical education, industry relevant education, as well as socioeconomic incentives. All this is going to create a cycle that is going to repeat itself over and over, which in turn is going to solve those problems that we outlined and identified before. This is going to provide better or easier access to education, financial, economically accessible. It's also going to provide an equal access of relevant industry relevant education to most participants, regardless of your social status. And it's going to help with the precariousness of the job industry. We're hoping to align all these incentives in a ways that it creates job opportunities. It creates opportunities from within the platform too. Yeah.
You have 1 minute for the presentation.
So the market is an $8.4 billion market as of 2020, expected to grow to a $33.2 billion market by 2025. At America alone, using one of the platforms, Coursera, they reported 13 million students using the platform as of 2020. That's just one platform. And that's our target customers, generation between 25 to 34 years old. The competitive advantages that we have, you might be able to recognize a bunch of platforms from this graph. On the x-axis, I have the incentives. On the y-axis, I have centralization. I'm not going to dwell into each specific one of them. I can do that at a later time. But the reason we differentiate from all these parties is because not only our education is more decentralized because it originates from many different sectors of the industry, but also we're providing a higher incentive than most of these platforms because we're giving a financial incentive to the participants. As a summary, we'll be providing accessible decentralized education to all students in the region, which will launch them to become key players in the technological and economic development in Latin America. This is IO Academy, and we're going to be revolutionizing the way that e-learning is done. And Cardano is going to help us achieve that. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Great, Theo. Thank you. Great. If you have any question, we have 10 minutes for that. And okay, maybe I can start with something. Just a basic question. What I have to expect as a user for your platform? What it is, a website, I don't know, a mobile app, something like this?
Yes, so we're pretty much planning to use the same methodology that all e-learning platforms are using, which is a website/home platform. We're definitely putting emphasis on the mobile platform just because of the region that we're targeting. You know, mobile is something that most people have, whereas computers they don't. The infrastructure has grown. 64% of Latin America population now have access to internet. It's still pretty low, but I think COVID helped companies and countries kickstart some more development in infrastructure. So yeah, short version, mobile, massive open online courses modality, and definitely focusing a little bit more on the synchronous learning versus asynchronous.
Okay, great, thank you. Go on, Edwin.
Okay, so I understood that basically you'll be just like the other platforms, only with some economical incentives. Why do you focus on Latin America then, if you don't have any other competition? So like, why don't you go global for all the countries? What's the benefit of focusing only on Latin America? And yeah, for me, it's not very clear how this how the people will get the money, you know, like from what exactly. So maybe this is your secret sauce and you don't want to share it right now.
No, I actually do. I actually do want to share it. It's just I'll start with the first question and maybe the second one. I think the second one is the one that most people have interest in, and honestly, I want to talk about it so much, but time is always a big issue. So let's back up a little bit. So how are students gonna make money? And this is gonna tie into your first question too. The mechanic that we're building is gonna be an open source mechanic, okay? And it's gonna differentiate from many of those that learn to earn platforms out there that are coming up in Ethereum and Bitcoin or Nanpool. It's gonna differentiate because we're not using a token that's gonna be based solely on speculation. It's not gonna be a token that's gonna be open to market. This is literally something that lives only within the platform, and we're using a native token to sell as the vehicle that transfer value to participants. And the way it's gonna work is by utilizing completion rates as well as performances in the courses, and using those completion rates mainly as a driver that gives monetary value to these tokens. So, and the way that the students and teachers are going to get money is by fluctuating. A good way of putting it is variable cashbacks. So think of how many, I don't know if you guys can relate, but many people usually sign up for courses and they either never finish them or it takes them forever to finish them. So we're utilizing some of Cardano's terminology and segregating it's called an epochs, segregating the learning periods into separate epochs. And inside of those, we're going to have the specific staking pool epochs that are happening every week, let's call it. So when a student comes to the platform and pays for his course, say his paper course, we're going to take a small percentage of that, use it as after you take the utility to pay for operations, you create this pool, this growing pool that's going to keep growing for a predetermined epoch. And it's going to be generating rewards to all the students, right? From that, based on the students that are completing the courses and the performance that each student has, at the end of the epoch, we say, okay, this is the cutoff. All the students that finished, this is what the token is valued at right now based on your performance and the completion rates of everyone else. So it creates almost this incentive of like, hey man, I got to finish this. I better finish it now because the pot's growing. I don't know if you guys have seen Squid Game, but you know how you see that bowl of cash growing at the top? To an extent, that's kind of the modality we're using. And then the epoch, they get the value, epoch resets, and it starts again, right? Those who didn't finish, they can carry along to the next epoch and carry their, let's call it the principal, which is still generating rewards. So they're not taking an impact on the next wave of students. But they still have a chance. All they lost is the reward generated. They pretty much rewarded the ones who did finish.
So in the end, it's just the stake pool operator rewards that you are giving, or?
Not only, also the principal.
Okay.
Also the principal, yeah. And so that is as far as the mechanic goes. and we can go into more detail about it. But making this an open source mechanic, we hope that this is something that many other e-learning platforms are going to adopt, because that's going to help us achieve our goal, which is to fill that gap on equal access to education, and as well as maybe increase the standard of education or the accessibility, regardless of your social status. We're not, the only reason we're starting in Latin America is because A, most of the people in the team are from Latin America. And B, I do believe that this is mainly targeted for developing regions where also the industry has certain needs that in North America, they're being addressed. And then in Latin America, only some companies can afford special tools for knowledge transfer or training consultants. So we believe that the market is there. And that's why we're kind of starting that right now. Plus, content is in Spanish. There's not that many exposure to technological material in Spanish, like Plutus, Cardano. It's getting there, but it's lagging behind.
So what I see, it's also like two problems, like maybe you'll have like the rewards maybe will not be enough, you know, for the students and the instructors, because in the end for a staking pool, you don't take that much money in the end, and you need a lot of people to stake. And second, I don't know how will you manage that with cheaters. Like maybe you will have a good student that I don't know, helps a friend, and then he will get also his friend rewards and so on, or have many accounts.
Okay, that's a good question. So as for the instructors, it's a little bit different. If let's say you work for the Google or Latin America, and I come to you and I say, Edwin, I noticed that you are, you know, a Python developer for data analytics, almost about to retire. That's just one example. Maybe you're not about to retire. Maybe you are the senior developer and you have experience with a specific framework. And I come to you and I say, hey, I know you guys are going to be hiring. What kind of skills are you looking for? How about this, Edwin? Come to me. Let's go 50-50. Or maybe I'll pay you full time, 80 hours of your time, $70 an hour. Let's create this course. It goes into the platform. Now you have knowledge specific with the skills that you want or that you have or that the industry is after in this platform. That's not only going to benefit you, but it's also going to help the region grow, because there are always going to be other competitors or perhaps other industries that are going to have the same needs. Now, I'm not telling you come spill the beans on your secret sauces specific for your company, but I'm incentivizing you by paying to create the content. From then on, everything else is perpetual passive income to you. Every time a student completes a course, you're getting a chunk of money. Okay, it's volume based. For the students, it's a little bit different. You know, the incentive is there mainly, hey, I'm giving you the industry relevant skills. You're seeing what the companies are currently seeking, and this socioeconomic incentive is just an extra bonus for you. How much is that going to be? I cannot say it, because it's going to vary highly on completion rates, which historically have been low, and two, on your performance. Cheating, how can that be resolved? Well, that's when we bring in the whole identity aspect, right? We have two Plutus pioneers.
Sorry, guys, I have to interrupt because we have reached our time. I'm sorry, Rick, but there is not enough time for your question. And
okay, I'll stop the share.
Okay, cool, thank you. And we have to come back to the main room now. So we will have a quick coffee break, and then we will continue with the next presentation later. So thank you all guys for your presentation and your question. See you later.
Thank you guys. Chat later. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hey, Samad. Welcome back.
Hey Luki. Lucio, how you doing?
All good, thank you.
Good. So I had a question before someone joined. So in the assessment phase that just closed down, I got an email saying that you could challenge the assessment, right? So how do you find like what the assessment even was? Because I don't even know. I mean, we don't have to go in there right now, but if there's someone else presenting, maybe at a later time, you could help me out, tell me what you think.
Okay, basically there is you can just select your proposals and you will see all the assessments that are related to that specific proposal. So it was the question.
Yeah, so like, does it show on the idea scale itself on the dash?
No.
Okay.
Not in idea scale. You will see if you follow the email, there is two ways to report these kind of assessments. One way is a Google Sheet.
Not report, but where do I see the assessments themselves? Like someone came to my thing and probably assessed it, right? Do I see that or no?
Yep. There is in the email, there is a link to a Google Sheet with all the assessments and including the ones for your specific proposal. And there is also a link to a tool that will allow you to select your proposal and see all the assessments that are submitted. But it's not in idea scale, it's in different platforms.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll
Just
try.
if you read the email, you will find all the information about this.
Okay. All right. Maybe I didn't read carefully enough. I'll read through it again.
No worries.
Thank you.
Hey, Avery.
Hi, how's it going?
All good, thank you. Are you a presenter?
I am not. I'm here to see Jamie Martinez's.
Okay, we had his presentation in the first segment because we didn't have the other presenters, so we anticipated it. So I'm sorry, but you missed it.
It's all right. I'm sure we'll catch up at some point.
Anyway, we have the recordings for everything, so you will be able to watch it later when we will be published.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. I'm a bit afraid that we will not have presenters for this second round. Yeah. I'm really sorry, but basically no, we have the schedule, but someone didn't show up. So for now, we didn't have presenters. So feel free if you want to explore the other rooms. Maybe you can watch other presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to touch on what you were talking with Samad. So you said the email that was sent to the Catalyst email that you signed up with has the link to the Google Sheet for the assessment?
Yeah, if you are a proposer, you received you received this email with the instruction to flag basically assessments that you feel are not fair or substandard, something like that. And
so Lucia, is it in that email itself that there's a Google Sheet that shows all the assessments, the one sent out with the oh hey, you could flag your assessment, so it's in that particular email, correct?
Yes, and I would if you give me a sec, there is the subject of the email is flag substandard reviews of your proposals.
Yeah,
and you will find here at the section that starts with what are the next steps. There are two links. The first is access this sheet document, and you will find here the link for the Google Sheet with all the assessments. Otherwise, you can access to the proposal review tool, which will contain the same information. It's just a different way to flag the assessments.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I see it now. Okay, got it.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, you
Bye.
too, man.
Thank
All right,
you.
Lucia, I'm gonna be out too. I'm gonna see what other presentations is going on. It was really nice meeting you, man.
The same for me. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Back in the room. So, Hanno, you're number one. I start a watch now. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
Can I share the screen like that? Can
Good luck.
everybody
Have
see
fun.
it?
We can see it. 5
Thank you
minutes
so
running
much.
now.
Okay, so my proposal is around original issue currency, and it's a complementary economy. So there's two things wrong. with the economy that this OIC solution tries to fix. The first one is that eco is not part of the economy anymore. And what we've done as a society, we've created objective reality, or we live in an objective reality where for people, for example, the important stuff is food and clean air and water and all those kind of things. And on top of this objective reality, what we've done is we've created a virtual reality. And the virtual reality is a legal system that creates persons for corporations and governments. For example, I can't speak to a corporation. I can only speak to somebody who works for a corporation. It's like a fictional entity, what the law terms a legal fiction. And for us, if we want to work in that environment in the virtual reality, what governments do is they give us an ID number or some kind of a number to associate us with that fictional reality. Now, the issue is corporations and governments and those kind of entities all needs profit to survive. They're not dependent on clean air or food or water because they are essentially just social constructs and only exist in our consciousness. They're not really objective. And what this has caused is what we've done over time, we've elevated these virtual constructs above actual life on Earth. So we've made them more important. And the result of all this is wildlife populations have collapsed over the world. Like we've got 68% collapse of wildlife in the world currently. And then how this ties back to OIC, what I try and do is bring the real world back into the transaction. The second thing I do on OIC is, and a healthy economy needs two things. The first thing is it needs spending to drive the economy, and it needs a way to save. For example, if you only have one coin or one currency, for example, the dollar is there for spending. It's not really there for saving. Very few people save it. They'll rather spend it on buying assets or buying things. And then the saving part, if you look at a Bitcoin, nobody's spending their Bitcoin. So what I've done on OIC is I've created two tokens. One is to save and one is to spend. And the value is all associated with the saving token. And how this works is at the end of the month, what happens is with your base token, which is the one for saving, and the can create token, every month at the end of the month, we take whatever's values in your spending token and we actually dump it so that it becomes a zero. So what's not spent there is lost. And the term for this is called demurrage in financial systems. So we lose all that value. If you haven't used it, it's just gone. And then what happens right after that is we copy all the money you've saved back into the can create token. So you get a fresh amount of money that you can spend. But the trick of this is you can only spend it on environmentally friendly things. It's like environment is paying part of the transaction. And it works like this. If you upload a fruit and vegetable, for example, as a seller, and you put in your selling price, there are certain questions and answers associated with a fruit and vegetable. For example, how the soil has worked. And the total amount that's going to be paid is 10 units here. And all 10 units is currently coming off my savings account. But as I change the parameters to make it more environmentally friendly, more of the money comes from the creation portion, which is your spending amount. And eventually you can get it to such a way that all of the money comes from the spending amount. And that almost gives it free access to anybody who wants to spend their money in the system if they are environmentally friendly. So it's a way of bringing nature back into the transaction. And everybody in the transaction can actually see exactly how this price was made up. So the full price is the 10 units, and then nothing has been spent from the savings, but all spent from the creation. And this is how it's made up.
Henry, your time is over. Can you finish with the last two sentences, please?
Yes. So the proposal is around putting all these building blocks together to actually make it work, to actually understand how to build this into Cardano, because I've got a centralized version, but I need to build it on Cardano. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Now we are up for questions. If you want to raise your hand, I can see who is first. Or you just shout out.
Mike.
Yeah, I just raised my hand in real life. Incredible.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike.
So, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I think it sounds interesting, and I have one question. Where does the value get from? Like, how do the people really decide this is valuable and I will take 10 of these tokens for bananas?
So all that happens in the allocation. So in the saving token, it's publicly traded exactly like you would trade an ADA. So it will be a fungible token the same way as you would trade an ADA, you would trade for this token. And it's all market dependent. If people want this kind of thing, there's a lot of incentive, I think, for people to do this. Number one is you could get free stuff because if it's environmentally, it's free. And then also it's a much healthier way of getting food. You could get, it's all intertwined, because if you want really healthy food, this is the way to get it. And it's not just food, it's anything that's environmentally friendly. So if you want environmentally friendly cleaning materials or stuff like that, you can actually see what damage is done in the environment. And then that you could actually get that for free. And also the seller could raise his price quite a lot if it's environmentally friendly, because the buyer is paying almost nothing. So if it's very friendly, then you could raise the price quite a lot. So the value all comes from nature, more or less. Does that answer your question?
To an extent, I mean, I can see, yeah, the idea sounds really nice to have, yeah, to get free stuff from this token, but who's going to give away their stuff for free? Like, why do they accept this token for that? That's the question for me.
So the person who's selling is not getting nothing. He's getting the amount of the token into his account. So
it's the savings
into his savings account. So it goes into his savings account. So it can go from the spending account into the savings account. So it can cross these two tokens work together to make it work. Just to show you something that I didn't show you, but maybe this might clarify things a bit. So in the start, what happens if none of these tokens are issued? When the buyer pays, the seller gets it both into his base and into his creation token. And later on, as more tokens are issued, it goes more into the creation than it does into the base. But it makes the savings more valuable, because there's only a fixed amount. You can't go over that amount. So there's only a certain amount of tokens available ever. So it will only, that's what gives it its value, the same as Bitcoin's got its value, because it's got a fixed amount, exactly the same thing here, because there's only a fixed amount of tokens available.
Did I understand you right, Hanno, that you already have a proof of concept or a centralized version up and running and just want to decentralize it on Cardano?
That's correct. So I
Could you share some insights about this?
Yes, we ran it at a school, and it was very interesting to see the kids interacting with it. Look, on the reason it needs to be on a blockchain is because you want to have interoperability between. You want to be able to buy and sell these tokens back into your local currency, so you can actually pay your electricity or do other stuff with it as well, or buy into the idea as well. And I also think if environmental groups want a way to actually get involved, like Greta Thunberg, for example, this is a perfect place for them to get involved, because they can really drive a lot of climate change action through this. The main thing is, if we're going to try and change governments and change those organizations, it's not going to happen. But if we ignore them through a system that's better than what they are currently using, we'll really drive adoption and get governments to look and see what's happening, because in the system, obviously, it's there's probably no taxes and stuff involved. It's all decentralized and running on a chain, so it just makes everything environmentally friendly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? John.
Oh, hi, Hanno. Thanks for the presentation. I guess there's a couple of things. I guess it's determining the environmental quality of the product, i.e. banana or whatever. Will there be like a third-party assessment to ensure that or it meets a standard? Like, who adjudicates that this is a truly natural, environmentally positive product? First of all,
what I'm hoping to use is the governance system in Cardano to actually get that organized, so we can have it decentralized in a way that people can actually go and assess things. And also there should be some penalties if people are like lying about stuff and you buy an organic thing and it's not. There's a feedback mechanism that I want to build in to actually say that, look, this is not what you promised or said. So, and then there will be consequences for that. But it needs a lot of work to actually get all those things up and running. And I think that's the main idea, is to put all these building blocks together and see how to do this in Cardano, because it's much easier doing it on a centralized system than it is doing it on a blockchain.
Absolutely. I have a second question. When a token goes from a save token to a spend token, does the demurrage system then kick in? So if I'm a retailer, I've just sold a bunch of bananas. I get 1,000 spend tokens. They go into my save tokens, well, I guess, and then I say, well, but now I need to buy some coffee. So now and we're all working within using your OICs. Will that then
so then you'll have 1,000 tokens in the start. You'll have 1,000 in your spend and in your create. Right. And then depending on how the coffee is produced, that will then determine from which account you're going to pay for the coffee then.
Oh, okay.
So that if the coffee is, say, 100 units, it will split up between the two, the spend and the create, depending on how environmentally friendly the coffee is.
Okay. So there's an invisible hand wanting more environmentally sound production and services and products.
Absolutely, yes.
So it does that feedback loop. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a feedback loop, and it keeps looping back to protecting. The way I see it, the environment has had a cost to this as well. For example, we had sunshine and we had water and we had all these things. And that's where the money actually comes from. It comes from that environmental side.
1:30 left. Maybe one last question.
Yeah, I'll ask a question, seeing that nobody else is asking one.
Yeah, please do it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Everybody's nodding.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, guys.
So last question from me, Hanno. If you would have a magic wand, yeah, and you will get the funding in Fund 7, yeah, what else would help you to make your project successful?
So in this fund, I haven't asked for a lot of money. What I want to try and do is just get all the building blocks, and those building blocks will help people to actually build their own projects. So to see do you need a wallet? Do you need a governance system? How does all those things slot in? So I want to produce a platform where you can ask questions and get answers on how to do all those things. So that would be the magic wand. If I could get the money, I want to produce that.
Good luck. Thank you very much. It was great fun. Very interesting to hear. And also cheers to the audience. Yeah, I like it to have it interactive with question and answers. Good. Jochen, you are the next one. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Thanks.
Perfect.
So
I
let
reset
me
the timers.
share.
Yes.
Perfect.
The
So
time
let
is
me
running
share
when
my
we confirm that we see the screen.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
With the email and your notes?
No, that's the wrong one. Oh, Jesus. Try to take the right one.
If you hit the share screen button, then you can select the windows.
I did not do a screen print.
With the bank details.
I got it.
Yeah.
I'm leaving for a second. Just a second.
Is it now on the right screen?
Yeah, we can see it. Open source identity wallet.
Perfect. Great.
Yeah.
And let's go. So the proposal is of for an open source identity wallet. First, I want to introduce you to the team. For transparency, we are all from a project called IMX, which is about identity and especially about reusable know your customer credentials. But the wallet I'm talking about will be an open source wallet and it will be a white label wallet. There's more people in this IMX project, but let's start with the developers. So it's obviously me. I'm one of the founders of IMX, but I'm also a software developer and a UX designer. So I'm in this kind of hybrid role. And there is Dennis Mittmann. He's our chief solutions architect. He's a lot of back-end, but also front-end and web development experience, especially in shopping and mobile retail world. Then Joe Frankowitz is also a software developer, but especially an app developer. He's president of M1 Technology from the US, and also he's head of the Pool Peak, or made the Pool Peak cool. And then there's Tim Heidfeld and Tim Brückmann, which both have more like a business and let's say online marketing background, but it also helps to understand what are the needs for a wallet to be usable online. Next, why do we want to build an open source wallet? Dennis and me, we joined also the Atala Prism project. And one thing we figured out that there is currently no open source identity wallet. Atala Prism has its APIs, but there is not the thing which you can use to build your own wallet. But we all know that a lot of different wallets is good and healthy for the ecosystem. When we look for the crypto wallets, I mean, I'm talking here now really about an identity wallet, but when we look for the crypto wallets, there's a lot of choice, a lot of competing for the best idea, best implementation, who has NFTs in, who has which different features built in. And I think that's healthy and good to drive the adoption of the Cardano ecosystem, and especially of identity. So we want to make sure, basically, our first idea was, okay, we need to develop a wallet. And then we were looking, okay, are there building blocks already? And there were no building blocks, you know, things like libraries you can pick to develop a wallet. There is nothing out there. So based on that, we said, okay, we need to provide, I mean, if we have the need, obviously others will have the need as well, if we want to build fast and try out different ideas. So we said, okay, we need to provide a solid basis for builders to make, to build their projects upon. Yeah. Again, if you look at the crypto wallet side of things, there is things like the Cardano serialization library, which was developed by Emurgo. There's the Cardano wallet. So there are pieces you can use to build your projects on. A nice example is the Nami wallet, which utilize some of those elements here. So this kind of element set is kind of missing. Yeah? So this sets, so to say, the stage or the goal why we go into this direction. So what do we want to build roughly? How will it gonna look like? So obviously it's an open source wallet with a white label front end. It will not be a branded version. It will be a white label front end. We need this front end to tie all the different pieces together so people already have kind of an idea how to use it, and then they can fork it, make it better, make something different out of it. I mean, this is how open source development kind of works. It empowers the people to try out different things. The major platforms we are aiming for is iOS, Android, and browser plugins for Chromium-based browsers. So mainly it will be Chrome and Edge, but there's also some forks of Chrome.
The last minute is running, Jochen.
Okay, so OpenC, C++ components in the basis, which then could be used as WASM in the browser as well. So this is making sure that we have, so to say, the libraries in one language and we can use it in the different variations. And when it comes to the core components, we are really we are pretty focused. So we say, okay, the agent needs messaging, backup and recovery, secure storage, and the secure storage is for key management and encrypted storage. This is, if you look what are the basic building blocks of an open source wallet. If you read books like that one, you'll probably know it if you are in this field. Okay, blur filter kicks in.
Your time is
those
over.
are the basic
last
building
two
blocks.
sentences. Yeah.
Yeah, and we already have first preview, which we did for as a browser plugin, but that's basically it. This is what we want to do, what we have, and roughly where we are aiming for, making a reusable open source wallet. Thanks for your attention for now.
Awesome, very interesting. Thank you very much. Who wants to start with the first question?
Yes, I have a question.
Please.
It's about the platform you want to build your open source application. Why don't you want to have Brave? You know, the Brave, it's a crypto-friendly platform. It will be, I think, a great use case to have more use base of new user. If you go on Brave, if you have a solution on Brave, did you think about it?
Do you mean the Brave browser?
Yes.
I think the Brave browser is also built on Chromium. So basically, when we build it for Chromium, then the plugin will also work for Brave. That's why I said so. There's several browsers which are built basically on the open source part of Chrome, which is called Chromium. And then from that point on, it's easy to say, okay, we also deploy it for Brave or Edge. In that case, I mean, Edge is not open source, but the Chromium engine currently is the most widespread one. And that's why we said, let's start with that one, because then we have the most reach, because as you mentioned, Brave is using Chromium. So if we stick to the Chromium world, in the first batch, we reach more browsers. And then later on, I mean, we also have limited resources, time and resources. Then later we can expand to different platforms as well. I mean, there's also the benefit of open source.
Okay, thank you.
Next question. So then I start with the next one. What's the current state of development? So is it just concept state, or are you already working on the first lines of code?
So we already have the first lines of code, which is this, basically this one where we wrote a browser plugin. We developed also a backend, talked to the backend, exchanged DIDs, and made it possible to make one-click checkouts and things like that. That's already done, but it's really like a proof of concept whether the whole flow works. So the next step now, which I want to work on now between the years and early January with the colleagues, is to define the main flows, how the application should work on the different platforms, and in detail what are the libraries we need to deploy, how do we wire things up. So we have the architecture ready. I mean, this is also in the in our timeline, but to have the architecture ready, and then as soon as we do have the architecture ready, start the real hard implementation in Flutter and C++. Yeah. But we already got our hands dirty with code.
That's obvious. Are there any other questions?
Or maybe feedback. On our project, we also use DITs, or at least for some parts. And yeah, so it's really a big problem at the, I think everybody that wants to do anything with DITs is standing there like, okay, there's no identity wallet at this point.
This was exactly the point where we started.
Yeah, and but there are some other as well, and youth like in the decentralized identity challenge. So you think that it's more healthy competition when you just do?
There's one big one I know of, and I already talked to them. Since they are aiming more for a full product. I mean, we're also aiming for a full product. At the end of the day, we already talked, and if they will get their funding, probably we will join with them. I mean, we want to build this anyway, and we are in contact. So let's see. I mean, we are completely open for cooperation with them. I mean, I was even at a certain point thinking about deleting ours, just to give it one. But then I thought, okay, maybe it's better to have two. So at least one open source wallet will make it. And then anyway, I mean, but it's good that there is other people, and I love also this exchange with them. Yeah.
You are open to collaborate with them. How is it on their side?
As well. No.
Okay, perfect.
I had, I forgot the name, but we already had we connected via Discord and had a chat via Google Meet to figure out how we can work together. Yeah.
From an architecture
because I mean,
point
this
of view,
is an open source thing, so it's nothing we want to do on our own in our cellar. So that has to be done in the open. And the most important thing is that it happens.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do they foresee or plan to build a similar modular architecture with developing building blocks?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Did you also talk to IoG? Whether they can contribute and deliver, or just free whatever they build in order to save time on your side?
No, I mean, I heard that eventually the wallet, which is this Atala Prism wallet, will be open source, but there is no timeline. Okay. And then there was one comment in this proposal about this one app. That's how it was called, which was presented at the was it called Project One? It was presented at the Cardano Summit last October, and I tried to contact the person who presented it, but I don't have gotten feedback from him. So if there's any possibility to connect with him, was Alex Appledorn, that would also be great, because maybe, I mean, from what they presented, it looks super interesting. And if they are thinking about making it open source, or there's something coming from the IoG, that would be good to connect as well. So if you can make any connection or something like that, would be super helpful.
Just took a note and see what I can do. Yeah, because it's very interesting from my point of view.
Yeah.
A few additional persons trying. Do you have any question to Jochen?
I had another term question. What do you mean with white label wallet? Just
white label means that it will not be something which has a fancy name or so. So let's say in your project, you decide that you want to build your own wallet, which needs some certain functions, because it will also be the base functions, right? Mm-hmm. So it should be easy for you to take it, to fork it and say, okay, I give it a different name, but I also implement different functions. So yeah.
Jochen, do you have any business plans beyond building the wallet and just use it for your business, or do you want to make a business out of the open source identity wallet?
Not out of the open source identity wallet. Obviously, IMX has a business plan where we want to earn money, but the open source wallet is for us. Mm-hmm. Just so to say, something which we want to build up, but we don't see a benefit in building it up behind the curtain and only use it on our own. I mean, if we get the funding anyway, it doesn't make sense, but we really think that to drive adoption, there needs to be competition. And if we want to enforce the competition, or if you want to push competition, it should be easy for people to build up things. I mean, you can see it nowadays in the web world. It's so easy to make a website which is interactive. You can connect to backends and do a lot of things in a very short amount of time. And I think this is driving innovation in the web world. And currently, especially in this identity world, things are still pretty hard to get going. And I think we need the right tools to push forward, to empower people, empower us, obviously. We want to use it for sure. We will be the first customer, but I hope we will not be the only one using it.
1 minute left. Who has one last question?
Hi, I'm from the open source social account verifier. So I'm partnered with you guys actually. And I wanted to swing by and just say hi, first of all. And then secondly, I did have a question. I apologize if you've answered this already, but I had a question about your thoughts on how you guys are going to go about working on like the DIDCOM implementation.
This is something I cannot answer you in detail right now, because this is really something, if you look at our time schedule, the architecture, we still need to figure out the details, how we actually use it, how we implement it. But if you, I mean, maybe you can also connect to me afterwards, and then can keep you involved in the process of exactly developing those different topics of the wallet.
Yeah, that'd be great. Maybe the better question is then, do you guys have a Discord server or any place that you are already chatting as a team that maybe I can join?
Yeah, we have a Discord server. It's just being set up. What's the best way to
you can
share?
post it in chat if you want, or you can add it to your proposal in F7. I can post the link is obviously in the schedule, what Aidan just presented in the beginning.
Then I will post it in my, let me see if I can find
I will
one.
put it into the main chat here, because we need to jump to the next one. So if you go to the main chat room using the Zoom functionality, you see exactly the proposal what Jochen presented. And via this way, you should be able to use the comment functionality and to share the Discord or whatever.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jochen.
Thanks.
All right, Victor, you are the next. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please do that.
I'd say I cannot share.
I think
because
Jochen needs to quit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please try it again.
Yes. All right. Do you see it now?
We can see you. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
sorry,
you want to... That's it.
On my phone. Sorry.
Yeah, for me it's fine.
Paper.
It's interesting to see the different styles: PowerPoint, Miro, iPhone.
Yeah.
So are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then we start. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you. So the Ubuntu Planet movement is trying to implement a new way of life. We have realized, so we have a team all around the world from many nationalities, and we have realized that the system in place doesn't suit everybody. We have a lot of misery in every country you can go. So we try to implement a new way of living. So there is a white paper that's created. I will not go through all of it, but basically we call it the Ubuntu movement. Ubuntu is not related to the Linux computer things. It's just an African expression that says that if a system is not good for all the community members, then it's not good at all. So we have this Ubuntu vision, and we try to implement it through our implementation plan that we call One Small Town. For this, we have signed with mayors of a town of around 10,000 inhabitants. We have a first city in Lebanon where we will implement this One Small Town initiative. Basically, we will ask all the town people to give of their time, to give 3 hours a week of their time for work in a business in the city to produce goods and to produce more goods that the city need. So to have a city of abundance. So all the citizens can enjoy all the fruits of the work, the collaborative work of the city. So for this, we need many tools. We need, for example, to register the skills, the abilities of all the people of the city. So we can know in which business they can work. For this, we need a smart card that will be linked to the blockchain to have a database decentralized when we can just pick a name and ask him if you want to work on this or this business. We will also need investors, exterior investors to invest in the town business. We want to create a crypto token that will allow us to raise awareness all over the world and to have investors that will give the money for the city business plan that we create, and that they will be able to win a share, to have dividend from the product that we will create in the town and distribute in the neighboring town. So there is 5 proposals we did in this Cardano Catalyst fund round. There is one for the smart card that we need. There's one to create a smart contract that will be linked to our NFT marketplace, which will be a representation of the investor share in the business. There is also a wallet that we will need to create to register the time, to time bank the volunteer, 3 hours a week time that they give. We need to register all this in a wallet. We will need also to have a token that will be used as a community currency. So in the city, we want a free exchange of all the products. But for that, we will need a intermediary exchange that will be this token. So we also have the need of an open source and scalable system, because we have one city in Lebanon for now that we implement already this vision that we have, but we have many other cities all around the world. We have, for example, some tribal land in South Africa, which is 100,000 people, even more. So we have like millions of people just waiting for us to come in their city to implement all our solution and to use all our tools. So we are trying to build all these tools and to test them on the field in our first city in Lebanon. Then, once it's successful, we can really reach to more mayors that we already signed and to come to them with the tools and to implement in their city as well this solution. So we have a user base to start of 10,000 already, but this will increase to millions in just 1 year from now. And in 10 years, we can only dream of, but we can be a huge amount of workforce all around the world. We have ambassadors in more than 15, I think, countries where we actively
Victor, your time
look
is
for
over.
cities.
If you could do the last 2 sentences in order to close your presentation, this would be great. Thank you.
All right, I will try. So we have many mayors interested by our vision, by our plan that we details in we have a website, we have a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscribers. So we have many people interested just waiting for us. So we need to create the tools to test them, and then we need to scale all the tools we have to the other towns, to the other cities.
Thank you very much. I start with the first question. Is there anything you didn't mention because you were running out of time and want to share to this audience?
Things. I have many things to share. It's a huge ecosystem we are trying to build. That's why we have 5 proposals, because we need many tools. And all the tools, we have them details here on the white paper. And I try to detail them as much as I could in all the proposals. So we need to build and we want to put on Cardano because we know that Cardano is looking to improve the life of the most of the people as possible on the planet Earth that we all share. So if Cardano and One Small Town can collaborate together and build all the tools that we need, it will give to us all the tools that we need, but to Cardano, it will give a user base always ending.
Thank you. Alex, you're the first.
Thank you. First of all, very revolutionary idea. So this makes us exciting. But a question about economic sustainability. Do you understand it right that you believe there is a plan how by taking only 3 hours of work of all the inhabitants, you can sustain all the economy of a small town?
Yes, absolutely. I will not have time and the vision to details to you now how we do that.
But that is on the website, right? I can read it there.
We have a book from Michael Tellinger that is called Ubuntu Contributionism. So we have 300 pages that details how we put all in place. How it is 3 hours a week by some volunteers is enough to have a very successful cities. And 10,000 inhabitants, it's a very fairly small city, and we can make just billions if we do it well. And all the plan is in this book. So it's Michael Tellinger, Ubuntu Contributionism. And you have for free, you can find it online for free in French, English, any language you want. You can also buy it to support the project for $12.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex and Victor. Any other questions from the audience?
Why do you need to create your own wallet? Always wallet questions.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Oh, yeah. One of the proposals you want to have is to create your own wallet. Is that right?
Yes, yes. So we need a wallet. We need a wallet to store. So there's 2 tokens that we need to create. One is for the investors that they invest in the business of the town, and in the exchange they can buy an NFT to have a share, to have dividend from this business. There's another token we need to create to time and bank the time that the volunteer spend. So for this we need a wallet. Yes.
Yeah.
And to
yeah, I feel like you might not need a wallet, but maybe I'm stupid because I think there are some open source wallets that you could use, and staking is just a question of the policy, if I remember correctly from the Prism stuff. But maybe Thomas knows more.
I have the same feeling, but I'm not 100% sure whether I got all the details, because he mentioned, Victor also mentioned that he needs to lock the time, and I don't know a wallet where you can lock the time at the moment, but maybe that's some additional feature on top. So if you could leverage or reuse an open source wallet and add the time tracking feature, and combine it with a smart contract for the token exchange, this would justify it.
Right.
Well, from my knowledge, there is a wallet that could be used, is the NDAO wallet, but it's not open source. So we need to create an open source wallet that will be specific to our need, and there's no nodes that I am aware of in the market for now.
John, please.
But maybe there is. I just need to find it.
Yeah, sorry, Victor.
No, that's fine. No, it's Victor and I. Actually, I'm coming in as a co-partner with Victor, and where I came from is on the business planning part of the One Small Town. And when we were working through many applications, I realized, oh, these are very viable needs, i.e. there's time banking. How do you track the quality of the products and services to ensure that those Ubuntu products, if they're in the marketplace, have a defining secure element. And I looked upon, like you say, the Prism model, and all of a sudden I thought, gee, this ecosystem could fit on the blockchain. And then that's where I became involved with the Cardano over the last year. And I said, wow, this is amazing. We could be the real financial system, and the decentralized financial system, or Cardano with its platform, could serve a lot of these needs in a decentralized way and also be scalable. So Victor, being on the tech side, made it very clear that a lot of these tools that we are functioning now in the small town of Ras Al Matan could become much more efficient and much more scalable once we have these tools. And Mike, you're absolutely right. If there are tools and wallets that we could use, then that's fantastic. And the application and the research to make sure which are going to be beneficial to this real environment is essential. So that's my 2 cents worth. But we're dealing with a real situation with a real economy that needs smart, decentralized financial modeling and other services. So also the consensus model is very important for people to pick and choose where they're going to work and the quality of the businesses that we're going to engage and support. And there was another model, Alex. If the one small town, the 3 hours a week, it is a we're hoping that the people who are working in their environment will slowly find that they can engage more and more into the one small town model. And so within a transitional period, we're moving from a legacy system to the one small town system. And that gives the freedom and abundance for people to not have to work as much, but also to do the work that they really love to do. So there's a lot of interpretive ways of looking at how this will unfold. But it's a very wonderful exchange that we're trying to engage with Cardano on. So.
What's the current state of the project?
Well,
are
like
you looking for the funding to
city...
start with the development?
No, we already start. We already implement many things. There's already businesses running. We are already on the field in the first city in Lebanon. We have there timber. We have volunteer already. We have a business planning team, for example. We are writing all the business plan that we can do in the specific town. So all this is already ongoing. But very soon, the people of the town will start to volunteer there 3 hours a week. And we'll need these tools to register. We cannot go on a spreadsheet or on Excel, of course. So we need all these tools to, we can do without to start, but at some point we need them to be more efficient. So we already are very in the advance, in the vision, in the plan. And let's say we have 20 cities just waiting for us. So we are focused on one for now. And when we do it good, we can expand to the others.
Nice, thank you very much. We have 2 minutes left. So who wants to know more from Victor and John?
Yeah, any question?
I have one follow-up question if there is no competition. But basically my question is, I'm trying to understand it. What is the highest ROI activity that you plan to start with? So basically the minimum of time of inhabitants to generate the most value, what it is?
Well, I think I will understand the question. We have partnership all around the world, for example, and we will have free electricity. We have new technology that will bring us free electricity that we will implement in this town. And this will drive all the other business. When you don't have to care to pay the bills of electricity, to the government, you can focus on other things. So the first thing, the first force is this: is the free electricity that will free many energy for people to do other things.
But what about something that you can build to exchange with other cities? Because likely one city will not be able to produce everything. So what will this something that you can produce very affordably, at the same time exchange for high value with others?
Well, every city will have its own specific, buildings and facilities that we can use. So it can be a factory of ecological clothes, or it can be permaculture, it can be fruit, it can be anything. Every city.
But specifically for this city in Lebanon, you should already have some plans specifically for that.
In Lebanon, it's mostly tourism. The city is very close to Beirut, and it's a beautiful city on the mountain. You have a lot of hike you can go. So tourism-wise, it's very great. You have a lot of good wine, so it will drive the business. So it's tourism to start, and also it's the energy. Once again, it's the free energy that we can distribute to other cities.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Yeah. Good luck. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. 10 minutes are over. All questions seem to be answered. 3 very interesting topics. Thank you very much for presenting and actively contributing to this healthy discussion. Now it's time to go back to the breakout room. We have 15 minutes to refill our coffee cups or whatever. I hope to see you later for the next 3. Thank you very much.
All right. See you.
Take care.
Yeah, let's do it this way. We change due to the absence of Tim. We start with Tarek and do Tim's session afterwards. If you want to share your screen.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
The 5 minutes are running now. Have fun.
Okay, I have a YouTube video presentation for my idea. I will play the video now. Okay. 2-minute video. Okay, I hope you enjoy the music.
This guy's a traitor, a treasonous, and he has broken every law of the United States. And I'm not for the death penalty. So if I'm not for the death penalty, the only one to do it, illegally shoot the son of a.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry, no, not this file.
You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, yeah. I just I will reply the same. The same slides, but this time I will provide more time and more explanation, so that our idea is very simple. We will create a link between the blockchain and the telecommunication network, so that the smart contracts in the blockchain could access and use the telecom protocols like SMS, USSD, and so on. We are using a Chainlink Oracle, securely connected to the blockchain. This is a topology of our system. The Chainlink node will be installed in the mobile network operator core network, so that the only connection exposed to the internet is a secure link between the node Chainlink node and the Chainlink network, and it is proven that very secure. From here, the server, the Chainlink Oracle will be connected to USSD server. The USSD server is the server that's responsible for creating this shortcode and responding to this shortcode message, session-based messages, so that we could give the people the ability to just, if they want to send money, Ali want to send 10 ADA to Fatima, he can type this string in his feature font. He don't need internet, he don't need anything, just one bar of signal from any tower near him. He can use his very cheap Chinese feature font and write this string. For example, 222 is send ADA command. There 5421 is Ali wallet pin code. 10 is the amount of ADA, and this is the Fatima phone number. So that this phone number is actually we are this is the wallet address.
Tarek, your time is over. I think it was great that you explained it and showing the details for the typing again.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything in order to close your presentation and start a Q&A?
No, no problem. Alas, you can ask. I think that it is. I finished. Yeah.
Now it's up to you. Who wants to start with the first question? Edwin.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Just I have one question right now. Maybe two. So then when I will send with the phone, how are the the wallets involved in this? Like you'll have to sign this with a private key when you do a transaction, and how is this working with this technology? And second question is more like to find about your team and your experience.
Okay, I am communication engineer, 12-year communication engineer. My experience based in IT, system administrator, server administrator, and so on. I'm not a programmer, but I am a system administrator and network administrator. I'm very familiar with using USSD because in Sudan, this is the main way people send money. But they don't send crypto, they send phone credit, and they use phone credit to transfer money from from anywhere. So that I want to use the same convenience system they are using now and try to connect it to the blockchain. My idea that this wallets could be limited to 100 ADA, and because 100 it is a lot of money in Africa. And after that, you said about the signing keys. Actually, for simplicity and because that we already inherited the GSM security protocols and methods, so that this pin code will just be the security key. This pin code, short 5 digits pin code, will be the security, and the phone number will be the wallet address, and all this information will be translated using ADA handle or another system for wallet, just like a DNS server. Yeah. So that we need to make the experience very simple and very convenient for the user. You cannot ask people to write the full hash key or something like that to send money. Yeah, it will be unfeasible.
Is your matching service also decentralized, or is this going to be a centralized one in order to simplify the user experience?
Okay, we are We are not responsible of any cryptocurrency tokens or anything. We are just building the link between the telecommunication and the blockchain, so that we imagine that we can partner with different stable coin wallets programs and so on, that we can provide this server and for them. Sorry, and I prefer not using ADA at the beginning, and using stable coin, because it is very easier for government to give license for this service if they know that the price is fixed and it will not be changed against the dollar.
Any other questions? Yes, Hanno, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So how do you attach the actual how do you attach the telephone number to the ADA address? Is there on a database somewhere? How do you link those two?
There is a translation services building now in the Cardano ecosystem, like ADA handle. They are providing. We try to imagine that we can use this service, for example, to translate from the phone number to wallet address, and will be a registration process for people. If they want to create a wallet, they have to go to agent. We'll have a network of agents that will be responsible for registration, your account, and your phone number.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be a phone number. You could actually use the ADA handle, whichever it is, the person's name or anything. Okay.
Yeah, but for convenience, I think that phone number it is easier for people. Yeah, to remember.
Thank you, Mike. You're next.
Oh, what's happening now? There. Yeah, I really like the idea. I mean, that's something new, and I didn't even know that. I'm also a fan of these old phones. You could call them old, but they are just sturdy. But to wrap the security side up, it's more that your PIN code is your layer of security. Is that right?
Yeah, but plus that the communication will the request will come from this phone number. From the telecom side, I can make sure that this session is created by this phone number, so that this is added security measure to the transaction.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not that deep into telecommunication. I just always hear that SMS are quite easy to intercept and to change, but I have no idea, to be honest. Cool.
What's the state of the project, Tarek? So where are you at the moment, and what would help you most beyond the funding?
Really, now we are creating now we have a Chainlink node working now in the AWS cloud service. We will try to get a small form factor USSD server, because the license for a full USSD server is very expensive. We just in this project, in this fund, we are trying to build a proof of concept. We want to show that the technology is working, just like that.
What's the next step after this fund? Let's assume you get the proposal funded, the proof of concept is successful. You can send one whatever to via the mobile phone to the other. So what are your plans to scale it and to make it bigger?
Yeah, our plan is to target Kenya, because my teammate, Mr. Mohammed Firehi, he didn't come with us today. He's a country representative for this system, Open Code. Open Code it is a very respectable company that provides these services for telecommunication company, USSD servers, SMS servers, and they provide all these solutions to telecom company. But the license is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is the price, but for a telecommunication company, it is not an issue. So that we need after we make the proof of concept, we will start contacting MTN in Kenya, because they already got this server installed in their premises, and we will try to get a value-added service license from the Kenyan government, and making a business agreement with MTN, but before that, we have to make partner with stable coin wallet. I thinking of Cardano or DJet or because it will be they will open us to a pool of millions of users, so that we have to comply with the Kenyan government license and procedures and KYC and every this. And it will be. I think that we will need WADA, and actually I joined WADA, and they are supporting the proposal, and IOHK. I think that they can provide us some support in the government relationship and something like that. And after implementing this, after installing this in one country, I think that it will be very easy to scale up.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The 10 minutes are over. Very interesting. Really liked it.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
All right. Mike is next. Yeah, first sharing the hearts. Maybe we do the same for you. We will see.
Oh yeah. No, I just wanted to.
Tarek, do you mind too close? Yeah, perfect. So Mike, feel free to share your presentation.
Okay. I think it's that one. Chook.
We can see it. 5 minutes are running. Good luck.
All right. So, hello everyone. My name is Mike Dietrich, and I'm a Plutus and Prism pioneer, a musician, a teacher, and a cultural scientist. And I have started this edutainment at the start of this year. Edutainment, that is an international collective that is dedicated to creating tools and game-based learning applications for the Cardano ecosystem. So, and we got funded in Catalyst Fund 6 for the concept phase of our first project. And that is, oh, by the way, that is our website here, just edutainment.com. That is a language learning game. We're building a play to learn and earn game for language learning. And our game is an MMO. That means that it can support hundreds of thousands of people playing together in real time or in persistent worlds. And we start with 14 languages that we think are especially important to Cardano. And these are English, Standard Chinese, Standard Arabic, French, Spanish, Russian, Indonesian, German, Hindi, Portuguese, Swahili, Amharic, Oromo, and Japanese. So each language has its own world that is built and inhabited by the community. And each world is really governed by a DAO. And this DAO is formed out of first language speakers and high-level players. So these moderate and regulate the world and ensure that there's quality content and good stuff happens. And game-based learning, that's what we are all about, because we believe that digital games are actually ideal learning environments, because good games are designed for active learning, and nothing works without you, really. So when you do not do anything, the game will stop, or there will not be happening anything. In a movie, it just continues if you do not press actively stop. So, and everything is only there for you to create your own story in the game. And you can navigate in a clearly structured world, and you can follow your own path and interest. You can set your own pace and repeat anything as often as you want without having to face possibly life-inhibiting consequences if you fail. In games, you can also explore different possibilities and outcomes and experiment in a safe and guided space, which is often really impossible in the real life. And good games are, most importantly, extremely good at creating intrinsic motivation. And intrinsic motivation is the most crucial factor for prolonged and directed deep learning. And it's against the extrinsic learning. For if you gamify something, then you just promote extrinsic motivation, so you get a reward for something. And intrinsic motivation is you really say, I want to keep playing this because I think this is fun, and not because I get something for it. And of course, feedback games are also feedback loops, so you always get immediate feedback on your actions. And our game is designed to share the learning experience in a social and inclusive ecosystem across cultural and national boundaries. You can practice, meet, or play together with your friends and strangers. You can always find someone to practice and learn together, regardless of your location. And your avatar is your anonymous extension to the game, so you do not need to fear talking with anyone if you are not really skilled at the language yet. And you also do not need to pay a tender. Instead, you get paid value. We are free to play, but play to earn. And meaningful participation or contribution to the game earns you the in-game currency, which is our native token. And all the revenue streams, they get exchanged to ADA and put into a treasury. And that generates value for the native token, because the tokens you get represent your share of this treasury. So yeah, when you play, you actually earn something of the revenue stream of the platform. And we have several versions of virtual land and NFTs, of course, but virtual land is more interesting, I think, because we actually give out some land for free, but only for reputable DAO members. So if you're part of a DAO and you're doing really good and everybody thinks you're doing a good job, then you get some land for free.
The last minute is running, Mike.
Oh man, that's so fast. So, and you can, we also use Atala Prism to verify, verify credentials and issue them to your DIT. So you can actually prove that you've learned something and your reputation outside the game as well. And community, that's really important. It's our key pillar. And we just really create tools. Edutainment is only creating tools, and all the content and value is created by the community, not by us. Yeah, and yeah, you can choose what you want to become. Become an architect or translator or administrator, teacher or an author. And there's always a way with you that you could contribute. This is our team for a quick glance. So we have some experts for different stuff. And this is me here doing, yep. And these are all our proposals that we have in the next fund. Because yeah, there are some different paths for different, yeah, all these four are basically one, maybe these three. Okay, I think that's it.
That's it. Thank you very much. Who wants to raise their first question? Yes, Edwin, please.
Hello. Yeah, I really like the concept. I think it's really, really nice. I wish you best of luck. I will have some questions. I hope will not demotivate you or not demotivate you, but
not at all.
So I will start. So you said you got funded in Fund 6, if I remember correctly. Yeah. How did you use that funds, and what exactly are you going to use these funds for?
So yeah, it's all for our concept phase basically, and we. We started gathering a team, and now we are these 6 people. And they all need some money or want some money, and we just got enough funding to give them like a minimum wage, so they do not have to worry about their regular costs like basic cost of living. And at this point, we really did lots of visual identity and branding work, and just chopping it right at the roadmap and making it all more clearer and concise, because it's otherwise it's just a real mess. It's quite a big project, so we really want to make sure that we do not waste too much time on anything. And this funding runs until the end of February. And at this point, we hope to have a prototype that we can show or that we can at least show videos of the prototype, and have gathered the language founding teams for the different languages and have been working with them to create the language concept, or because you cannot just create one language concept and it fits all languages. So you really have to get in a communication with other people that, from other languages. And also research into, into the Proton graph. That is one of our key components. It's an open source tool for procedural modeling, and we've also been upgrading this to the current version of Godot.
And do you know if this will gonna be on mobile or desktop? And one last question, is this only for learning languages or learning everything? So can it be also for kids, for instance, or
Yeah, okay, first platform. So actually the most, so we try to go for desktop first because you just have the best ways of interacting, but it's also one of my priorities to make this for mobile as well. So because there are just heaps of people that do not have a laptop in the world, and we want to target exactly these people as well. So we need to be mobile. Yeah, and for what you can learn. Actually, it started out as a general learning platform, but for now we just say, okay, let's first get this done with 14 languages, and then we can expand to other languages because, but for different subjects, totally we are open for that, and this is part of the longer term vision that you have different worlds for different subjects as well, but then you need another way of interacting with the game and different mechanics. And these also differ greatly between languages, so I think that should be doable in the future as well.
So in the end, it will be like a stack flow. Like you have a subject, you'll have one word for this subject, and then something like this, I can imagine.
Yeah, something like this. So, for example, one of the things we also wanted to have is just a blockchain world to get some basic concept of blockchain. But maybe we will include these in the general language worlds as well. Like you have some little hut somewhere, and then that's the blockchain hut. And once you enter, you're in the blockchain world, and you have to learn blockchain stuff in your language. Yeah.
Okay, pretty cool. Thanks.
Great. Are there any other questions? Tarek.
Yeah, Mike, good luck with this idea. And I want to know what is the structure of the game? Yeah, what is you have? What is the type of the games there? Different genre, action, strategy.
It's a Sandbox MMO. That's the technical term. It's community. I'm just trying to get back here. So Sandbox games are games where community is creating the content, and you have. So we are actually not creating content. I just have to underline this always because
just like Roblox,
a bit like Roblox, but. It actually, I did not know about Roblox before I started this, but then I thought, okay, there's Roblox already, and they're doing lots of the stuff that we want. But I think we're doing it better because we're doing it even more decentralized and open source, and we also want to, we are not limited to this, and we go for procedural modeling as well, which is quite fascinating. If you can just create stuff and it's not always the same.
And you will have their building tools for content building tools. You will create that.
Yeah, that's the Proton graph. That's the open source tool that we already have, and it's at the moment it's on the old version of Godot, and Godot is the biggest open source game engine for everyone that doesn't know that, and they had a major rework in this year for a new graphic rendering engine. They changed from OpenGL to Vulkan, and so we are at this moment we are also updating this. But you're right, we really need intuitive editors and guidelines and best practices, and that's what we want to do, make it really nice and streamlined that everybody can really create content and not just people that have studied game design.
Perfect.
What are your plans to attract content developers?
So it's good if you want to create content because it's valuable for you. This all comes down to the tokenomics. But as with the tokens have inherent value because they get the value of the ecosystem, if you make nice levels and the people love your levels and you get a high rating, we also have a rating system in there, then you get better tokenomics, or you get better rewards for that. And so that's basically it. And also, I think there are lots of people that really want to teach something and they just do not have the platform to do it in an easy way.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions? You mentioned, Mike, that you are intending to start with 14 languages. Why do you want to start with 4 and not just 2 or 3, just to start small and scale when you prove that it's working?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, but I can just take it out here because we want to be as inclusive as possible and not just teach English, French, Spanish, and German, because these are the typical ones that you always find on different language learning platforms that are for free at least. And so we just thought, okay, what are the biggest or widest spoken languages? And these are, yeah, these 6 basically, 7.
And do you have, sorry, you first.
Yeah, so we started with the most widely spoken languages, and then we chose some very important ones like American or Oromo and Japanese, and yeah, of course.
And do you have partnerships in order to take care about the translation, or what would you help beyond the funding most at the current point of time?
Kind of good question. So there's so we are at this moment building out or reaching out to different language communities, and actually today I got in contact with another one, and yeah, at this point we are only translating the website, and once we have this done, we use this to form hubs around this. So each language has their own team, their own community, and they can connect with each other. And I think that is the biggest part that we need in the next time, and because without the language teams, we can't do this.
A little less than 1 minute left, so one last question. Then I have one regarding the roadmap. So if I got you right, the proof of concept of the first playable version is going to be ready after this funded Fund 7 project. Is it correct?
Yeah, we have 3 different kinds of prototypes, but the MVP is going to be probably in May somewhere, and we target May for that. And yeah, at the start of this year, we want to have, or we actually have an internal little prototype already for some stuff. And yeah, we want to have something that we can show off to just see how you would learn languages in this world. And then there's another prototype in between the actual one and then the MVP.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike.
No worries.
Very interesting. Good luck.
Cheers.
We got a new person. Tim didn't appear. Dominic just joined our room. Yeah, and he sent us Jesse Caldwell. And Jesse, hi, nice to meet you. Great to have you here. You are number 3 in this round of amazing people. Feel free to share your screen.
Okay, sounds great. I had a wonderful PowerPoint, and that's on the other laptop. So I'm going to bring it out in a Google Doc, and we're going to roll through it, and it's going to be great. So thank you. All right, let me get my screen shade.
Yeah.
Get on this.
We can see it. Time is running.
I
so
believe
have fun.
it. All right, give me a second here. Google Docs.
Oh, yeah, take your time. Take your time. I stopped the watch.
And then I probably don't need this. All right. So everybody can see what I'm looking at, right?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah. Let's do this. First of all, thank you so much, everybody, for giving me an opportunity to talk with you about our proposal in this Gamers on Chain challenge. And you know, as you can read, the challenge was, you know, what kind of blockchain gaming applications should be developed so that we can achieve this mass adoption of Cardano. And we've had experience, you know, of our own, and we think that if we could today we propose that we build a virtual gamified marketing space where audiences can come and they can join this marketing space and learn and support Cardano communities and projects. And so the reason we're thinking about this is because we actually, with Carnivilla, we have experience doing events and onboarding a wide variety of audiences with a variety of skill sets into using blockchain and in a live gamified environment. And so in that process, we got people who didn't really have much knowledge of blockchain. We got them to create wallets and learn, basic transactions like how to get a ticket, how to show us that ticket to get into the event. There we're creating custom NFTs of everybody, and there was a lot of the environment had NFTs where they could, scan it or exchange their NFTs with other people in order to get things, or if they did something and got an accomplishment, they could receive an NFT for that. And so through all this engagement through gamification of the participants and the contributors and then the environment itself, it created this real strong experiential marketing situation where it seemed like they were moving around to different areas, and it provided a lot of opportunity, and we saw a lot of opportunity in those two events for this, like I said, experiential marketing situation, because when they came out of it, they're a lot more aware of just blockchain and things like that. So these we thought were great educational tools for new learners, because creating the wallets and securing them, they also learned about things like fungible and non-fungible tokens, and these are kind of the foundations for like building a gamified marketing space that can host events and meetings and social engagements that can be centered around Cardano projects specifically. So what we want to build, and we have people lined up to do this, is we want to build this world, have it professionally hosted so that we can get a lot of people in it without any problems. And we want to make it this virtual gamified marketing space, and we want to populate it with rentable contributor spaces. And so as it stands, it's going to be easy to access through like a browser, through VR, through a mobile. The contributor spaces are pretty easily customizable as far as dropping images in, or if there are people that know how to develop and want to bring their own, booth in, we can accommodate that as well. So we believe that through doing this, we're going to start onboarding multiple communities that previously associated with Cardano through these virtual marketing spaces. And that's what we're currently in the process of building. Is there any questions?
You still have 1:30 left, but
okay, great. No problem. We found two great teams that we're working with. One, of course, being XPR Labs, and they've already built worlds, and they do a lot of hosted events, and they also can provide extra staff past what we already have. And then another one was Another Reality Studios, and we think they're really on the forefront of like augmented reality and this mixed reality, and of course they can move that into virtual reality. So between these two teams and then what we've already done with Carnivilla, being Chris and I, a couple of more IOTC tradesmen and some thespians, we think this is just a real perfect combination to kind of move forward with.
Thank you, Jesse.
No problem.
Who wants to start with the first question?
Go ahead.
Jesse, please.
I was going to say, I realized when talking with Chris, and I tried to elaborate a little bit more, it's interesting, I'm sure other people can relate, that we're so far into our projects that sometimes we say things that might take 2 or 3 more sentences to kind of fan out and explain. So if I've done any of that, please feel free to ask me questions. We've got it figured out.
So I start with one question then. So you use this term gamification, and what exactly do you gamify? So it's, as far as I got it, it's a virtual marketplace, and you're running around in an avatar, and then you basically have a virtual mall or virtual market. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you're running around in a virtual mall, and the environment itself is gamified. One of the things that we were doing with our events, as far as people that were contributing or vendors or stuff, we were working with them because part of our event is funded. So we're able to get things from vendors and then turn them into gamified events that, to gamified items that the contributors then can kind of hunt and find and win. So it's advantageous from a vendor perspective because they're not only going to get exposure in a virtual environment, of course, not only going to get exposure to the participants and the people coming through, but also the people that are part of this community. We're constantly keeping them engaged, and a lot of that's done through giveaways and things like that. So being a part of this community allows us to acquire let's say if you're doing a drop and you have some characters that we can buy off of you or help support this project and then give them away to our community. Our communities, we're going to want to not only find out more about your project, but they're also going to say, hey, wait, there's free stuff that we can get. And it's like, yeah, it's in the environment, go find it. So things like that, where if there's a gamified environment and it's constantly updating with new projects and things, you can almost guarantee that every couple of days and definitely every week, there's going to be something new going on here. And if it's not a new project and I'm just out here trying to hunt for, NFTs and learn more about what Cardano is doing, this is going to be a great environment to hang out in.
Do you have an example for a vendor and second for the ideal target group? What do you have in mind?
Oh yeah, as far as the vendor goes, we were working with XPR, who is the developer, and they've done a couple of, I believe they're doing JobCon right now. They've done a couple of VR chat worlds, and they say they have the record for hosting the most amount of people in an event, which is one of the reasons we were drawn over to them. So they have, we've got all the concept art with them, and a lot of it is based around, I was going to say like a Victorian steampunk feel, and it's they have one of the JobCon at, I believe it's JobCon festival in the VR chat that has a similar layout to what we were describing to them. Did that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you assure, so you mentioned that it's a multi-platform, so from mobile to VR, that everybody is able to access it. How do you ensure that the layer of the experience is similar to all of those, or doesn't it matter because different devices, different abstraction layers? How do you deal with that topic?
Our goal was to make it in the sense as user accessible as possible. I love being in VR, but not everybody's got that. A lot of times being able to get there from a mobile phone or even your desktop with just kind of dropping in with an avatar to walk around, that we want to be able to accommodate all those people. Yes, as far as being able to participate in the gamification and getting more out of the world, there are layers that we want to integrate with Cardano functionality in order to do that. And so I could, that's a good question. I'd like to see with the variations from full-on VR to somebody on the desktop, if they would have limitations for what we're trying to do. And let me pinpoint my answer concisely. With the augmented reality development, we can do a lot in a virtual reality space.
For me, it's totally fine.
Okay.
I'm dealing in the VR and AR area for many years, and it's quite interesting to see new people getting engaged and how to deal with it and how to explain the new possibilities. And if you have the same application just on a 2D phone, for example, how can you ensure the gamification, what you have in mind, for example? But that's perfectly fine for me.
Okay, as far as like an augmented layer,
Yeah.
Between that and okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Are there any other questions? Then I have one. Jesse, what did you bring to Cardano or to Catalyst specifically?
Like besides my skill set and my interest in a fabulous idea how to market Cardano out to other people and get them to start using the blockchain?
Yeah.
Or was that the answer?
Potentially.
To be honest, I heard about Catalyst, I think back in round 3, and it just been so under my own project, you know, with Chris for so long that when it popped back in and we saw what you were doing, I immediately thought of my Burning Man experiences. You know, where you're taking, you know, 32 department heads, you know, two teams per, and you're bringing in thousands of people, and you're trying to build a city from scratch that, you know, we're going to burn down in a couple of weeks. And so when I saw, you know, that there was, it was more than the funding for me. For me, it was that there was this this idea of how you guys wanted to expand, how Cardano wanted to expand, and these were the different areas that you're expanding out into. And so just being a part of that, even through my process of becoming a proposer, I'm really excited about getting involved in the next layer of becoming, you know, community advisor, someone who can start auditing these reports, or I'm sorry, auditing these proposals. And so on a personal level, that what's going on here at Catalyst and Idea Scale really draws me in to want to help and participate. On a professional level, kind of what we were doing, and I saw this Gamers on Chain, and I think, you know, we can really give them a path out towards the people. And I think this kind of little symbiotic joining is going to work really well, not only for Cardano, but for us as well.
Awesome. Great to hear. Thank you very much. Newman, you raised your hand, so please continue.
Okay.
Yep. Jesse, wonderful proposal. I love your experience, Burning Man and IOTC and the stage theater thing. And this project, it seems like it's a way to bring because this is a theme, a general theme that I'm experiencing is sort of non-technical people, non-developers, non-crypto people, just average folks that are, and then they would just let me see if I can get it, that they would go to an event, like there'd be a community, like I was just at the Emerald Cup here in Santa Rosa, California, which is a cannabis industry.
I don't know if you saw my buddy Dan Spillane up there with the 91 Club, but he was having a good time.
Yeah, it seemed just right for a virtual world, a carnival.
Yes.
The same idea. So I'm seeing the same idea, and it seems as though that it would bring new blood, new non-technical people into it. So that's sort of my comment. My question is one, you know, if you have any ideas about that, and then yeah, if that sparks any ideas, if I'm getting that correctly. And then how to make that, yeah.
No, please ask your question.
No, go ahead. That's, yeah, I realized that it wasn't necessarily such a question, but I just wanted to make sure I was getting the idea correctly.
You nailed it pretty close to the head. Halloween 2020, when we were doing our first event, we were really thinking about not only trade shows, but if you think of just Burning Man in general as such a great platform where you've got these theme camps and people that, you know, want to express themselves, and you got people that want to be there and they want to collect their experiences. So yes, once you create, and that's the interesting thing, it's more than just the virtual world. Yeah, once you create this game where people can go to an event or a trade show or anywhere and they see, okay, this game's here. I'm already a player on this game. I already have credentials. I know they're going to have, you know, booths and things and games here, so they're already prepped. Yeah, absolutely. Burning Man is one of like the higher steps. I'm really fortunate to be working with quite a few of the theme camps, and I realized that just, you know, it's micro macro. And so if you can do it on a small level, you can do it on a big level. And so there you go with an idea. If you can create a virtual marketing space where people can come in a virtual environment. Yeah, I might have extended that too far, but that can also move out into augmented reality, and you can start blurring the lines in between this virtual reality and actual real life event spaces.
Thank you very much.
So
the time is actually over, so maybe Newman, the last point from your side.
Oh, no, I just think that's wonderful. There's tons of things that's really sparked my imagination. I think it's a great project. I'm going to vote for it. I'll get all my friends and family to vote for it. I'd love to see it. Although I haven't seen what your budget and timeline is, but the idea is fantastic. If you don't get funded now, please let's continue to participate. I think that this will happen in the future. This is something that will be. It just doesn't make any sense that it wouldn't be.
Yeah, we're leaning in on it.
Do it. Do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jesse. I'm glad that you joined this round. Thank you all for having 6 very interesting different sessions. I wish all of you the best of luck in getting the funding for this round. And we meet now in the main hall to do the common checkout, and hopefully to see you soon in the next Idea Fest. Take care.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
About blockchain, an idea came up, which is the science hyperspace. And the idea is basically to make data storage decentralized, secured, encrypted on the Cardano blockchain, linked with ID access, identity access. And it's really just a theoretical idea. I don't know much about development. I'm just here for connections and stuff. But yeah, the idea is to have a space where you can just securely store scientific knowledge, which makes references easy because they are linked together. They lead to each other when referenced. It also would make the possibility to translate papers into different languages, into different levels of competence, and attach them to each other. So yeah, that would also, linked with identity, give the opportunity to maybe make stuff public and other stuff not. Like you could also use the storage for just working projects where only the researchers that work on that project have the access. You can also make access public, or yeah, just anything you would like to. The interface will be a very big problem because navigation and presentation will become bigger and bigger as this project will grow. But yeah, basically, the idea is just to take the best advantages that blockchain could offer to make them useful for sciences. Yeah, and the big problems are, for me, that I don't have a team yet. I'm not a coder, I'm not a developer. I don't know much about token systems, and the interface will be a very big problem. But my plan is to, as soon as I get people who are interested in this idea, to talk about the roadmap, and the first thing to do would be to make a pilot that is small enough to execute in not that much time. Yeah, just like the Cardano way, right? Start small and make it bigger and bigger. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm very open for questions, if you have any.
Thank you, Zoe. You got the perfect timing. Now, I have anybody wants to make a questions, please raise your hands. Victor, please.
Yep. Thanks, Zoe, for the presentation. Would you mind sharing the link to your proposal in ID scale?
Yeah, sure. Mm. Oh. Yeah, just a second. I have to open my other browser. I just saw that I opened another.
I already sent a link.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, not at all.
Awesome.
Anyone else got any questions? Adam?
Hi, everyone. This is Adam. My first question for you, at least, and then I'll let others go, is have you thought about, by the way, thank you for the proposal. It sounds very interesting and worthwhile. Have you thought about integrating with other systems that already exist in the blockchain and crypto world, or modeling after or partnering in any way with things like for example, IPFS, which is a way of storing files in a decentralized manner that's connected to blockchain, or even looking at the centralized traditional solutions from the existing industry for storing scientific papers and ways of referencing. Any thoughts on kind of partnering or leveraging work that is already out there or being done?
No, I did not really get that. Maybe I missed that. Could you spell it, the one you mentioned?
Sure. Yeah, and I could put it in the chat as well. The particular file storage system I mentioned is IPFS, and I'm putting that in the chat right now. I hear about it a lot. I feel like it's a big successful project already in the terms of the blockchain world. And I know Filecoin is one related entity that's used in the system.
Yeah, right. I know about Filecoin. And it's running on Ethereum, so interplanetary file system. Oh wow, what a nice name. Yeah, I've read into the how Filecoin is operating, and I thought this is a very interesting concept. So I could very much read into these existing systems. Thank you very much for the hints. System.
Hey, Adam, okay, Adam is lower head. Christian, would you like to make a question?
Yes. So, I mean, I'm a scientist as well, or I have been a scientist for quite a few years. And so I just wanted to have some clarification. So what is it exactly you think blockchain can add? Obviously, we can link things up. I think for me as a scientist, one of the biggest problems usually is to have open source access to it, or have basically find information and then also be able to read it. So it's not behind a paywall. Is that something that would be addressable with this, or what is it that you think we need? Because sort of referencing and finding things is sort of quite well sorted, because it's sort of a mainstream scientific thing, if you're a scientist anyway. What would be the real advantage? I mean, I'm more than happy to bring it to Cardano. I'm just asking for how we would do it and what would be kind of the cool thing about it, in addition to what we got already.
I think the most valuable thing about that would be that it's the data can be, or the papers can be really owned by the scientists, and open source is something that is very resonates with me, because it it's open, right? And I don't think that science should be something that is tied to, right, having to pay or yeah, there are web pages that allow you to put in the paper number and stuff, and you will get it. The DOI number, right? And you will get it, but they are a kind of piratey web pages. And I think the concept of having access to these papers would be very important to me. And yeah, the real advantage over it would be that it's in one place, and you can verify the researchers, and you don't have to really know every source to be sure that you can verify something, because it will be linked to this identity stuff, and there you can, like, yeah, it would.
Okay, so it would be similar to like Google Scholar, where you also have to verify, but you just bring it to the blockchain. You should be able to search. So you want to search there, and then hopefully it's also open source.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm sure there is something in there. Would be great to visualize it actually, to see, and if you can draw a picture sort of how it could work, that'd be fantastic in the proposal, and sort of, you know, so actually pinpoint the details. And I think there's somewhere quite clear. Yeah, to make it clear, I think visual. I'm a very visual person. It's great if it's sort of presented, and then you can just see what the advantages are and how it could work.
Yeah, thank you for your input. Yeah, it's since it's still just an idea. There are many things I would like to connect, but they are not specifically connected yet. So yeah, that what you pointed out is definitely something I would have to cover. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Christian. I believe Victor has a question or a comment. Would you like to go ahead, Victor, please?
Yeah, thank you, Kari. So Zoe, if you don't know about, you might know about this project, the Open Science Framework. It's quite interesting for people to do something like this, but they are not currently using blockchain, but they might be a possible partner for this, to build some partnership with them. And I'm also a scientist. I'm currently doing a PhD, and something that I was thinking about that occurs a lot, at least in my field, is that people started to reference not only papers and articles, but also YouTube videos, for example. And these might be something that might evolve in the future, be more and more common, and we might also be able to use decentralized storage and IPFS and other protocols as well to create this kind of database for references, not only text, but also images and videos. So just sharing this idea, because this was something that I was thinking about lately as well.
Yeah, thank you. That's very nice that you mentioned that. I also thought that if you can like translate it into other languages and attach that it's like the same but differently formulated, you could also do videos. That was an idea as well. That's very cool. Thank you very much also for the link. Is this you said this is a
it's a framework for collaboration, for people to share the papers and the research without going through the usual ways of publishing and etc.
Okay, awesome. Nice, thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Zoe. Now we gotta move on because we only have 15 minutes per presentation. And Thanks a lot, Zoe.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Sure. Our next presenter is Megan. Hopefully she can hear me now, because in the beginning of the session I had a mic trouble. Spread Plutus throughout Africa, right?
Yep, exactly. And I'm joined by my partner, Monfo.
Hi again. Oh.
And we have a presentation, so I'm going to just share my screen. Hopefully. All right, can everyone see it okay? I can't really see anyone anymore, so I'm going with the fact that you guys can see it. So Megan and Monfo here from WADA. We are part of the Cameroon Hub, DITC for Disruptive IT Cameroon. Our hub in Cameroon is focusing on IT and agriculture and bridging the two. The way that we're starting these both is really from the ground up. So in terms of agriculture, that's sort of separate from Cardano right now. We do have a lot of plans for the future, but with this round of proposals, we're really focusing on IT and launching that, especially through education. So we want to start by talking about kind of the main proposal, and then we put in a couple of other proposals that are related, and we just want to show how they link. So, did you want to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. So we thought about like this specific question, the what, the who, the why, and so on. And what is this proposal about? It is really about like WADA has Plutus education initiative that is launched by the Cameroon Hub as we specialize in IT and agriculture. Who is involved here? It's the whole DITC team, which is composed of 3 senior Haskell trainers, the WADA coordination that Megan is handling, and the WADA network of hubs, and of course, local devs and entrepreneurs. Why are we doing this? So we have 3 perspectives. The WADA vision is centered around, which is the first one, is centered around like 3 pillars, which are infrastructure, education, and dApp creation. We got funding in previous rounds to set up our infrastructure, and now we want to build on top of it. We want to leverage it to start our education, to launch our education pillar. On the local dev perspective, you know, sometimes it's easy to forget how difficult it is to onboard developers on Plutus and Haskell, given that it's a functional programming language, it being a functional paradigm. So there's a steep learning curve here, and this proposal is planning on addressing that at a local level. On the entrepreneur perspective, we really want to create through this proposal a space for developers and entrepreneurs to come together and, you know, brainstorm problems and then come up with solutions that match the local context. The how. So we are planning on, you know, using Discord to gather our community. But also we are starting a meetup sometime in December, actually December 28th. And also we have this training going on, and where we started with the trainer training.
Train the trainers.
We train the trainers, thank you. And that would follow with, you know, follow up with creating a content and then a curriculum that will then be taught throughout WADA hubs, network of hubs in Africa. We are also planning on using hackathons and using a project-based learning approach. And when we are talking about meetups that will be launched on December 28th. Our first hackathon session will be on January 27th. And we actually completed our first round of trainers training, which started on September 15th. Where will we be doing this? In person within our hubs, starting in Cameroon, and then online within the WADA network of hubs.
So now we wanted to show kind of the extension. We have this main proposal that's focusing on developing the curriculum and sharing it. We also had sort of two specific extensions to that. We want to get 300 Plutus women trained by 2025. And we made an interesting choice about the category for this one. We actually put it into the grassroots DeFi, which might sound surprising, but if you're here on the ground in Cameroon, you'll see that women are the ones who are in charge of, most grassroots finance. There's a lot of opportunity for DeFi solutions that we've addressed in this local context, and at the head of it is mostly all women. So that's why that was important to us. And then in addition, we think we could really boost this program by introducing clubs and hackathons. We do plan to do that anyways, but we had a separate proposal to really leverage. We already have WADA already has a partnership with BEN, Blockchain Education Network, and we really want to leverage that and push it to the next level to establish clubs in high schools and universities and have them kind of competing amongst themselves against each other to really drive Cardano adoption. So now I'm not sure about our time. I don't have that on my screen. But this is sort of the big picture of what we're proposing, because we emphasized earlier that we want to be teaching through project-based learning. So we actually did submit several projects as well that we have been studying for a little while here on the ground and have been talking to the community about, and seems to be quite a need. I don't need to go into each one of these individually right now, but sort of across the top, there are more DApp type solutions. We have a B delivery DAO and sort of DeFi solutions. And then along the bottom, some more fundamental things that will also kind of bring this to the next level in relation to the work WADA is doing, not just our own education initiative, but scaling up WADA's translation, French plus, so French and English. We're in a bilingual country here in Cameroon with French and English. So our team is bilingual, but it's not that common. And sometimes when we do make events, we have to overcome that. So we have been doing translation, but we want to make sure to ensure translation and ensure that all the materials we're producing are available in at least both those languages, but we hope more languages as demand increases.
All right, Megan, I think the time is up for the presentation. Okay. I'm sorry, we should go to the Q&A session now.
Yeah, that's great. I'll just stop sharing.
Thanks a lot for understanding, Zoe. Anyone got any question? All right.
Bring it on.
I've got a question.
A very simple one. I think I've heard of WADA, but I can't really remember what it is. Could you tell us?
Yeah, so WADA is a resource sharing network. Started really with a focus on West Africa about a year ago, and kind of very quickly expanded. So we did some rebranding around October. We used to be West Africa Decentralized Alliance, but we've sort of encompassed more than just West Africa and are going by just WADA as a noun. But we're about creating connections for people on the ground and kind of uplifting local communities by creating access to resources they might not otherwise have.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Megan, it's Lawrence here, and Mafaro. So yeah, great presentation. So do you guys have any thoughts around like learning Haskell, right? Like, I guess obviously Plutus is key to building the apps, but is there a program on getting, people just learning Haskell as kind of a laddered step of how do you learn Haskell first? Because that can get people going, and then talking about the apps. And that's the first part of the question. And the second is, what other educational institutions are you looking at partnering with? Okay.
So first, thank you for the question. I think it's a good one. Well, so as a software engineer, you know, I realized a few years ago that we were going to need to really train developers starting from the ground, like building up from the ground. We had the training program that we put together, and I think I mentioned that we are 3 months into it, and is actually divided into 3 phases. So the first phase was about like completing the trainer training in Haskell. You know, given that within the team we had like some people who were intermediate, advanced, and some that didn't really know a lot about like Haskell but had some skill in functional programming. So that first part is completed, and now we move to the Plutus portion of it, which is the second phase. And this is about like really sitting down and taking like 3 months intense, you know, learning and going through the Plutus Pioneer program, given that that's the, you know, pretty much the only resource that we have at this point. And also then moving on to advanced feature of Haskell that are used in Plutus. That's the second phase. And then the last phase is about actually getting into practice and starting like hopefully to implement some of these like projects that we have on this funding round, you know, as a project-based learning, as we mentioned, approach. So if you could remember.
Oh, and then the second question was just about the kind of partnerships in, you know, institutions, right, that we're looking at. So we are looking at kind of funneling from local schools in terms of high school to universities, and offering, you know, like we mentioned, sort of, we have a separate initiative for clubs, but it's also something we're hoping to incorporate kind of regardless of that getting funded. But I think in general, local universities and high schools are people we've already started talking to. Is that good enough? That address?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, yeah, good luck. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. Is there any other questions or comments on the proposal? Okay, if Megan and Manfu could take, oh, sorry, go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, I've got one. Thanks, Megan, Manfu, for the presentation. Really nice. I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but are these training sessions and workshops being in person or online?
Yeah, we mentioned it, but we were kind of rushing, so no worries. We will have them both in person and online. Something that WADA has already been doing since about July, when we first received funding from Catalyst. We've been having almost monthly events, and we've been able to, through our network of hubs, we have a couple of hubs that are well established and that are able to host in-person sort of viewings, as well as adding the online component. So we're sort of becoming very well versed in having, you know, parallel in-person and virtual sort of events. But we are definitely looking at, with the Train the Trainers program, having sort of trainers on site as many places possible, so that the online and the in-person can be continuing, you know, even when there's not maybe a specific event.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I'd like to ask him, Megan and Manfu, about if they think of, because in Africa we have several languages other than English and French, even Portuguese we have there. So in order to reach out everybody, has WADA or they spread Plutus to Africa proposal, the goal to develop the program in other languages than English or French, even if it's way ahead down the line?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that question. Yes. I was sort of mentioning the main reason we've been focusing on English and French is because those are the people that are in our network. But we absolutely do want to be expanding this. One of our goals with launching these meetups is just try and start gathering more multilingual people so that when we're training, maybe we're meeting together in English to train, as we've even been doing already, and people can then disperse and teach in their own languages. So as it's been happening, a lot of the training is happening in English, but then they're also competent to then go and sort of teach that material in French. So that was another reason I was sort of highlighting the Scale Up WADA's translation proposal, because that is really about how we can, like you said, kind of ensure some of these things before there's a demand, kind of make a template for how we're approaching, translation in general, and allowing sort of a seamless transition as people do come and request, Portuguese or Spanish. We have some sort of procedures for how to handle translation.
All right. I think we're gonna have to leave it there. Thanks a lot, Megan and Manfo.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Very good proposal. It even opened up my eyes to some issues we have here in Brazil to think about in the future. Thanks a lot for sharing and presenting.
That's what the community is about.
Yeah. Thank you. I believe for this part of the event, we have one more presentation from Adam, right?
That's right.
Hey, Adam. So,
good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening. Shall I get started?
Yes, please, Adam, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm placing a link to my proposal in the chat if anyone wants to check that out. My name is Adam Miller. I'm here as the proposer for the Symbiotic Catalyst Accelerator. Our challenge is about bringing traditional, experienced institutional acceleration and mentorship type services to Project Catalyst. That's something I feel I'm fairly well positioned to do. So I thought I would submit this proposal in this fund. There's things about me that might make me somewhat boring or offensive in the decentralized world in most situations. I come from a very traditional financial system and institutional world. I've had a startup company that's raised institutional capital and gone on to follow the steps that are outlined in Silicon Valley, met a lot of the people in Silicon Valley and the Boston area, New York. I now live in Southern California. So myself and my team, are better connected in the world that has invested $30 billion in crypto in 2021 than the world that has, like ours, that's probably invested $30 million, for example, from Project Catalyst into our own projects. So none of these things are necessarily things I'm actually proud of, because I love the decentralized world. In the last several years of my life have been devoted to learning and getting engaged with everything that's happening in blockchain and crypto and decentralization, because this is really the future. I'm a big believer in Web3 and just all the possibilities that this new technology brings to the world and the impact it'll have on society. So what is it that we're really trying to do with Symbiotic? We're going to try to identify high potential teams from the Catalyst program, and we're going to try to identify some great mentors from the traditional financial and institutional and innovation ecosystem world. And we're going to connect them and facilitate great mentorship relationships between those mentors and those projects. When I say high potential catalyst projects, what I'm really talking about are ones that not only have a lot of potential to impact Cardano and our ecosystem and the world, but also projects that could really benefit from this type of mentorship. So perhaps that means it's a team of engineers who lack a traditional business or financial or legal experience and could benefit from someone who's raised hundreds of millions of dollars or been a lawyer to well-funded startups, right, in Silicon Valley or you know, wherever they happen to be. We plan on using an incentive to get Catalyst projects to be involved. It may sound crazy. Some of our community advisors have suggested, why are you giving $5,000 to each of the projects from Catalyst that already received, you know, $20,000 or $100,000 or $200,000? But the idea is to incentivize them to apply to be a part of our system by offering $5,000 for each of the 10 or so projects that we plan on bringing in. And then for the mentors, you know, having spoken with a number of folks from the, again, this traditional institutional business world, a lot of them still don't know a lot about blockchain. They certainly mostly don't know a lot about Cardano because we're just one of the many blockchains. And so I think there's a really good opportunity here to connect projects that could use the support, and we'll try to incentivize them a little bit to participate, and mentors who have a lot of knowledge and experience, and even experience mentoring startups and projects and technologies, but who don't know a lot about blockchain. And so Symbiotic will both help teach them the basics about blockchain, Cardano, crypto, all the various types of decentralized apps that are being built in our space, but then they'll get to learn from the project team. So even though the mentors are not getting paid, which is not super uncommon for these mentors, right? They're used to volunteering in accelerators and incubators and these types of programs, being advisors to startups. They'll get to learn a lot more about blockchain and crypto through this experience. And then along the way, Symbiotic is going to facilitate strong mentorship relationships and leverage our own expertise and our advisors' expertise to provide kind of some more basic advice to all of the projects in terms of things that maybe you don't need these super advanced mentors always to be advising them on, you know, basic, maybe fundamentals of the business world and the startup world. So that's about 5 minutes. So I'm going to stop there and would love to take any questions.
Thanks, Adam. Anybody got any questions? Well, I do, Adam. I'm curious about just one thing. If I get right, you are going to unite several technical persons in the specific areas like law, marketing, finance, and everything. I bring them together to explore the solutions on the blockchain. Right, and so you wanna avoid the person who wants to start up something to go through the process by themselves, just to learn the fundamentals and expend a lot of time and money on that. So what I understand your proposal, you are bringing together this team in order to orientate those participants, excuse me, to develop their own ideas on Cardano or any blockchain, and you give knowledge support to that with this technical team, right?
So really the goal is actually to accelerate the development of and success of Catalyst projects. So that's really why we exist. When I was talking about the incentive for people from, let's say, the legal world with legal expertise, I was talking about the incentive for them to be a volunteer advisor or mentor to Catalyst projects is that they want to learn a lot about blockchain and crypto, right? In addition to their just the altruism or their interest in getting involved in startup projects. So while that is, I think, an incentive for them to participate, really they are part of the service, right? That we're going to bring to Catalyst funded projects.
All right, that's okay, Lawrence.
Yeah, I have a question. So Adam, so yeah, what is that process like? So what is like, how does someone in a Catalyst proposal reach out to you guys?
So I mean, this is all very new. This will be the first time we're doing it. We haven't defined the process with a lot of specificity, but the idea is that we're going to do some marketing to, in partnership with Swarm and, all the community that has helped run Catalyst from the beginning, right? The databases that exist, we're going to market this opportunity to all of the Catalyst funded projects that are still active, that we believe could possibly be a good fit. So hundreds of projects, and then we're going to ask them to submit a form, explaining why they could be a good fit. And then at the same time, we'll be going out to potential mentors, making phone calls, right? Both cold calls, going through our LinkedIn connections and connections of connections, trying to attract people, collecting information about them. And then after a month or a couple months of doing this collecting, we'll have kind of lists of people on both sides, right? The Catalyst projects and the potential mentors. And we'll look for the best fits, where for about 10 projects where we have a great mentor who we think will really be able to accelerate value for them.
Cool. No, that's a great idea. I do think that's, because obviously a lot of this is this is all grassroots, and we don't, as an example, I don't have a lot of contacts in the area that I'm presenting. I have an idea, but I agree that's helpful to bridge potential contacts. Cool. Good. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Megan and Manfo.
Yeah. I love it. I think it sounds great. I see that you're trying to focus on a US-based focus for the beginning. I guess I have two parts to that question. Is that maybe because your team of mentors has that skill set already? And then how are you going to address, that Catalyst is very international, and, there may be, will you be mentoring, I guess, not US focused programs as well?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for seeing that in the proposal. Honestly, since I wrote that, now that I think about it, that's probably a bit stronger language than I would like to be in there. It's exactly what you said. I think our mentors, my network and my knowledge, and a lot of the mentors we'll probably bring in will have the most experience in the US. But I mean, even an institutional investor in the United States has experience working with startups from around the world. So I think it's just going to depend on who we're able to attract, especially from the mentorship side, and just making sure that we feel we do have the knowledge and experience to add value for whoever the projects are that apply. But yeah, I think actually, in retrospect, maybe I'll add this as a comment. I'd like to try to broaden it. It's just, I don't want to make promises that I don't know I can keep. For example, if there's a lawyer who gets involved who really feels their expertise is really in the United States, we wouldn't want to necessarily connect them with a project that's focused overseas. But I really appreciate the question, because actually you're already making me question, the way I wrote about it, certainly, and even the way I'm thinking about it.
Well, I'm like, I want to partner with you, but we have a much broader focus. So if you get funding, let's talk more.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's
Christian.
Christian.
Yeah, I was just, actually the country question I had myself as well. So it's quite important, I guess, if we have access in Europe or elsewhere in Africa and Asia. But understandably, in America, you have a lot of the high-tech philosophy behind you. Where are you based, if I may ask, actually, Adam?
I'm based in Southern California in the United States.
Okay. Yeah. My other question was actually related to linking up with other working groups, such as the Catalyst School, for example. I wonder if you had already communication with those groups, so we're not really doubling up or competing, but rather make things stronger.
That's a great question, and I have been in touch with Tivo Sachs from the Catalyst School and Felix a bit as well. So we absolutely will only be successful if we're able to partner with the existing and even other new entities that are doing similar work. You've probably seen in the Catalyst town halls, this problem we're going after is also something IOHK and some of the other original organizations are going after on their own, right? They're building their own incubators and accelerators and bringing mentorships in and this challenge was created and sponsored by some of these central groups because they saw the need and wanted others to get involved as well. So we absolutely will, we will absolutely be, partnering with other organizations as much as we can, and really trying to focus on our own, unique value prop, our particular expertise, our particular connections, and our ability to add value, but trying not to necessarily duplicate or replicate things that are already being done really well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great.
Thanks, Christian. Thanks. So have we got any other questions? Okay, Hamza, developer, you're up.
Hello, thank you for the proposal. I was wondering about the accelerator. What's going to be the main focus of the accelerator? What kind of proposals are you going to accelerate?
Thanks for the question. And, it makes me realize that something we probably could clarify better. So I'll answer it now and then think about adding a comment later as well, is our focus is really on the mentorship. So, some of the other proposals for this challenge are focused on, for example, creating shared content that can be used, or like a class of organizations that go through the incubator or accelerator together, and their shared experiences, which is great too. And actually, I've been through something a lot like that called the Mass Challenge. I wrote about a little bit in the proposal, which is now a very successful international accelerator and incubator program, but from Massachusetts, which is where I grew up. But we're really focused on mentorship, and it's direct relationships. We actually see value in just directly connecting the mentor with the project and facilitating a great productive relationship between those two. And someone asked Felix had asked in the comments, actually, what about sharing the material with others? Is there some way to capture the learnings and share with the community? Which I love the idea, and maybe there will be at some point, but our idea really is actually to make that just a private relationship so that both the mentor and the project feel they can be totally open and share everything that they want to with each other without thinking it might get shared with the broader world. Really, we're saying accelerator, but it's focused on acceleration through mentorship. That's really what we're going after. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the answer clarifies the question.
Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Adam. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We must get back to the main room shortly. So if you would like to get your final thoughts on the proposal, and then we can move to the main session.
Sure. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for the great questions and the engagement. And whether it's this proposal or other proposals, would love to collaborate with any of you in any way. I've gone through the Plutus Pioneers as a auditor. I didn't do all the work, I have to admit, but I'm signing up for the Emergo Academy Cardano developer program. So while today I'm approaching everything from the perspective of more of a business person and entrepreneur, I hope to join the ranks of the engineers and developers at some point in the future. So if anyone wants to chat about anything Cardano related, I'd love to follow up with you. So thanks again for the time.
Thanks. Thanks everybody for joining the room. To the presenters, I'm sorry, it's my first time hosting, so like they say, things may break, and hopefully things didn't break in the session. So I'd like to invite everybody to go back to the main session, because we are having the break now, and the second round will be up in 15 minutes, and you can see the other three presentations. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you in 15.
See ya. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Zoe.
I'm sorry, how can I go to the main room?
Okay, on the bottom right in your Zoom screen, there's a living room button, a blue button.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I think the current circle is organized functionally.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Victor. Hey, Adam.
Hey, guys.
Just get something done here. 1 second. Hey, everybody. Now, in this part of this session, we are having 3 presentations. It's Hamish, Lawrence, and I believe Victor. That's great. So we can begin with, is it Hamish, Amish? I don't know if I...
Hamish, you got it right first time.
Hamish.
Thank you. Hamish.
Hamish.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You call me anything. Or
Okay.
you is quite common as well, especially from my students.
Right.
Actually, I think Christian. So our proposal is from 2 people. Actually 3 people. I think only 2 are here, but Christian, I think, is going to present the slides. Christian, are you there?
Yes, I am. Just a sec. I will share this. Hopefully I have the right screen now. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see that.
Right. So yeah, I will start, and I think Hamish will take on 2 or 3 more slides halfway through. So we're a team of 3 people really, and actually a larger team in terms of that we are part of the climate neutral Cardano group. And our proposal is called the Cardano Carbon Footprint. My name is Christian Unger, and Hamish Cunningham. We're both operators of Shift Pool, hence our nice t-shirts here today. And Stefan, who couldn't make it, who is the SPO from CO2 Pool. We also have another proposal, but actually that's still, actually we don't seem to have a time slot for that. So we might have to have a look at if we can fix one for tomorrow or something. But yeah, so our Cardano footprint proposal is, sorry, I'm just gonna try to go forward here. Okay, is there quite obviously in order to address the climate emergency we are in. The world is warming at a very unprecedented level, and life as we know it, if we continue like we do, is not really sustainable. So similar to everything else, we need to do our bit at the Cardano blockchain. We need to really reduce the carbon emissions of the Cardano blockchain, and eventually we want to neutralize them. We do want to grow the Cardano blockchain, but we want this to be green growth. And eventually we would like to be possibly something like climate positive, i.e. the bigger Cardano grows, the better for the planet, rather than the opposite. However, the problem starts with we don't actually know what our carbon footprint is. And actually, as far as we know, no other blockchain really has started to determine their carbon footprint. And you really need a carbon footprint to really figure out if we are negative or positive in terms of impact to the planet. Now, as I said in the beginning, we are part of the climate neutral Cardano group of stake pool operators. And over the last, let's say 9 months or so, we have been working on various topics in terms of trying to make the Cardano blockchain carbon neutral for a start. And one of the projects we have been working on was the Cardano footprint. And we did some preliminary numbers that have been used for the Cardano forest project that people may have heard of, to get an idea of how many trees we have to plant to make the Cardano blockchain carbon neutral for a start. Our preliminary work was done between us, and we did a calculation based on that we have currently about 3,100 stake pools that run the Cardano blockchain. We know how many nodes there are approximately per pool. We know how much an individual node uses approximately. We did some averages on that, and we calculated that the Cardano blockchain has currently approximately a carbon footprint of 4,500 tons of CO2 per annum. But that is only for the stake pool operations, and particularly actually only stake pool operation servers, nothing else. While we did that calculation, we put that together. We have that on our website. That was picked up by the Cardano Foundation and used, and then more and more questions came up, and that's where the challenge comes in, really, that this is only a partial footprint. This is only for SPO server electricity, and we don't actually know exactly what we should be counting as Cardano. So what is Cardano and what really counts as the Cardano footprint is one of the major questions here. And then how do you collect all the data, make it transparent, and basically communicate all the information in order to then take the next step and make the Cardano blockchain, a climate neutral blockchain. So our solution is to make standardized, or to undertake a standardized greenhouse gas accounting that is verified and that is independently done by an organization. They will use the greenhouse gas accounting protocol, which is a standard protocol worldwide used, and they are calculating things like scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. The main questions we will answer together with them is that what are the boundaries of our decentralized blockchains, and then how do we collect the necessary data to calculate the emissions. The partner organizations we work with is the Konma Foundation, which is a non-profit organization dedicated to driving change for good. And they're applying the guidances from the Greenhouse Gas Protocol for lifetime carbon emissions balances. And they do that for companies already, and we have a good connection with them. So I think Hamish will give an overview of the next steps. I don't know where we are time-wise.
Yes, guys.
So the real
Hamish, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just want to ask you you got 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll run out of time, please.
Okay. I thought we had a little bit more time, but
it's 5 minutes each presentation and 10 for the Q&A.
Okay, I had the wrong way around. I'm not very good with numbers, but I am quite good with project management, so they gave me this bit to do. Really, the thing that we think we can achieve in the medium term is that Cardano can become the first climate positive blockchain. And if we think about what that means, if we think that we go to carbon neutral and go beyond carbon neutral, and that's what we've been doing with the tree planting projects that we've been involved with recently, then we can start a virtuous circle of climate action. If we are really the first climate positive blockchain, then the more that Cardano grows and the bigger the ecosystem becomes, then the better we're doing for the climate and the more positive change we're creating. Christian, could you do the next slide? So we have a timeline set out. I don't think we've put our project link in the chat yet, but we will in a minute. And we think we've got, quite a lot of chance of really achieving quite a step change as far as climate neutral and climate positive Cardano is concerned. We're already working with SPOs. Christian and I are both SPOs. We have meetings and strong connections with the foundation. We have our delegators. The Catalyst program and DeFi and Plutus, they're all incredibly positive developments. So we're going to do a kind of standard agile methodology iteration over these 4 activities that you can see here. I can take questions on the details, and we'll have milestones right at the start. Most of the work we think will be finished at 6 months, and we think that we'll have had a really significant impact on the Cardano and its climate impact by the end of the year. So I guess that's probably my minute.
Yeah, Hamish, thanks a lot.
Leave it at that.
Yeah. Christian, choose one of the last slides to leave up, and then we can take questions, I guess.
All right.
Yeah. we just have, I mean, our who we are, that might be a relevant question for many people, is that I already said who we are personally, but then I just wanted to point out the Pond Foundation again, and particularly the Climate Neutral Cardano group of stake pool operators that we work with together, which are 19 stake pools at the moment and growing, and the wider Cardano environmental community, including Cardano for Climate, that has helped us to get us here, and the Cardano Foundation, WEB3, and a lot of the mission-driven pools, with some of them here too. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. Thank you, Christian. Have we got any questions? Okay, Adam, go ahead, please.
Hey, thanks. Great presentation. You know, I'm not as familiar with this, you know, carbon emissions numbers as I'm sure you guys are. Could you compare that number you shared for the annual amount of carbon produced by Cardano, at least based on, you know, the existing framework, to other blockchains and also other things we might be familiar with, like flying around the world or something like that?
Yeah, just a quick one is I did recently some math on it, and with regards to comparing, you know, the obvious Bitcoin and Cardano, for example, it's quite clear cut that Cardano uses about 10,000 times less electricity per transaction than Bitcoin does. And just as a comparison, in a specific number is that can hopefully visualize this a little bit. For a Cardano transaction, you use about, I believe it was 0.3 up to 0.3 kilowatt hours, which is, let's say you have your 3 kilowatt kettle and you boil it, I think for 2.5 minutes or something like that. I did the math, but I don't have it right now here. And if you do the same transaction on Bitcoin, you would have to boil that kettle for 23 days. So it gives you a bit of an idea of where our carbon footprint is, and the difference between energy consumption. However, our energy consumption is very similar to other proof of stake blockchains, if you want to compare that. And there's really the biggest differences between proof of work and proof of stake at the moment.
So one question is whether Ethereum will successfully transition to proof of stake, because at the moment they're really predominantly proof of work. But Cardano, you know, Ethereum's a question, but basically Cardano's the biggest and most successful proof of stake blockchain now. And if we see that expand, if we see that take over more and more of the blockchain space and spread that approach to the rest of blockchain technology, then we're really going to reduce the amount of energy that we're using. You know, Bitcoin uses something like the energy that Switzerland does. So, you know, let's see the back of that. Let's see a much more positive picture if we can.
Lawrence, maybe?
Yeah, that'd be great, guys. Hey there. So I totally agree with Adam. It would be helpful to always be showing this comparison, because obviously we're, you know, I think that's a really great idea to figure out what the footprint is, but a comparison is always useful to help, just because people can focus in on, oh, this is how much carbon, you know, Cardano is emitting. But to your point, you know, it's a magnitudes less than the others. My real question is though, how are you able to kind of quantify the offsets that Cardano as a whole are doing? So there's different projects like WEB3. I actually have a proposal that talks about some climate change as well. So I'm just curious on how are you going to be measuring that across all of the projects? Are people going to kind of register and say, hey, there are things that I'm doing? What's your thoughts on how you kind of collect and quantify the impact from all the projects and activities?
So Christian probably knows some more specifics than I do, but one of the important point about the Cardano ecosystem is that we have the multiple different types of data, multiple different actors in the ecosystem. So you've got companies like IOG or Emergo, you've got the Cardano Foundation, you've got small development groups around Plutus and so on, startups coming through, there's the delegators, there's Catalyst. You know, all of these different actors in the ecosystem have an impact. And they're also all able to do projects to offset climate positive projects. And some of that data is quite hard data that we can rely on and that we can collect, you know, even via company reports. So that's stuff that we can, once we set up our model, we can just keep pushing in there from IOG, for example, or the foundation. Some of the data is much softer and much harder to manipulate and much harder to rely on, in which case we need to take a sampling approach. So what we want to do is set up this model appropriately for all these different actors. So you have different sets of parameters and different live data streams for all these different types of actors, and then have a kind of rolling visualization and promotion program to feed all that back to the community. So the answer really is that you can't know everything, but if you can get a detailed view into some of everything, into some of the kind of characteristics or stereotypical activities of a stake pool or a Plutus developer or whatever, then you can do a sampling approach and we come to some kind of fairly reliable data stream, hopefully.
Yeah, and just to follow up there is that this proposal is specifically about determining the carbon footprint, not so much yet about tracking how we are offsetting it or reducing the carbon emissions. For a start, it's to get a number on where we are at the moment. And as an example as well, for example, for the stake pool carbon emissions, we have done the tree calculation based on knowing, after we've done a survey, that there is approximately 30% of renewable energy used by stake pool operators. However, when you do a standardized greenhouse gas calculations, often actually that you are using zero carbon energy is not something that is accounted for, but that is later on added and assumed that may make a difference, because it's sort of an offsetting structure. What you really want to do is reduce energy consumption in the first place before you starting, okay, we're having renewable energy, and renewable energy is zero carbon, which it is actually not. Zero energy, renewable energy also has a carbon footprint. So that's important to remember. So right now we do these standardized calculations. I want to emphasize that, so we can't be criticized later on, and we can't be, nobody can say, oh, well, these guys are saying that they are on renewable energy, or these guys are getting it from there and so forth. But there's a standardized greenhouse gas protocol, and they focus on how much heating are you using, how much electricity are you using, how much are you flying, how much are you driving around. And we are going to try to get that data for the Cardano blockchain. And there is going to be some averaging, and there is going to be, the data will become better over time, but it will start with defining what is Cardano and what do we have to count into the Cardano blockchain footprint. I hope that answers the questions a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, no. Okay. Makes perfect sense. Thanks, guys. That sounds great.
Yes, Brian.
I think Brian has a question.
Either his hand looks very tired.
Frozen. He's frozen.
I had
to say.
Oh, there we go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. So is there any like key data that you don't have yet that you could potentially get help from the community for? Like anything that we can do to help in general to make this project better, aside from the Catalyst side of things?
Yeah, I think actually Catalyst probably should be included. Actually, how we run Catalyst, how we run Catalyst, where the Catalyst servers are, for example, how they run. Are they run on renewable energy? That'd be interesting. I have no idea how many servers are used to run Catalyst and how it's done. So that would be one aspect in the carbon accounting. So it's a very relevant point. And then we already have connections to IOG and the Cardano Foundation, but I think all the dApps and the developers, I think it will be good that we get information from them. But we will probably have to define a platform where we communicate with people, and then also have some sort of voting on how far we take things and how things are included into the into the accounting, particularly whether or not is a dApp is Cardano specific, or is it running on Cardano and on Ethereum? You know, how many people are involved and so forth. So there's a lot of things that we still have to collect. But we start out really with working with our organizations that is helping us to standardize this, because we are not really the experts, the same experts as the organization.
Awesome.
Hey,
shall we take the questions from the chat, or?
Yeah, unfortunately,
a couple of questions.
we are already past time. And I think Victor is the next presenter. He's not. So if you guys want to a quick wrap up until Victor gets ready for his presentation.
I'll try and whiz through those questions. How about a bananas from Victor? The Christian actually worked with the author of that book a few years ago. He ran a carbon neutral network. Very interesting, and that level of knowledge is available for a lot of things, but it's not available for blockchain. It's not available for Cardano, and we need to combine the knowledge that organizations like that have, that Mike Berners-Lee worked with, and that the Pond Foundation has worked with for the Cardano community. Zoe's question, make it visible,
Hamish,
keep track of it.
Hamish, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'll
type in the chat, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you for the questions.
Yeah, fantastic.
Thank everybody. Thanks, Christian and Hamish, for the presentation. It's a very important subject. I really want to reach you out to get more details later on. So I think our next presentation is Victor. He has a presentation for a Latin America projects. Are you there, Victor?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. If you want to go ahead, please.
All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are. I'm here today to present the win-win expansion in LatAm proposal that we are submitting now in Fund 7 within the Grow Latin America Grow Cardano Challenge. The proposers are myself, Matthias Sieber, and Eli Selking. Together, we've created a company this year called LogSync. It is based in the US, and our main goal is to help to improve processes and products by using blockchain in general. And we believe in Cardano's mission, and that's the blockchain that we've chosen to build our products on. And we have some proposals now in Fund 7, but I'm going to talk specifically about this one that I've just mentioned. But I'll also give some overview about the platform, the win-win platform itself, because this is a consequence of a already funded proposal that we had in Fund 6. So what is win-win all about? Win-win is a dispute resolution platform. Dispute resolution, actually mediation is our main product in the win-win platform, which is a kind of ADR, alternative dispute resolution. Basically, if imagine that you've got a problem with another person or a company, and you want to solve this problem, but you don't want to go through the traditional methods of going to cohort because it's too expensive money-wise and also time-wise. There are some other alternatives for you to solve these issues. And one of them is through mediation. You can find a mediator that's going to talk to you and the other party that has this conflict with you and try to find a solution that works for everyone. And this is something that it's not so well known by so many people currently. And one of our goals is also to make this more visible and increase the awareness of these processes. And win-win is basically a marketplace for mediators. We will connect mediators and different parties that want to solve their legal issues. And we are building this to bring them together. And by using blockchain, we aim at increasing the trust in the process. We want to enable transparency because the numbers of the mediation today are not so clear in the US and outside the US as well. We want to speed up the process. Currently, it might take several months until you find a good mediator for your specific case, until you negotiate between all parties. We want to make this much easier and faster and more transparent using smart contracts, and also improve everyone's convenience because mediators will have a single place to publish their work and to find their clients instead of having to go to social media and etc. And also by verifying the credentials of these mediators. We want to increase the trust that they have the credentials they say they have. And we, as I mentioned, we were funded in Fund 6 in the Dapps and Integrations Challenge. Actually, we got the first place there. But by the time we asked for $25,000 to create the MVP of the win-win platform and to launch on the testnet and mainnet. We are currently working on this, and we are launching on testnet probably now in January. And our plan is to launch on mainnet on the first quarter of 2022. We also got a third place in Cardstarter Hackathon this year and 3 prizes during the Cardano Summit Hackathon. And currently we are a team of 10 people made of front-end and back-end developers, Plutus and Natal Prism pioneers, UX and UI specialists and designer, and some seasoned advisors that we are bringing on board to help us build this company, because Matthias and Eli, they are the specialists in mediation in our group. And we have some skills to build this platform, to build smart contracts, but we've never built a company from scratch. So we are bringing people who has more experience to help us with this. And starting in the US, which is included in our main proposal, the market size there is $20 billion per year of mediation. And mediation is quite well known by the population already, and we have some experienced mediators in our team, as I mentioned, Matthias and Eli, and they have some connections, for example, in the California State University, and we are bringing on board some mediators from there. And this is how we are going to build trust from the beginning, but in the future, anyone will be able to sign up as a mediator in our platform, because the name mediator is not protected. Anyone can see that they are a mediator, and they can be a good mediator even though they haven't gone through any kind of formal courses to do so. So they can create their own reputation and work as freelancer or mediators in our platform in the future. And for this proposal, our goal is to expand to Latin America. But for that, we need to understand some things and to do some research, because since mediation is within the local, actually within the legal sector, there are some nuances from different places, law changes from place to place, culture changes from place to place, and we need to understand this. And since Matthias and Eli, as I mentioned, they are based in the US, I am based in Brazil, and we are planning to expand our platform to cover here as well, starting in Brazil and then expanding to the whole Latin America. So what we need to do is to understand the local ADR and mediation practices here, do some research about awareness, certification, institutes, success rate and costs, average costs as well of mediation, outreach to local governments and law universities and ADR programs, and also to localize our platform, the win-win platform, to be first in Portuguese and then expand to Spanish. And how do we want to achieve that? We want to partner up with the local mediator. We are going to do some interviews to find people who are experienced mediators and to partner up with at least one. And we are going to, as I mentioned, do that research and talk to the right institutions and universities to understand how is the best approach for us to expand the platform to Brazil. So after 3 months, which is the budget, we've asked for budget to run this for 3 months. After this time, we expect to have 1 institution on board and 5 mediators, but this is just the beginning. This is just going to be the catalyst. We expect to grow after that by mainly organically, by mediators inviting their colleagues to our platforms, and people who are getting to know about the platform also spreading the word about it. So after 6 months, we expect to onboard more 20 mediators, and after 12 months, 40 more mediators. Our budget, as I mentioned, is 15. Actually, it's first time I mentioned it's $15,000. This is going to pay the costs for the Brazilian mediator that's going to partner up with us, and for us to provide support, all the support that he or she needs to implement this here. And for the localization of our platform, we budgeted it in $3,000. And There are some references here for our proposals, our main proposal for the dispute resolution platform, and the current one, the win-win expansion in Latin America. And if you want to get in touch with us, you can sign up to our mailing list here at locksync.com. We are planning a token sale, a revenue share token sale for beginning next year, probably late January, beginning of February. And if you want to follow us and participate in our token sale, please get in touch. And also you can follow us on our Twitter page.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Victor. I'm gonna have to leave you there to respect the other participants. Was the same time for everybody. Now, we are getting questions now to Victor's proposal. First, Victor, I don't have the link to your proposal in ID scale. If you could share it or share the presentations, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody wants to make any questions? All right. Victor, I want to ask you one thing, if it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, when you say that you are expanding in Brazil, do you, and I know for experience that the federal court, Tribunal Federal, has its own mediation program that runs inside the court for private purpose, not to overwhelm the court and everything. I'd like to know if you plan to reach the federal and state courts here in Brazil and work with them, or you think that's not the time to, because of the lobbying challenge in Fund 8?
Yeah, as I mentioned here, one of our goals is to outreach to local governments as well. We don't know already what kind of partnership we will be able to have with them, because as I mentioned, it's currently they have their private mediators, but the idea is also to unburden the legal system here, because we know that in Brazil, if you sue someone, it might take 5 to 10 years until there is a result, and this is not ideal, I believe, for anyone. So this is part of our research roadmap. I'm not sure about the implementation roadmap, because this is what we are going to figure out.
Oh, thank you, Victor. Is there Adam? Would you like to make a question?
Thank you. Yeah, great presentation. Sounds really compelling, and great impact as well. I'm curious, do you plan to use, smart contract-like functionality of Cardano or blockchains in the what I think of as the dispute resolution mechanism itself, like people pay in to a smart contract and then like the winner gets the money if there's a winner? Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for asking this. Actually, I didn't get too deep on this because of the time frame, but our idea by using smart contracts is just to be the middleman between the mediator and both parties. We are not dealing with any money involved in the mediation itself, only the mediation fees that are going to the mediator. And these smart contracts are very good for this, because they help us on solving some issues. For example, the bias issue. If you find, for example, if I have a problem with my neighbor and I look for a mediator and ask him to do the mediation for us, even if it's unconscious, he's going to be biased to me, for my side, because I found him, I talked to him first, and the mediator is also biased by who pays him first, even though he doesn't want to be. It's unconscious. There are some research to back this up, and we are trying to move everything that could generate any kind of bias to behind the scenes. So the mediator is just going to see that these two parties ask for him to mediate their issue, and they already chosen a slot in his agenda that they saw that it's available, and he can accept or decline. So once they accept, both parties already paid for the mediation, the money gets locked. And after the mediation happens, if everyone agrees, actually during the mediation, if everything is going all right, then the money goes to the mediator. And this is also good because there's many cases where using the traditional methods, people pay in advance, and then the mediator just disappears, doesn't show up. And this is also adding another level of trust to the whole process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So any other questions? I think Q, oh, Ken, sorry, would you like to ask us? You lower your hand, Ken.
I did, but with respect for the time, and just applause for the project and expansion from last fund to this. I'll catch them offline, but not too relevant for the whole party. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Vitor, if you want to wrap up for us to move to the next presentation, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, everyone. And Ken, I remember we did an interview with him like before Fund 6. That was very helpful for us to get funded as well. So I'm going to look for the link and share here if you want to know a little bit more about us. There's an interview with me and Matthias in Ken's YouTube channel. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation, Victor. Now I think Lawrence is up.
Yep. Hey, guys. Okay, let me share my screen. And let's try to get this. Move this off here. Okay. Just bear with me. Let me just get this. All right, that's good enough. All right, folks. Yeah, so the proposal I have in Fund 7 is called the Climate Change Lottery. And again, it's just to help fight climate change with Cardano is the objective. The problem, as most of us know, is, well, the problem actually in this case is that more people would like to have more action done to fight climate change. But it needs to be done in a fun and engaging way. The issue with climate change, obviously there's other proposals here, and again, it's a fairly well-known problem. So I'm not going to go on the details of climate change, but really this is focusing on how can we do action with Cardano to have a meaningful impact. And so it's a simple solution, and it's a solution. There's many solutions to this problem. But basically, the solution here is really to try to become a lottery, become the largest lottery in the world, where 50% of the jackpot rewards would go directly to planting trees in deforested tropical areas. So it's just a simple concept. And obviously lotteries are popular and they're engaging, and if they can be done in a fun way and at a scale, then it could have some meaningful impact on climate change. So the steps would be as follows. Step 1, you would have an on-chain lotteries created. You would have a concept of a treasury in the lotto. So half of the available lotto funds of the treasury would be used. Step 2, then once the lottery started, then people would buy lotto tickets, and then you split up the cost of the ticket. Some of it, half of it would go to the lottery, current lottery that's running. 49% would go to the lottery treasuries. So there continues to be a buildup of funds for future lottery cycles. And then 2% would go to a lotto administration to cover servers, other costs, maybe some licensing costs and marketing. So step 3, once the lottery is kind of closed and has a winning number, basically users with those winning lotto tickets would redeem prizes for ADA. And then any unclaimed funds would go into the next lottery cycle. And usually with most lotteries, it's by design that the odds are that that the lottery would continue to grow. There would be some winnings, clearly, but it would be kind of a cycle that would continue to grow over time and become a bigger pot. And obviously that would generate further interest and et cetera. So just in the details of how this would kind of work, let me just get this thing out of the way so it's not blocking here. The way it would work is that basically to purchase a lotto ticket, a user would mint a lottery token with either their preferred number or a random number. So that way each user is going to have, one or more lotto tickets with that particular number, and it would be a token and be minted by that, basically that lottery smart contract. Once the lottery is closed, again, by using like an oracle to help determine randomization of an actual number, the number is just say, okay, here's the lucky number, and you would kind of match either that whole number or part of it. And to claim it, you would bring in, you submit your token and to the lottery smart contract, and it would verify whether that number matches or not. And then if it matches, then basically it would record that this is a winning token. And basically there's different phases of the lottery, but at the end with the payout, you would get a payout. So generally speaking, when you win a reward for matching, you'd get 50% would go to the winners. That's the incentive that personal gain can be done. Obviously less taxes and government fees. And then 50% could go to a company like WEB3, where basically again, the smart contract would send off the winnings to a company like WEB3. And obviously they have a mechanism for actually planting the trees and et cetera, of monitoring the growth and whatnot. And I do want to emphasize, again, this is all through the smart contract. So there's no middleman. So basically it's all programmed that this is what happens, the winner gets the winnings, and then the 50% goes to the company like WEB3. So it's not like there's a middleman actually, divvying out the funds. The lotto would follow a format like 649. Again, that's why you would match like all the numbers or partial numbers, and you'd get a certain portion of winnings based on the match. And as I've kind of mentioned, you would leverage smart contract capability. And the key here is that lottery could be trustless, a blockchain program, and eliminating the custodial and operational risk. So that's obviously the big challenge, right? So how do you trust that okay, so the number was actually generated randomly and fairly? How do you know that the funds aren't just being siphoned off or going to someone nefariously? So obviously the jackpot, where's that going to? Is it going to where we set it to? And just even the money coming in the door. It all can be audited, and it's all transparent on the blockchain. And it would all be pre-programmed and preset. So that would be, it's predefined how much goes to the charities, in this case, WEB3, how much goes to the winners and whatnot. All software will be created as open source. Again, the idea here is to have this as a template for other lotteries. I'm a huge open source fan. I've used Linux for years, and I wouldn't be able to do what I do unless people made things open source. So quickly, just the timelines here. So basically, we're looking at, basically funded in January, basically within a month, get the smart contract out on a testnet. April, 3 months later, get your beta contract onto mainnet, have a mobile MVP connected to testnet, and then maybe a static website with some marketing materials out there live. And really, it would take probably about 3 months to get to the final state where you would actually have the Lotto smart contract live on mainnet. You'd have your mobile MVP app live in the Play Store, and a fully functional live site that basically has all the content, as well as pulls in the lotto information so people can see where lotteries are at or been winning, and the marketing campaigns have started. So that's in a compressed kind of time frame, but that would work quite well. Let's go to the next one. The funding breakdown, again, I'm going quick because we don't have a lot of time, is so we'd be split across two funding rounds. So the total cost for an MVP would be around 50,000. Fund 7, which is this one, is asking it for 17. So 2K for the website design and content. So that's like creative design and HTML and whatnot to build the site. Some small hosting costs, and then the Android app development, and that's kind of the key piece here. And obviously that's the lion's share of the cost. So I've done projects before with mobile development, and 15K, it's going to be about 160 hours for about per month at 90 an hour. So that works about 15K. And that's going to be the real interface that people would use to buy and purchase the tickets. So that's going to be a lot of the effort, is to get that Android app working, because that's going to be the front end user face. That's going to be the mechanisms for engaging in the contract. The Plutus development, again, I'll do that for free. Again, I've got experience. I was enrolled in the Plutus Pioneers program. I've basically gone through all the videos and did all the homework, and I've been basically, I consider myself a hobby programmer. I have over 20 years of application development experience for a number of major corporate clients. stuff like that. But I've always done development on the side. And so this is my first opportunity to start getting more involved in Cardano. And so I've actually got a prototype up and running on my GitHub right now. So I'll continue to work on that. This is, again, a worthy adventure I would consider, and looking forward to making this happen. The Fund 8 would be the final pieces here. So that would be around setting up the company structure, some marketing campaign, and a lotto treasury, again, to give some initial funds to the actual lottery. And then after 1 year, again, some targets for have some KPIs that you would try to achieve with the funding. Again, I'll go to the next slide, which talks about customer acquisitions, but really try to get to about 500,000 website views, 10K mobile app downloads, get about 50,000 transactions. Again, that's the minting and burning of tokens. Try to get the jackpot up to about 55K and have about 20,000 of winnings, and then 10,000 trees planted. And I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but I've done a bit of math here just on what would drive those acquisition, but those KPIs. So again, so initially some of the marketing dollars would go towards some social media, adding to get the message out there. You would have obviously get involved with bloggers and podcasts and news outlets talking about that, and then referral, word of mouth. So there'd be different kind of streams of ideas to try to get it out there. And just quickly about me, as I indicated, again, I've got the 20+ years of web application development experience. I have a computer science degree from the University of Toronto, although that was a while ago, but the same concepts have applied. Again, as enrolled in the Plutus Pioneers program, and as mentioned, I'm a crypto and open source enthusiast. And obviously I have lots of hobbies. I like hobbies in Arduino, Raspberry Pi, AI, you name it. I like to dabble in all kinds of things. And again, this looks like an interesting opportunity to do something. And again, I'm basically retiring from my day job that's happened this week, so that's great. And so looking forward to working on Cardano stuff full-time next year. And that's probably it in about a nutshell. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Lawrence. I think Brian would like to ask you something. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. That's a great proposal. I really like the idea. I think it could accomplish a lot of tree planting. I think my biggest concern is just the legality aspects of lotteries. I know in Canada, we've got pretty strict rules about lotteries, like governments get to run lotteries, people don't, and even just running giveaways, you have to be very specific about how you do them. So I'm wondering how you're going to plan on addressing the legal issues, especially with people being able to participate all over the world.
Yep. So there's generally different tiers of licenses that are required for lotteries. And so charitable lotteries is one category. And particularly depending on the size of the winnings, there's kind of different tiers. So absolutely. So certain markets, you can basically go in as a small amount, and there's just a fee to do that. Obviously, the lottery at the early stages wouldn't be large, but over time, as it got larger, then yes, you would have to start working with governments to start paying for those licensing fees when trying to market into those segments. So that would be kind of the approach right now, but definitely open for any suggestion if people have more experiences with lotteries and international gaming. So that would be definitely helpful to understand, the implications of that. At this point, again, this is to get an MVP going, and we could target a small market if that's desirable. But obviously, it is internet based, so there's people all over the world that can be accessing lottery. Okay.
Right, Adam, if you would like to ask, please.
Thanks. Yeah, great proposal. I hope to play if you make it. I'm curious, what's the mechanism for giving the money away? Is it automated in some way, like with a smart contract, or is there any kind of legal entity that is kind of custodying the treasury somehow, or just we trust you, which is fine with me, but just curious how you're approaching that.
Yeah. So two parts. Yeah. So the objective definitely would be to set up a decentralized autonomous organization. So have a separate legal entity in an appropriate jurisdiction that would ultimately be kind of the owner of the lottery. But the actual funds of the lottery would stay within the smart contract. So, and it would be designed in a way that it couldn't be, you know, manipulated to just extract the funds later. So basically it would be on chain. The ADA would keep going to that lottery script, and it would keep perpetually kind of running. And so there would be, again, that 2% allocation would go to the administration, but the other pieces, again, going to the next lottery cycle or going to the winners would all be on chain. And so it would be no custodial. The organization, the entity wouldn't own the wallets or anything. That it would actually be in the script itself, the smart script. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Christian, would you like to ask?
Yeah, thank you. Great proposal. Always like tree planting. Although obviously it would be good if you can use it for protecting trees as well. That'd be fantastic, particularly in Brazil, I think. Maybe some people have an opinion on that here, on the Amazon. But two questions I just had. As I am myself, I have to confess, an Apple user, and you suggested there's only an Android up there. Are you planning to look into, for example, an iPhone app or something as well to make it work? That's my first question. And then the second one was just, I got a bit confused with your 50-50-50 distribution of the money. From in one slide, you said that 50% will go to tree planting and 50% will go to the winner. And I think, and then there was another 50% that was in order to build the fund. Yeah, I saw that one. And then there was previous two slides somewhere. It was like 50-50 here, current lottery, and then lottery treasure. So are you talking about splitting the first 49%, 50-50 for tree planting and the winner is what you're saying from this slide?
So, okay. So let me, answer your first question. I'll do the second one. So absolutely. So, you know, if this gets funded, gets approved and successful, then absolutely we would roll out. Obviously, we'd have to get some additional funding for an Apple app, but absolutely. Right now, this is just an MVP, and just have to start with something that, in my case, I'm familiar with from a development perspective, is to do an Android. So yeah, but absolutely, the idea would be to roll this out to both devices. The second question here is, so the first step here is when you actually buy the ticket. So each lotto ticket would be 2 ADA. And so that 2 ADA would go, you know, one of the ADAs would go to basically the current lottery. So then that current lottery continues to increase. And then the other half would go to the lottery treasury. So the idea is that, again, if someone were to win that full lottery, you don't want to blow and lose all the treasury, right? Because then you have nothing else to go on to the next lottery. So you kind of have to split the income stream that comes in with buying the tickets to the current lottery. So that continues to increase, but then also the lotto treasury. So it just allows kind of for a continual growth and continuity of the program. So then when you actually win the lottery, that's where you're splitting your 50% on the rewards. So if someone were to win the lottery, then that's where 50% would go to the winner, less the taxes and government fees that may be required. And then the other 50% would go to the actual organization like WEB3 to actually plant trees.
Okay. Yeah, that's a bit clearer. So it's 25% in total from the total, basically, approximately going to the.
I guess in some senses, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
Okay.
Hamish, would you like to ask your question?
Hey, Lawrence, great project, and great to hear from a fellow Linux enthusiast. I wonder what happens over time. So there's some important relationships there, aren't there? For example, with the recipients of the money to manage the tree planting. And tree planting is such a sticky thing. You know, we come across people doing projects that are just putting saplings in an environment where no one's going to look after them, the wrong trees in the wrong place. And then the other organizations are doing the same job, you know, in a much more principled way. How do you manage that over time? How does this thing evolve in a permissionless setting?
Yeah. So I'd actually encourage you to go to the IOHK has just actually released a bunch of videos with the CEO from WEB3, and they kind of talk through on their processes and their steps and their history and what they do. Again, I'm just using those guys as an example. Obviously, they're involved in Cardano. And they do go into steps on how they're authenticating and verifying trees and the tree growth over the years. And they got different techniques and strategy. So I don't really want to talk. I can't really comment any more than what I've said about that because I'm not really affiliated with them. But obviously, I'm going to reach out to them and see whether they want to be kind of have more of a firmer relationship. If this obviously gets approved, then I think that would make a lot of sense to do so. But they definitely have ways that they verify trees that are actually growing and have mechanisms in place to make sure that it grows over time. And you can actually audit what actually they're doing over time with the money.
Very true. A great company. We've been working with them the last 3 months or so on the initial tree offering that they did around the Cardano Summit. Fantastic stuff.
Cool.
They are 10 people. So,
Then, Martin, I give the stage to you. 5 minutes. I will give you a warning, like 1 minute before. Just like a quick, like one minute warning, and so more or less when the end is coming. And yeah, the stage is yours. Looking forward to hear you guys.
I can share my screen.
Yes, you should be able to do that.
Share. You can see the slide.
Yes, we can see, and you can take it off.
Okay. Well, guys, welcome to the experiment. This is about Cardano Totem onboarding the world, and I'm Maarten Menheren. I'm a design engineer with several years experience in building payment solutions. I have my own company doing engineering projects. It's called M2Tech. Well, somewhere last year I discovered Cardano, and quickly after that Catalyst, and I decided to give it a go. So I have now completed a Fund 5 proposal called the Paper Wallet Terminal. And during this, I came across a presentation of Adriano of the Game Changer Wallet. And this was a demo of interacting with the wallet using QR codes. So I was very interested, and I went and use it in my project. And for Fund 7, we decided to collaborate a little bit more. And well, this is now called the Cardano Totem. Also the Game Changer team is now growing a little bit bigger with Adriano from the Game Changer Wallet, Javier, and Roberto, who is also here. And well, we had a good discussion, and this is something we came up with, where the totem is like a central location where you have, as you can see on the picture, you can have a map, and then you can see where you can get maybe information, or you can interact with the blockchain. And the core idea is to lower the barrier of entry and create a device where it's easy to get familiar with what the blockchain can do. Well, normally you can view your information and you use a smartphone for this, but your information is stored on the blockchain. So in this experiment, it is intended to explore how users can interact with the blockchain without needing a smartphone, because it's not maybe specifically required. This is like an experiment in that, El Salvador, it's a little bit barely on the map, but they went and use Bitcoin now. And it's possible that there will be more opportunities like this in the future. And with these devices, we like to, I think it's interesting to prepare ourselves for opportunities which can arise. So if you have then the devices already ready, it is usually making these devices takes a long time. So once these opportunities arise, you usually don't have the time to then start building devices, but because it can take maybe a year to make it really good. Well, we have some idea about growing the network in this way with these location-based devices we call now the Totem. And here we can interact with the blockchain, and you can also stake in the future. We intend to make this device a full staking node where the proceeds would go into a DAO. You can see this a little bit on the picture. So this way, the community can decide in this organization to spend the proceeds of staking and improve the network and improve financial infrastructure.
So it's a 1 minute warning.
Okay, next page. Okay, now this is the device. It's a concept rendering, and this is the main idea what we're in where this concept is at the moment. And it runs the Game Changer wallet in the kiosk mode. The housing is made of metal, so it can be left unattended. So it is like a kiosk device. It has a 7-inch screen to interact with the Game Changer wallet, and below the screen there's a camera to scan QR codes, and on top is a ticket printer. With this you can print QR codes, and with this you would then be able to interact also with the blockchain. And in consecutive funds we intend to develop this into a plug-and-play device for setting up stake pools where minimal effort is necessary.
All right.
That's it.
If you have a last sentence, you're over.
I have no last sentence.
Well, perfectly on time. Thank you, Martin, for your presentation. And if some of you guys have questions to Martin,
bring me the remarkable with the pen. I want to set it open so I can make notes. Set it up for me. Make a clean page.
Okay. So, are there any questions to Martin? Yeah, Ari, please start. Please go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Martin, nice to meet you.
Hi.
I was curious as to what the cost would be behind like getting these set up.
What the cost would be?
Yeah, like has that been looked into or?
Yeah, I know the cost generally is around 400 euros, I think. Like there's a Raspberry Pi inside, 7-inch screen, and the printer is about 250. Metalwork is not so expensive, maybe $20, and metalwork or the TFT screen is $70. So it's around that value.
Okay, and it's a staking node as well. That's great.
Yeah, we intend to make it a staking node. So once we're there now experimenting with peer-to-peer network, and that way you wouldn't really need to do anything. Maybe if you plug it in, it asks you several questions about naming your stake pool, and then it should be just able to run directly.
Okay. What about like for the staking, like the updates? I know with staking, sometimes you have to do like the updates every time Cardano has an update. So will that also be taken care of, or?
Yeah, I think the software is it's running on a regular at the moment on the paper wallet terminal. It's running regular Ubuntu, so you could just schedule updates of software with that. So you have regular maintenance updates, also security updates, of course.
Awesome. Yeah, I would love to contact you individually, because we are going to be opening up a farm in Costa Rica, and this would be a good solution in that space.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Always happy to help.
Cool. Yeah, that's what IdeaFest is about, finding these connections. Very cool. Is there, you have more questions, Ari, or otherwise I will hand over to Len?
No, yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Len, so go ahead, please.
I
Hi.
lost my pace a little bit. Martin, maybe I missed at the very beginning. This is for buying Cardano or other crypto?
Well,
what's the real function?
The idea is with QR codes, the idea is not really to exchange fiat at the moment. So there's no, if it's a standalone device, you would need a bill acceptor, which is kind of expensive, and it's also hard to maintain.
But what is it that you do with the device?
Well, if you want to stake your ADA somewhere, or if you want to interact with the blockchain, for example, with smart contracts, or you want to view how much money you have, or you want to print, maybe you want to just make a wallet so somebody can send you money. Because if you have a wallet, you can email the QR code to somebody and they can send you money. But
okay, that's a good use.
If you don't have a QR code, if you don't have an address, there's no way you can use the blockchain. But then you would first need to buy a phone to do that, which is really a little bit overkill, maybe.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then Roberto.
Thanks, Dominic. More than a question, I wanted to, dream big about how a device like this can be like the point of the touch point for a local community, like Martin just said. We could think of things like use cases so simple as, okay, I don't have a phone, I don't have a computer in my local remote corner in the world, and but I want to, maybe exchange some ADA for, I don't know, some animals I grow or some vegetables I grow, and I want to stake them. So I put some of my savings on that. On Cardano and receive passive income. That will be a perfect use case for this passive paper wallets. But I think the powerful idea behind these devices, when they are able to be a staking node, it will be to change the way we think about it, not to change the way, but empower the way. We've been thinking about stake pools as mission-driven business, where imagine a local shop in your neighborhood that established their totem, build the connections with many people because the traditional shop business, and start earning a stake for the stake pool and generate passive income for the customers and for the local community members. They could become like a mini government if they decide to do some charities or to spend some of the stake pool rewards on their local community, like decentralizing a bit more the stake pool network. I think those are powerful ideas, and making it easy with this type of devices could be a good way to expand on awareness, expand on reaching more people that wouldn't probably heard about Cardano if it's not because someone in their neighborhood told about them. And if they have a physical device there, which makes this realer, I think it could help. That it's a great idea that Martin had with his point of sale device and now the totem. So yeah, let's try to undo some pilots on Latin America and some communities and see what happens.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, very cool. So we have two more hands and 2 more minutes. So if Alex and Adriano can keep it short, then you both can ask Martin your question.
Hi, Martin. First of all, really great idea. Okay. 2 technical questions. One, what happens if a user loses QR code?
Well, it's intended to be like, especially in the beginning stages, to be like regular money. So it will be like losing your wallet.
Okay, or stolen. So it's physical access. And the second question, how easy is to hack this thing and steal all kind of scanned credentials? So is there some kind of thought about physical protection?
I don't think it's intended to store the credentials on the device per se, but
basically, if someone can get physical connection to the memory of the device by hacking physically, they can steal everything that goes through it, including the credentials that are scanned and for some point of time being stored in memory. Okay, can I close it up? Thank you, but great project.
I can
probably is the expert.
Probably Adriano can. He's the leader of Game Changer, but the way Game Changer works today, it's first of all, it doesn't store anything on disk. It only does it in memory in web workers, so separate threads from your regular main worker, main DOM. And yeah, currently it's a bit more secure than, for example, Adalite in those regards, because it's having a separate memory space than the rest of the web page. Yeah, the idea is that you could go transact there, close the tab, whatever that means in this kiosk mode, and it's gone. Obviously, if there is someone that has plugged in access to the device, they could dump the memory and try and do some heuristics to find the private keys. But I suppose we would like to have this metal case hardened so it cannot be easily violated. Yeah, that's the overall idea.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
All right, Adriano, if you can make it short, then.
Yes,
super,
super short. So yes. It's an honor to be working with Martin. He really surprised us all with the PayPad and that crazy integration of Game Changer on a hardware, right? On a hardware device. It was super inspiring, and this is super inspiring. I just want to say that yesterday on Aldea community, there is a DAO that is forming. We present this project, and there is a lot of good feedback from the Latin American community, and some people is willing to help with the beta testing of these devices. I just wanted to say this, and nothing. And Martin count with us for this amazing project, and people is very interested on the real use case of this. We strongly believe we can help onboarding people. Thanks, Martin, for trusting us and working with us.
Yeah, looking forward to doing more.
So yeah, thanks, Martin, for your presentation. Thanks, guys, for the questions. I think we could continue here for many minutes. So that's a good sign for your project, Martin. So wish you all the best and good voting and funding for Fund 7. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
And I checked the list, and I think, Roberto, you're next, right? So same rules for you, 5 minutes. I give you a 1 minute warning, and yeah, the stage is yours. Show us what you have.
It seems I cannot share the screen.
Maybe Martin, you have to stop.
Yeah, let's try now. Yep.
Yeah.
Seems it works.
That was it.
Okay, so I'm gonna share, and I'm not sure what's gonna happen if I go full screen with this. Is it showing correctly?
Yeah, we have your full screen.
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Roberto. I've been system administrator and DevOps for more than 10 years of my 15 years of professional career. I've worked for Emurgo in the past, maintaining the Yoroi backend services. So this that was the stage of my life that inspired me to build Dandelion. And I'm gonna share this presentation, which is my last Idea Fest presentation that perfectly applies to this Grow SPO businesses. And I'm gonna do it real quick. It's gonna be like the short version, but just to give you all a bit of context of what Dandelion is. So what is Dandelion aiming to be? It's aiming to be a marketplace, and the challenge it's trying to solve, it's to make the apps resilient and highly available by offering a network of API deployments. Current problem is there are not so much people offering these services. Yeah, so we propose to nurture a network of these deployments. So basically, there are 5 or 6 main use cases where these API services are useful for. First of all, like wallets. It's the obvious one to me. Yoroi, it's a like wallet. CC Vault, it's a like wallet. Typhoon, it's a like wallet. Adalite, it's a like wallet. So there are many like wallets out there. Probably, or at least the only heavy one is Daedalus. So we have a great opportunity to serve those. Other tools are ecosystem observability tools like PoolTool or any Explorer, DeFi, decentralized applications that need to show you Cardano on-chain information, oracles, or even Plutus application backends. So smart contracts can interact with to build the transactions and interact eventually with the smart contract. Yeah, as I said, currently there is a limited offer of these services. Whether you hire someone that runs those services for you, which is probably what you should do as first option. Don't trust on others' infrastructure, but verify and run your own infrastructure. But that comes with the problem that it's difficult. It's maintaining that 24/7, 365. It's a challenging task for maybe one DevOps for a small team. The other option we currently have is service as a service infrastructure, like for example Brockfrost. But it doesn't make sense to build decentralized applications and rely just on AWS or Google Cloud or the single infrastructure as a service provider, which in the case of Ethereum, for example, it's Infura. What if those providers go down? Well, our decentralized applications are, if they are centralized on those services, they are not so decentralized, and if people depends on those to make for a living, well, it's probably unideal, right? So what is our solution and how it connects to the Grow SPO's businesses challenge we propose?
One more minute.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do it really quick. So we have an open source project, and we are running an instance, well, 3 instances of that open source project as a community service for more than 1 year now. The tokenomics that we are developing around Dandelion network counts with this community service as central piece. We want to make it sustainable, and the idea is that we can reward operators that run this infrastructure for the community service, so they can earn tokens to access the future network. This way, you could run your own Dandelion node, use it for yourself, serve any extra capacity that you might have. If you are a small project, you probably don't use 100% of the time, 100% of the resources you have in your deployment. So you can share some of those with the community service, earn tokens, and in case your deployment goes down, you could access the network as fallback plan. So your decentralized project becomes a bit more resilient and highly available. And this way, we open up a new business opportunity for stake pool operators, and not only, but the stake pool operators are the first ones that come to our mind when we think about running these services, right? Because they are already familiar to the UTXO model, probably DB Sync. They are the perfect profile to keep these services running. Last thought, it's sorry, I'm gonna take 20 seconds more. Last thought, it's they could use these access tokens to the network, not only to use them by themselves, but to sell them, so they become a revenue stream, or to airdrop them from their stake pool to their delegators to attract delegations. So there are some interesting dynamics that this project could put in motion. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roberto, and I'm sorry to cut you. But yeah, very interesting project, and I'm following you at Gimba Labs for quite a while, so really curious what is happening there. So let's start with the Q&A. Are there any questions towards Roberto? Adriana, go ahead.
It's obvious what I'm about to say. From game changer side, not just the wallet, but the rising the app ecosystem, the app and project ecosystem in general. We are super thankful for what Roberto is doing with Dandelion. We are actually live because of Dandelion. The role he's playing on the community is super important, and he's fighting for decentralizing the infrastructure part of the ecosystem, right? It's super valuable, and you have my support, and I just wanted to say this. Thanks. It's not a question. Sorry.
Thank you for being one of the first projects that will make enough traffic for new SPOs to earn some tokens. Get a new job. That's also important. We need users, right?
All right, cool. Juan, please.
Thank you, Dominic.
Ask your question.
Yes, Roberto, will you walk us through the process of, for instance, if we want to have a staking pool, what will be the process to do with Dandelion? It's a question that I've been always have in the past, but I haven't asked you, so this is the best opportunity today.
Yeah, so currently Dandelion is not thought to run on a stake pool. It's to expand the offer and a stake pool operator could have. But the thing is, I'm running my staple in Kubernetes. The open source project I'm developing for Dandelion, it's based on Kubernetes, which is a Google project to orchestrate containers and services and scale them. It's something they use on their infrastructure. And the thing is, I'm running my staple on Kubernetes, so it's a matter of just throwing the staple in the same cluster of your Dandelion node, or make them coexist. It should. We have Tom from RSB stakepool who is running Dandelion instead of connected to the Cardano node that we run by default, isolated from any stakepool. He's connecting to his relay. So it's, and I think that's a great idea because Dandelion, it's a submission infrastructure, transaction submission infrastructure, sorry. So it's important to have the Cardano node that ends up pushing transactions well connected to other peers. So that's something I wanted to try. There is now an operator experimenting with that architecture. So yeah, that's probably a too long answer, but it's not thought for that, but it can become, it can coexist with an stakepool easily with other open source project. It's open also.
Well, perfect. Thank you for the answer. That was very clear.
Perfect. Then Martin, what?
Kubernetes, where does it only run on Google infrastructure?
No, Kubernetes, it's an open source project that you can run on Raspberry Pis. I mean, Giovanni from EC1 Stakepool, he started running his stakepool on Raspberry Pis on a cluster, on a Kubernetes cluster on top of a cluster of Raspberry Pis. So it's something you can run on any infrastructure as long as you can SSH into it. So for example, connecting to your Totem, we could run Kubernetes on the Ubuntu you're running. Yeah, have the wallet to talk directly to the Kubernetes API. It's HTTP. So it could say, hey, Kubernetes, deploy these containers. Store these keys that I've just generated from Game Changer. We could automate that. It's obviously a challenge, but it's doable. It's about a matter of time, resources, developers.
Okay.
All right. Are there more questions in the audience to Roberto? All right. Then thank you, Roberto. Thanks. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you all.
Good luck. Really good luck for it. And yeah, we see us around. So the last one in the first presentation round is Len, and I think the name of your proposal is Universal Tourism Payment System, right? Are you muted? Yeah.
Correct.
No.
Yeah. No, Mike, yeah.
All right. Then the stage is yours.
Okay.
For you again, 5 minutes. I give you a warning, and then we go in the final Q&A. So Len.
Okay. Good.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Share my screen.
Yeah.
This is not working so well, but I'll figure it out. Okay. This is a little bit different. I'm interested, Martin, you said you built a payment system, so I'd like to speak to you afterwards. This is an idea that basically oriented to help small nations that have that depend on tourism. And those small nations typically have small governments. For example, this is one of those nations, and their whole finance team, I think, is 15 people. So they have an issue about collecting tax, and a lot of them are also adopting VAT, which is pretty heavy administratively. So there's the program is to deal with two issues. One is the tourist industry is kind of cruel, as much as possible, they're going to divert revenue offshore so that they don't have taxes. And it's also an industry that's built on high numbers, low value, low prices. And so those kinds of issues hurt small nations that can't really handle huge numbers. Just to give you some ideas, people think about islands as their idyllic places, which they are in some sense, but they also have poverty. Just some examples of an island house. This is something that is probably one of the nicest houses on this particular set of islands. So there's a range, but pretty much people depend on tourism. They're a little bit hostages to tourism, and the tourist companies are able, they own the tourist. If you know the tourism industry, tourism industry, they control the tourists, the tour operators, which controls the money. And if they're trying to get rid of this top bar here, I don't know how to do it. At any rate, if the tourist industry, they hold the purse strings. So the idea is to, what we realized is that if we can introduce a payment system that goes through a payment system, let's see here if I'm a little bit constrained here. A payment system that has a payment system on the background, and we would use Koti or something like Koti that exists. Our idea is not to build a payment system, but you can have tourists to pay for their tours, even the offshore tour operators in ADA or the stablecoin JED, and we don't know how the two integrate, but I think Koti has already announced their plan to use JED. Thus, when the tourists, let's say in Taiwan or China, those are two big tourist markets, buys a tour, they buy a tour through a tour operator, and the tour operator has to accept payment in ADA and make payment. And the way the tourist uses that is to apply for a visa, and the mobile app that we would build is an application for a visit visa. And just like anybody else that you have to apply for a visa, you have to put your KYC information in there. In the background, it would create a wallet. And the requirement would be, and this would be a government mandate, the requirement would be that if you're coming for 7 days, that you have to demonstrate $200 or euros or whatever it is per day of spending money, and you actually load your wallet with ADA. Once you do that, your visa is granted. So that's kind of the hook, is that if you want to come to one of these places, you need a visa. The way you get a visa is to load your ADA wallet, and as much as possible, this would be done in the background, so people don't have to understand wallets or crypto wallets. And then in the country, they spend for hotels, or the tourist industry would let's say, require or encourage that they pay through mobile apps in ADA, or again, or wherever the JED stablecoin comes in. And at the same time, these countries that use a VAT system, let's say VAT is 10% of the transaction, the 10% would be split off and sent directly to the government. So that lightens the administrative burden on unsophisticated merchants, a restaurant, or tour operator, whatever. It lightens the administrative load on the government for collecting the VAT, and the system. So the system has some benefits on both the VAT system. It has some benefits on the local economy, in the sense that the more money that they collect on shore, the better. So that's the general concept. And let me just show you some. I mean, this is one of the small islands where because I have connections with for over 20 years, or maybe more, with Palau. I know the people there, and I understand their situation, and I'm able to reach to them and connect with them. It doesn't mean that the government's going to adopt this. This is a test case. Our job is the proposal really is to design the system and design a pitch to a government. There's no guarantee that the government will accept it or not, but it's sort of a proof of concept. And if one government doesn't, plan B, if one government doesn't accept it, we would pitch it to another government.
All right, Len, I forgot to give you the 1 minute warning, but we are a bit over it already. Okay. So you have a last sentence? And
no, that's it.
That's it already. Okay, so then perfectly. Well, that's a really big initiative that you started here. So let's see what the questions are to it. Are there any questions? Cool. Yeah, I have questions as well, but Roberto, please go ahead.
By the way, let me while you're asking that, while you're doing that, I'll play you a couple of videos of how beautiful these islands are.
Yeah.
Somebody might ask about the team. Our team is pretty strong. We have senior executives from the hospitality industry and from the payments industry, formerly CEO in Asia Pacific for Verifone, the payment processors. So we've got a really strong team.
Awesome. Thank you for building new systems that can help us on collecting money that is needed in some other places that are not reached by our current systems. I wanted to ask you if this collection, I mean, I've been personally thinking about how we could build a fairer or better collection fees or contribution systems. The way I've been thinking, it's in every transaction you do with any entity that, in this case, when you go and buy a drink from a kiosk on this island, it will be cool to pay a little bit for cleaning the place, or a bit for recycling the plastic you are consuming. So, and the way I'm thinking about it is, in every transaction, just calculate that from the merchant side, right? We could define some. Yeah.
Exactly, Roberto. There's a lot of different applications. First of all, one of the questions is how do you get people to buy into that, into using this system? And one is by government mandate, but the other one is by a carrot or stick. And that carrot is you can assign socially responsible funds, if you will, or little pots of money that can go for specific things. So you're exactly in line with our thinking that's a way to do it. And the idea of splitting money off is it's kind of like not noticeable. When you make the transaction, either the government could say, okay, look, our VAT is 10%, but I'm going to give 2% of that to this or that or the other thing. So I think in any system like this, you need a combination of carrot and stick.
Yeah, that's many interesting use cases can arise out of this. So that's really.
I mean, and in the longer term or scheme of things, if a system, I mean, for us, we're looking for the First Nation to be a test case and proof of concept. It's not so much about making money. In fact, our intention is to essentially give this to the nation. But if we can make this system work, it's extensible. And if you think about a VAT system, VAT, blockchain and VAT has really heavy burdens. I don't know if any of us have experience operating a store or a business, whatever, with VAT invoices, and you submit them, and then you have to get your VAT returned. Even for the government, it's heavy infrastructure. Blockchain would take a lot of that away.
we can do it bottom up and organically and more directly with blockchain.
Yeah, this is the consumer. This is consumer view. The consumer sets up a wallet. Again, as I said, loads the wallet, gets their Visa. They buy ADA to load the wallet. It goes through a processor. When the transaction is made, it's settled in the bank and goes to the merchant. The merchant, there's another here's the merchant's view, is that split off of the VAT payable portion right here that goes directly to the government's account. This is simplified. There's a lot of what ifs, but for the purpose of proposal, this is probably good enough.
So maybe I can continue here. What is the proposal specifically for? So it's because it's like a huge scope that you, or like a big vision. So what part of that is covered by the proposal?
What the proposal is sort of two steps. The first two steps is to design the system, meaning the whole ecosystem, to think it out. And like I said, that's what we have a senior guy from payment systems. We've got a senior guy from tourist industry, myself, who's a businessman for 30 plus years. So the first one is to describe the concept. And then the second thing is to make a pitch for the customer. The customer in this case would be the island government. So those are really the two components or deliverables, is to design the system and to make the pitch, and also to present it as well to the island government. And we've allowed a budget through 6 months. So 3 months for the deliverables, and then 6 months, there's another 3 months for answering questions, going back and forth. Beyond that, it doesn't include the implementation of the system. It also includes the development of the mobile app. For the customer, the tourist just sees a mobile app.
Okay,
so
cool.
3 components is mobile app, design of the system, and then a pitch.
So kind of a MVP version or proof of concept of.
Sure, proof of concept, yeah.
Yeah, cool. I think the Catalyst funds are quite good for that.
Yeah.
So to experiment on bigger visions, and yeah, cool. Very excited about that. Yeah. Do we have more questions? I'm not sure, Roberto, if I cut you before. So okay. Are there more questions? So maybe one last question from my side. So what is first, why do you care about that? So I'm always interested. Okay, where does this idea come from? So maybe you can.
The idea came from, in part, a couple things. Number one is I was in Palau in 1974. I've maintained relationships there since 1974 till now, and so it's one of those places that is very special in the world. If you're there and you're sensitive to those things, you can feel how special it is. Secondly, though, I understand their problems. I help with a little bit of master planning about islands. And islands, if you go back historically, go way back, a ship comes in. They've never seen this ship before. And after the first ship comes in, they know that the ship's going to leave. And so the mentality is, let's see what we can get from this ship, because we know it's going to leave. The other thing is small nations have an issue of everybody tells them about their problems. They know their problems. What they don't know is solutions. And so we saw blockchain as being a solution.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Very cool.
Martin, while you're on here, can I ask you? You said that your background is creating payment systems. Is that meaning like something like Coty developed when you say payment systems?
Yeah, well, the Totem is like, and the Game Changer wallet is like something Coty is doing.
I'm saying, but you said your background was in creating payment systems?
Yeah, I've worked in creating money handling devices.
Aha, okay, yeah.
So that is the Totem is like what I'm good at is engineering the casing, the housing, and packaging the parts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it looks very interesting. Game Changer looks very interesting.
Yeah, you could use it on the island, man.
Yes. I thought of that. I mean, one of the issues is the merchant. Every merchant's going to have a point of sales app, if you will, but I can see your Totem being as well. When do you expect the Totem to be commercially available? 6 months, 1 year?
So, at the moment, we have 6 months as a time frame, but of course this is development. So yeah, the accuracy of your predictions is not great, but I think we have a lot of the parts already, but Cardano is also developing in a direction, and yeah, we have to wait and see how fast this all goes, but I'm expecting 6 months around that time frame.
Thanks everybody for listening.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Len. I really liked this idea. Really, well, all three ideas. I think Martin, Roberto, Len, you're all like very active members and community members over the last month or year, actually. So really like to see like how things are developing, and like to see the progress. So thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for presenting, using IdeaFest as a stage. And yeah, let's keep in touch. And for now, we can go back to the main room. We have like a 10 to 15 minute break, and then we start with the second presentation round. So you can come back to this room or to any other room. And yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Dom.
Thank you for hosting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks everyone. My name's Stephen Whittenstill, and I'm here replacing Ron Hill, who couldn't make it for the second part of this session. Prem, would you like to start your presentation?
Yes, I'll go ahead. Thank you everyone for joining. I'm going to release the presentation now. Please have a look at it. Hi all, I'm Prem George Philip from Team Konma. This is Fund 7. Konma has 3 entities, which is the labs, the foundation, and the incorporated. The next couple of slides will give you a quick overview of each of them. I'm glad to present to you Konma Labs, which is the research and development division of Konma. The lab acts as an incubation center to help entrepreneurs commercialize their ideas. These are the sectors that the incubation center will work on. We have made headway in agriculture, biotechnology, clean fuel technology, environmental solutions, and solid waste management. Konma Labs will help entrepreneurs develop and fine-tune the ideas with the help and guidance of the team of advisors who are part of the Konma community. Having made headway in various sectors, Konma Labs saw the necessity and benefits of offering blockchain technology that can help its clients grow and commercialize their ideas globally. Based on these dialogues and studies, it was decided to build the KONMA-DAO on the Cardano ecosystem. On interacting with Emago India and explaining our vision of the KONMA-DAO, Emago India has committed to provide us with paid interns. To launch the blockchain research and development of Konma, we opted for Project Catalyst Fund 7, seeding Cardano grassroots. Why did we opt for this? Because we believe the growth of all decentralized financial projects starts with research and development. Konma is in discussion with MLabs to develop the required dApps and looks forward to the guidance from Kotti when working on the ADA plugin. This approach will help Konma Labs build a strong and robust team of developers with good working knowledge on second-layer solutions and plugins. The Konma-Xperience-Center offers a hands-on experience to trade on the decentralized financial exchange. This is a significant advantage to Konma Labs, as developers can interact directly with budding developers and users for their feedback. The core focus of the lab will be to create awareness, showcase the potential of Haskell, Plutus, and the Web3 functionality of Cardano. This strategy will help Konma Labs interact with developers who have a desire to develop and improve Web3 functionality. We are participating in multiple challenges to minimize the time to develop various dApps and maximize the potential for collaboration and growth. By doing so, have the bandwidth to launch 30 labs in Chennai alone. This is the timeline to have the blockchain research and development lab up and running. Konma plans to have a carbon neutral experience center and labs by using clean energy to generate its electrical requirement. This is a snapshot of the key people on the team. Sangeet is the head of blockchain technology, Vinay is the head of research and development, and I, Prem, head the energy development. Thank you all for your patience. We look forward to collaborating with you and help growing the Konma-DAO. Thank you once again.
That was great. Thank you, Prem.
Thank you, Craig.
Does anyone have any questions for Konma Labs? Okay, no. Could you tell us something about your relationship with Emergo and how that's going to support your project?
So we have been in touch with Emergo. Our founder, Vinay, had done his course in Emergo.
Fundamentals of blockchain, I believe.
Yeah, fundamentals in blockchain technology. And from there on, we've been in discussions with them to try and build up a team of developers. So there's a batch coming out in Jan. And Emergo has promised to send us some interns who will work with us.
So that's quite.
Ideally, what's happening is the CTO of Emergo India is one of our founders and mentors, and he's been closely related to this project. He pointed us to DCF and the Alonso Hart fork before it happened. So ever since we've been changing our entire proposal towards Cardano's ecosystem. To give you more insight, we had actually designed this for a more gas-based ecosystem that would come out of an EVM eco. But ever since the DCF presentation was put out by Untapped, we've been entirely for DCF. And our ultimate goal is actually to make it to DCF. And the Fund 7, Fund 8, Fund 9 that we're planning to post our proposals are merely to get in touch with the community and get to know Cardano better. So, yeah.
That's really quite exciting. I bet you're quite thrilled with that. Do you see any challenges in acquiring or training Haskell developers at all?
Yeah, so that is a really big problem as well. With our initial conversation with Emergo, they have told us among the first cohort that's passing out, they have around 2 to 3 individuals that could be a designated blockchain engineer itself, and the rest of them would be considered junior developers. So among these 3 and the junior developers, we were promised at least 2 blockchain chief engineers and 4 developers, among which we were planning to kickstart all the menial projects on Cardano. But the main 2 projects that Konma is planning on, which is the DEX and the DAO, will be made in co-association with MLabs. So I hope that gives you guys more concrete background here.
No, that's a lot of information. That's great. Yeah. Could you tell us about your sorry, does anyone else have any other questions? I'm trying to step in a little bit for questions, but by any means, if anyone has any other questions, please jump in. Okay, could you tell us, I mean, decentralized autonomous organizations, interesting. What's your philosophical approach to that? What's your...
So we've basically at the root of it, we're all Indians, and our background is basically made out of agriculture and farming. So we've been taught at a very early stage that a community approach works much better for the community than a singular corporate approach. I've personally been in the blockchain industry for around 3 to 4 years, and ever since MakerDAO existed, I've always been eyeing that. Because of the fact that Konma has been entirely community driven, and the fact that we take around 2 to 3 months to consider basic proposals that could take around 10 to 15 minutes in a DAO is really surprising for us. So ever since we decided to make the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, making a DAO just simply made more sense for Konma. And I guess that would be the reason why they're so hell-bent on making the DAO.
So that you work together with your local communities to develop the DAO.
Of course. Yeah, so to make a little bit more in perspective, we have a recent collaboration with an entity called Trees. It's basically an NGO within South India that aims for afforestation. So we have got in touch with them to make Trees an NFT DAO, where depending on the volunteers or the donators or the individuals sponsoring, they would be given different tiers of NFTs, similar to Trees.io that we have in mind. But the comparison to real world entity would be VeryTree, that is already on the Cardano chain. So a mix of that and what we have already existing. The crucial difference being that we have already had this collaboration for a long time, and we have planted around 100,000 to 300,000 trees. So yeah.
That's great. Thanks, Konma and Prem. Again, we still have a little bit of time left for questions, or?
Yeah, we're more than happy to take any questions, but if this isn't enough time to comprehend what Konma is doing, I'm going to leave mine and Prem's email down, so feel free to get in touch with us anything, and we'd be the most happiest to get back.
Yeah, I would encourage everyone to check out this proposal and to follow up the Idea Scale link and give some feedback. And thank you, Prem, thank you, Konma, and
I'm really sorry to cut you off. Prem, could you just post in your email as well, so it'll be easier for them to get in touch?
I'll do that. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your time. It's truly an honor to be part of this ecosystem and this community. We really can't wait for everything to come up. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
It's an honor to have you here.
Definitely,
okay.
This is the time.
Okay, if we could move on to the next proposal, which presentation, sorry, is Joachim. And if I can, Joachim, would you like to share your screen or your presentation? I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly, Joachim.
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I haven't started the timer yet. Don't worry. So
Yeah.
I only started.
Pronounce my name right. I thought I'm a little bit later, but no worries.
Yeah, I think we're ahead of time a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So because, but no worries. Take your time. It's fine.
Yeah. But that's good. No problems. Let me just try to share the right desktop. Last time I shared the wrong desktop.
You don't want to do that.
Okay. So right now it should be the right desktop, and you should see a mirror board called Governance for Reward Donation. Is that true? Or do you just see my desktop?
Yes, we see. It's fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then I'm ready to roll.
Okay.
So the project I've been proposing with my colleagues from the pool we are hosting is Governance for Reward Donation. Quickly, who's the team? So we are from the SPO Azul. Our mission is Stake for Future. We are currently donating to TipMe. Just as some side notes, who are we? It's me, Jochen. I'm mainly for technology operations, but also UX design, which is so part of my background. And then I have two colleagues, which are especially also in the field of online marketing, which help to make the pool public. And our pool is running quite well. We have a whale and so on, so all nice. But we figured out that there is something which is kind of not holding us back, but something which could be better, which is why we wrote this improvement proposal. So one thing is, currently we're only donating to one organization. We could donate to different organizations, but then we would need to split to whom we give the delegations we receive, so to say, right? Not the delegation to rewards. But this is not a very interactive process. So we were thinking, how can we make it more interactive? How can we engage delegators to say, okay, there is maybe 3 different organizations and they only like one of them or 2 of them, and then they can decide where their share of the rewards go. Yeah. So at the end of the day, today people just drop in their rewards, but the idea is that they in the future can drop in the rewards, but also say, hey, I want to help save the ocean and do something for improving the trees, but I don't want to save the whales. I don't know. Yeah. Why is this also interesting? This is also interesting because it will help us to increase the reach. Because with that solution, and today, you know, we only donate to one organization, and they can mention us in their social media, and we all know that this is important for pool to be attractive, to get new delegators and so on. If we donate to several organizations, that will help, so to say, multiply the inflow of, let's say, links or mentions in social media, which is very important. So it will improve the visibility of our pool. Yeah? That's what is important for us. And what we want to develop, so this is not a technical part, is that we want to develop something like a voting coin. So roughly how would it work? If you donate to a pool which supports the system, then for your delegation, you will get your normal rewards like you do today, but you also get a voting token, which is in relation to the amount of rewards you get. And then there will be voting smart contracts, which job is to split the rewards from the pool between different organizations. It can be 3 NGOs and someone doing a research project, you want to fund whatever. Yeah, the mission of the pool is. And then based on the voting tokens you get and to which, so to say, smart contract you send them, the rewards will be split under the different organizations. So you as a delegator, you are not only limited to give your place your delegation there, but you can really decide where to go, or you could even propose a new NGO to support. So it makes everything a little bit more interactive. Yeah, but you still maintain the you are still anonymous, so to say, if you choose, because everything is handled with the mechanisms which are already in place. Yeah, so everything the only thing visible is, so to say, your pool ID.
You have 30 seconds left now.
And we already started discussing with other pools who would be interested in the same system. So this can be then something which is used across multiple pools. So let's say you are in this pool, but you want to use your voting tokens in another pool, you know, this really would create a kind of an ecosystem where people are engaged and everything is kind of more interactive in the way how delegations are shared, things like that.
That's great, Joachim. So if we just go to questions and answers, is any questions from the room at all for Joachim? Dion, I'd like to ask a question.
Hey.
Hey, Jochen. Okay, interesting idea. So one quick question. So is this smart contract token to vote? I assume this is also work for other stake pool, right? So let's say I'm staking to an Indonesian stake pool that happen to be unlucky this epoch, and they don't have any blocks to mint. It means I just thinking about it's not fair because they always donate like 10% of their rewards to this NGO or something to the for a good cause. So yeah, is it going to work like that? Let's say the smart contract say, let's say we want to, hey, anyone that is in a single pool operator is not unlucky in this epoch, we will have some donation or some rewards that to be donated within this. Because you know, like that, the unlucky one, because it's not for me. Yeah, just it's a good idea when some SPO is not unlucky to have even a single block. I think the NGO or the rewards that used to have a monthly donation is not getting any rewards. If this is it going that way, or is it only for a couple of SPO that you are?
I hope I got your question right, but let's say pool A in one epoch, it will not get any rewards. Then you will also not get voting tokens, and obviously there's also no rewards to be shared. So this is a problem we will not be able to solve, because this is part of the way how the pool infrastructure works.
Yeah, but
mean-
how I'm sorry to cut you off. Let's say you have a community of a single pool operator, let's say 100 of pool that inside this, and every pool maybe they contribute and have the token somehow, right? So, but in a few in this epoch, from 100, let's say two pool doesn't have any mint because they are just not lucky. So it's for me it's not because the donation, you know, like a driven mission pools, let's say, so it stopped in one epoch or two epoch or whatever. So is it the tokens can work that way to manage the rewards somehow in a way that it will be automatically to go to this donations?
I could give Jocon the opportunity to answer that question. Thanks, Jocon.
Yeah. I mean, the smart contract will make sure that if there is something to be shared, it will go to the people, to the NGO, yeah, which is dedicated to benefit from this output, which is kind of funneled through the smart contract. But if pool A decides that he wants to have NGO red, green, and blue, and Cardano pool B donates to different NGOs, it's not like, the idea is not that you take all the rewards into one big pot. It's still like every pool will be able to say, okay, we want to donate to 4 different or 3 different NGOs, and so that every pool still has the possibility to build a community with the NGOs it supports. It's not an idea that all the rewards go into one big pot and then are distributed, because I think that would also be a bit more anonymous. And we really want to encourage this kind of, that the people who are in the pool, who have their rewards, that they are really motivated to say, okay, I'm going there because they support something which I believe in, and that this creates the momentum.
Thank you, Jocon. Roberto.
Hi,
Roberto.
First of all, thank you for building this, because it seems it's one of the missing pieces that we wanted to build for Catapult, which is I don't know if you heard about that one. It's one proposal to build a donation system for all past Catalyst proposal that didn't get funded. We also proposed to run a stake pool, govern the rewards generated by that stake pool to actually donate again to this proposal. So this seems like what we wanted to build, and maybe we can find some synergies. Yeah. So my question is, how are you thinking about the affiliation of the pools to your platform? How will that work? I mean, you mentioned that there will be a smart contract that will perform the distribution of the voting tokens, but I guess you need some backend that pushes and triggers the smart contract. How will that puzzle work?
I mean, if you read through our proposal, there is the smart contract, but also tools which you need to run in your backend, probably on one of your relays, so to say, on some synced node, which is triggering certain actions, and also is looking up the thing. So it's not only the smart contract, it's the smart contract and some, let's say, off-chain logic, which makes this happen. We are aware of that. And as you mentioned, you've been also working on something like that. I mean, I wasn't aware, but it would be great to connect afterwards. We are already in contact with Biopool. They have a voting mechanism, which is pretty interesting, but you have to reveal your email address. And this is against, some people don't want to reveal their identity. So, but they are also interested in this idea. And if you want to do something like that with the pool, please connect with us, because the concept is not 100% ready. So now is the time to really go into discussions and make it even better. Yeah, would be cool.
Perfect.
If you can connect to me.
I wish I came across with this proposal before, so we could maybe have merged or something.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you.
No one is stopping us from that. Thanks.
Sure.
We still have a couple of minutes left if anyone has any other questions. I think it's, I'm sorry, just substituting for Ron at the last moment. So I haven't had time to do much research on your proposal, Joachim. But I really like the idea of not just a stake pool strategy that's not just based on one mission, but that allows for many different missions. And I think that's that comes across very strongly in this proposal. So I wish I had some more questions for you. Any other specifics there? Okay. Dion, would you like to do your presentation?
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Joachim.
Yeah.
Got the segue there.
Thank you, Jochen. Okay, let's see. Just making sure I share the correct one.
Yeah, sure, of course. Okay, let's get started.
Okay. Oops. But sometimes the button, okay. It's okay. Thank you. So I would like our proposal is, my name is Dion from Jakarta, Indonesia. So hi everyone. So the proposal is a team, the Cardano Hub Indonesia. We split the proposal into a few. So this is the one is to focus on the social media to have a video series. So the multilingual challenge. So the Indonesian we find that is very highly interactive with a visual narrative or visual content media. That's why we find that Indonesian prefer simple visual infographics through YouTube and Instagram, IG, to learn about Cardano. And we want to provide high quality educational videos and post in Cardano Indonesia official YouTube channel and Instagram. Okay, so I want to share a little bit about the internet penetration. This is the background. So currently there are 70% or equal to 170 million users in Indonesia, the adoptions. The adoption now in 2021 is about 70 and growing every year exponentially. And surprisingly, and yes, 8 hours a day and 90% is watching YouTube. So in Indonesian, actually, yes, this is very true, because even they are listening to music, streaming, using the internet via YouTube. And then also they are finding news and everything else in the internet via YouTube. So the statistics showing this. So the team especially is from the Cardano ambassador Indonesia, Andreas. And then we collaborate with one of the crypto YouTuber in Indonesia. He has a channel called Kenal Crypto, like Knowing Crypto. So by the time this proposal is written, he has 15,000 followers. Now today I check it's 23,000, so it's already grew. And then the next is Jordi. The team is already managing the Instagram with more than 1,000 followers. Now it's already doubled, almost 1,900. And myself will be the project coordinator. I'm also doing the moderate the Cardano Discord channel. So the timeline is in the first 3 months, we will bring the storyboards and everything. And then we will the first production will be in the month of third month. So we will work with this YouTuber Kanal Crypto to produce the videos. So it's purely educational, because what we find now in YouTube is more on price action, and to deliver the mission and vision of the true Cardano, or what we already see, is not being mentioned or being delivered to the audience. And then after we get some feedback and review, we will produce also in the parallel to prepare the second batch, which is in the month of 6. And then we will gain another review and prepare for the next one. So it will be a loop process, and we hope in the next loop or the next cycle will be shorter within the 3 months. But because this is the first one, we will stretch it up until 9 months. So it will be 2 production. The deliverables of we aim for 12 highly educational YouTube videos with a maximum duration of 15 minutes, and then a couple of Cardano Instagram posts that we can be as a resource for other channel. And then yep, today's Instagram. I think that's. I hope if any questions, I think the floor is open.
That's very well timed, Dion. So, okay, so are there any questions from the room? So, question on Dion's proposal. Okay, Dion, you talked about the importance of infographics. Do you have anyone in your team who is going to be doing the infographics for the videos?
For the infographics, no, actually, because we are using the channel is as a YouTube. The infographic is made by the team of the Instagram team by Jordi, but the final production will be mostly the main hours will be focused on the YouTube or the video series. And then I think it's 60 to 70% the time we will spend to have these quality videos or educational videos will be spent on the YouTube channel, while the Instagram, they have the team to create the infographics and all the content, the visual things, but it will become extended for like a communication channel for the YouTube also.
So the graphics will be referred to in the YouTube video, and from they will refer to each other. The Instagram will refer to you.
Yeah. Basically, we will do like that.
Any other questions from the room? Okay, you talked about you stretching this over a longer process than, say, the second project, which you're intending, which is like a shorter process. And you talked about taking on feedback and review. Do you have any thoughts about how you're going to do that?
Yeah, the feedback, of course, in the engagement and the feedback is most important. Actually, the first one after the first batch. So we will, because in the separate proposal, we will have community hub meetups and workshops, and then we will gain feedbacks, because that's the true community in Indonesia that's going to sign up. Like tomorrow, we will have a Cardano Ecosystem workshops. We will do this every 2 weeks. So we will get the feedbacks there, and then we will document it using a type form or something like that we can track. That way, for the production in the team production, we'll have some feedbacks on what actually that we are lacking of or what we have to improve. I think that's the way. And then we also have some weekly meetups in the community in Discord and also in the meetups. So I think this is because the community, this proposal is part of small pieces of the complete this Fund 7. We propose like 4 proposal, and actually it's focusing on the educational side, like this from the visual side, from videos, and then we will have some regular meetups and workshops, And then myself also is publishing, building up a web portal to put it all together as a resource.
That's great. So, sorry, go on, Dion.
Yep, and then the main goal is actually this is have to be duplicate, easy to duplicate. So once this is get rolling, and we can the next one is can be, let's say, for 3 months, but everything is already in, like in workshop we have a syllabus, right? So we actually know what we will have the content. So we built up the content from the workshop, and then it become a video series, and then we will improve from that. Based on the Cardano roadmap, but it will be improved within the feedbacks. And what we aim is by 6 months or by 12 months, and the next cycle, everyone can do it within the community. So it should be easy to duplicate.
Do you also hope to onboard people through the educational process as well?
Yes, but onboarding, I think that's the easy, not the kind of easy now, because now we are overwhelming to answer all the communities through the telegrams to the Discord, because there are no enough resources in Bahasa, in local language, that is very simple, and to have a good understanding about the few fundamentals about Cardano and how we're going to proceed about this. Because now is more than the hype, and the market is about the response about the market.
Okay, so this first
yes,
project.
Jochen.
Oh, Jochen. Yeah, sorry.
Just a quick question. I hope you haven't already mentioned that one. So you're gonna do the YouTube videos. Obviously, there will be some course material, some slides and things like that. So are you planning to provide all the, let's say, course materials also open source? Because you mentioned that would also be kind of something where other communities could jump on and then make their variation of the course materials, or will everything be part of the videos, but nothing which can be reused in other ways?
Yeah, the basic is, if you say is free use. Yeah, free use, actually, that everybody can repost that, because the YouTube channel also, we will figure out somehow how the YouTube channel become owned by the community somehow. So all the contents can be reposted, but we have to work through that with the YouTube, terms and conditions. But the goal is like that. So yeah, cross also, because right now it's not too many communities in Indonesia creating a good educational videos for Cardano. We have some popular chains previously have some, but mainly it was promote or supported by a big news outlet or some magazine or something. So it's not really from the community. So it's based on like promotional from.
And things like, let's say, PowerPoint slides, whatsoever, written things, code fragments in GitHub. I mean, this kind of elements, will there be, I mean, I suppose that there will be elements like that which kind of support the YouTube channels, and those will also be made accessible to the public, I guess, or is it purely videos which give an education without additional, let's say, course material?
The video contents, what we imagine is a narrative. So if you take a look at the Canal Crypto YouTuber, so he like a daily they talk about the news and everything. But we have discussed with the guy, because he's also a good fundamental understanding about Cardano ecosystem. So he can explain deeply, just like, let's say, like Coinbro, something like Phil. So they will have some 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes about deep understanding about what it is, why is this, why we are building this, but based on the Cardano guidelines, yeah, within the Cardano guidelines. That's why our team is Andreas is from the Cardano ambassador. He's been early in the Cardano, so he very perfectly already have some guidelines from the foundation about the structure and also the syllabus. You know, the thing that really core principle of the fundamental that we will push hard in the first batch to deliver that. In a sense, yeah, because it's not easy actually. People thought it's going to be easy, but if you want to have a video series that will be used and reused by 1,000 and maybe 10,000 of people, you have to think about it, right?
Absolutely. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I mean, we're coming down to the last minute, so that was well timed. I mean, I suppose in the next proposal, you could put an open source framework around it in terms of like a website or a repositories and documentation. And this proposal, you could perhaps, you know, make the content really. I really like the idea of simplifying the message so it reaches as many people as possible via the Instagram approach. So I think that's very good. And also the iterative approach. But we're coming to the end now. And that's it. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're actually, yeah, that's it. So we can go back to the main room if you like. And again,
thank you, Stephen.
thank you for your contribution and the wonderful projects.
Thank you, Johan.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.